24 hours were first about the machine versus the clock, but as time has gone on, reliability has improved. It has become about the man versus the clock. Nowhere is that more apparent than in sim racing, when we're released from the shackles of reliability and allowed to go unperturbed for 24 hours. It's the final of the 24-hour races in the iRacing special event calendar. Welcome to the Ardennes for the Falken Tyre Spa 24-hour. Delighted to have your company on the iRacing Esports Network and on RaceSpotTV for the next 24 hours as we go uninterrupted to see who comes out on top for what is the 7th edition of this wonderful race. Arjuna Kankipati alongside with Cam Roger to get you underway with the racing action. And Cam, it's been a really interesting year of 24-hour racing. We've had, of course, Daytona, we've had our trip to the Nürburgring, but now just GT3 cars getting ready to go out there and rumble.
Yeah, it's always something different when it's just single class, but therefore there's going to be such a huge field. The margins are going to be so small, and that means we've got all of the best teams in the same machinery, so it's just going to be down to who can be the most consistent throughout the night here. It's certainly one of the more tricky races of the year as well. We often see a lot of crashes, a lot of incidents here, so hopefully we have a nice clean race.
Want to try and at least get out of Rouge and Radion as well clean, because that's where we'll start, in towards that famous complex for the two-wide formation. Always a little bit of an interesting moment for the drivers. Here's a look at the iRacing special event calendar, by the way, where we've been, where we've still got left to go, because, well, we're nearing the halfway mark of the calendar, and coming up after this in the back half of the campaign, really a look at the diversity, Cam, that the drivers will get to enjoy.
Yeah, awesome races over the year so far, but of course only halfway there. As you say, we go to the likes of Bristol. That's going to be tight and twisty. Of course, Bathurst 100 as well. Before we get to the Chili Bowl in December, which is always something a bit different as well. So it's not just GT racing, it's not just prototypes. You've got all sorts of things here on iRacing, and that is what we love to see.
Personally looking forward to Crandon. Always a fun time for me as a fan of the iRacing Off-Road Championship Series, of course, continuing to rumble underway on Wednesday nights. Here's a look at the race stats. 50 GT3 cars getting ready to go out there and battle. A minimum of 2 drivers, and we will talk about it. There are plenty of teams that are going to try this as a 2-man effort. They've had 5 different teams between 2016 and 2020. It was a remarkable run. Coanda and Redline have very much asserted their dominance in the year since then. Stop and go limit, hopefully not going to have to talk about that with slightly adjusted track limits here at Spa, but 100 incidents, we know that is going to be a little bit of a talking point. Here's a look at the cars and how the balance of performance plays out. Cam, some drivers have commented it's the best the balance of performance has ever been, but that's before the racing has actually started.
Yeah, we'll wait to see, but as ever, when the margins are so close, a 10th here and there is going to make a huge difference in qualifying. And then when we get to the races as well, there has been talks of things like that maybe the Ferrari might not be able to get a certain lap count, things like that compared to other cars, but we will have to see, of course, how the teams manage that one. But yes, it does look to be pretty good, but as ever, there's a lot of manufacturer involvement, especially you know, with BMW, with Mercedes, Porsche as well. Some teams out there sort of restricted in the cars that they can use, so they'll just be using those and trying their best with that.
Yep, so 3% fuel capacity reduction for the BMW, Ferrari, and AMG. Well, BMW gets the 2% fuel capacity cut. All 3 cars get 1.5% power reduction as well. I've heard BMW slightly struggling out of turn number 1 through some of the traction zones. They will have to, of course, play that crucially. Fuel mileage a concern for the Ferraris, which are around this long old track, 7-odd kilometers, carving through the Ardennes. It's going to be a bit of concern, especially given that, Cam, we're using the endurance pit lane, which means we don't just exit out of turn 1 at La Source. Instead, it wraps around all the way and then exits after Radion into the oncoming traffic.
Yeah, it's absolutely massive double pit lane here, although you do need it with the amount of cars that we have, but that makes the pit stops very, very long indeed. So if you make any sort of mistakes, if you have to come into the pit lane for an extra time compared to some other people, maybe you've had a crash, maybe you have to come in early for some reason and go off strategy, that is going to really hinder you, because it'll probably take about 2 minutes to get around there, which of course is a lap just by going through the pit lane. So definitely strategy is going to come into that one and will be an important factor in this race.
And well, we're probably not the most equipped to talk you through a lap around Spa, as much as we claim to be able to do so instead, let's ride around with the winner of the VCO Golden Toast Grand Prix. Those are words I never thought I'd say. Alexei Nesov for a lap around this fantastic facility.
So here is your lap around Spa-Francorchamps, exiting on the last corner, one acceleration. Here we come to the start-finish straight. Preparing for the first corner, very difficult corner with many approaches. Hard braking, trying to nail the late apex, easy on throttle, and here we go for the long straight. Coming through Legendary Rouge. Trying to turn too early, easy flat, careful with the off track on the left. And away we go to the camel straight. Bit of a breathing space here. Now comes the hard braking point, about the curve. Trying to nail first apex, second apex as well with the curves. And go wide and go for the third apex. Don't go wide here as well because it's off track. So now very deep braking point. A bit of V-style into this corner, trying to open the throttle as early as possible, don't go too wide. Over the next corner, also over the curb, and also we have a very dangerous off-track point behind us already. Now comes P1, very difficult corner, smoothly on the throttle to not lose the car, or on the steer, depends on what car you're driving. Now beef puff, braking around the beginning of the curve. Try to stick grip on the inside and go too wide to prepare the second corner of this section. Easy on throttle, careful with the off tracks and rights. And the next one, also the curb, the left, the right, and to the left. It goes full throttle, it can be tricky with the old tires. And now we have a second big straight. Blanchiment should be flat, but also tricky with the new tire, with the old tire, sorry. And the last section, stop, hard braking point, all the way down to the gears, and a bit tricky traction point. Here's the lap.
Well, Alexei Nesov takes us for another blistering lap around Spa in a Porsche, and well, Alexei Nesov currently sits atop the qualifying standings in a Porsche. So, well, we got some insight around how to go quick, but one thing that we've always been interested in is that in this GT3 class, it's not necessarily the first lap that is the fastest, and we've seen some interesting approaches in the past 6 months, especially in the BMW M Sim Cup. Antiohola had momentarily popped himself up into 9th in the Team 75 car. He's been demoted down as the likes of Williams Esports Chilblas, Simufy worked their way up in towards the top of the order. Ultimately, I think people will not understand that qualifying at Spa are relatively important. Grid and Go Esports up to 3rd position.
Yeah, in GT3s, it's not easy to get loads of positions on track, and with it being, it's just going to be one massive train of cars, especially in the first couple of hours. So if you can get yourself an extra 10 places even, remember that's only 20% of the grid. If you could do that 10 places just by being a couple of tenths faster, then that's really, really going to help you. And look how close it's already. Less than half a second for the top 16, and literally you blink and you miss it and you'll be going down a few rows on the grid.
And you can see plenty of drivers doing that slower lap that I was kind of talking about, where it's not necessarily the first lap, that's the quickest, and so you're just burning some of the fuel off, maybe some of the rubber off as well, and trying to get some grip into the rubber. Charlotte Morelli going to be one of the handful that continues just to do some setup laps. No representative time has been punched in from that 41 just yet. Same can be said for Nicolas Rubelar in the Arnage competition. Mercedes, see him come towards the line. You can also see on the left side of the screen that we've got a fairly healthy mix of manufacturers up towards the fronts. That's definitely not a representative time from Rubelar.
Yeah, definitely can go quicker than that. Just getting himself sorted to go for another lap, as you see Luxak here, also having a bit of a weaving time coming into the braking zone.
That's not even...
the tyres.
This isn't even a proper lap, by the way.
definitely the tyres seem to be a bit of a talking point as ever. I've got to get them in the right operating window, and how they come out of the pit lane isn't necessarily in that window, so you've got to do some potential driving style changes to get into that window.
Are we actually going to see a time now? I think so. Alvar Gomez in that Team PGZ Mercedes. Yes, they've lost the battle to the Multi-Millionaires BS competition. And from 28th, Gomez does not find any improvement, it would seem. Field is very, very competitive this year. I was seeing strength of field numbers. That means average I ratings of 8,000. That's crazy.
Yeah, that is huge, and that just shows you how the best drivers coming out here, and that's why the lap times are so close as well. Awesome to actually see the fact that we get so many other top teams coming and signing up for this. It's not an easy race by any means, and a busy schedules around, but yeah, so many of the top teams and top manufacturers coming in. Here's Bonga into the first corner. One of the only McLarens that are up towards the front. That was a bit of a thing last year, I remember, at Bathurst, but not so much this year.
Yeah, they of course have some experience in that car that they'll bring from that Golden Toast Grand Prix. They were battling with Team PGZ in that car, and so they clearly found something in setup that they like. 3 Mercedes in 10th, 11th, and 12th positions. Urano, Apex Racing Team, and the Apex Racing Team cars. But the best of the Mercedes, at least for the time being, is Team PGZ, who is up there in second spot. Race clutch, we saw Sean Campbell going quite slowly. He's up into 17th spot. 1 second goes back to 39th spot, Cam. We're not seeing many times now, but that's how close the field is.
It's so difficult when you're in that situation. I know myself, getting the your personal best or even towards that in the actual official qualifying session is so difficult. Of course, lots of these professional drivers, but still, it's not easy just making that little mistake and you'll be going down. And yet, with the fact that we have 50 of the top cars as well, I'm not surprised to see that 1 second going so far down, as you say. We still have a few drivers out there to set some lap times.
The thing that surprises me is that Nicholas Rubila, by the way, still is yet to punch in a lap time, and we're into the final 3 minutes, which means drivers are effectively starting the lap that is going to count. There's Jordan Johnson in a Pearson's BMW that's going to cross the line, and again, not punch in any sort of lap time that's going to count. But I think now we are going to see the time start to fly on in that are going to be the final chances. Not necessarily for Govan Keeney, who has really timed this up to the last possible moment to fly to the checkered flag, but for Antiola, we will finally get someone that pushes to the end of their qualifying session after joining up with the team just a handful of months ago. Can Antiola bring the Spider-Man liveried 75 further up the field? No, he can't. See if the conditions are changing.
Yeah, potentially that is a factor, of course, as of the cloud cover even will make an effect on the lap, and depending on when you do it in the session is always a big thing. Here comes the number 91 Urano Cartiva out of the final corner. That's looking like a decent time already. Can he get himself well inside the 14s? Yes, he can. As Nesov goes to the top, actually his teammate, so it's the other car, the 90 Urano, goes to the front by a 10th and a half. Yeah,
the times starting to improve, but it is still Nesov from Biko in the Urano PGZ and Williams Esports cars. Make sure you can see those team names on the left side of the screen. Into the final 2 minutes. The laps that you're on are going to count. Track limits, you can't push past them that little bit too far. Drago Racing go up to third, but they're still 2/10 off. That flyer from Nesov I thought was going to hold, but Tristan Iglesias has just gotten within 200ths of it.
Oh, so close, but still front row put spot as it stands, as here comes Redline across the line. Where is Pinto going to put his car? The number 20 machine, is it going to stay in 9th? No, jumps up into 8th place, just demoting that Grid and Go car down 1 position.
So a nice time for the former Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup champion. Here's Matthias Jensen in the VG Racing Esport number 1, who does find a 10th of a second, but only gets him up into 39th spot. Only a handful of cars still that we will see run to the line. Next one that we'll see punch a time in is going to be Impulse Racing in a BMW. Still at the front, it is Porsche, Porsche, Mercedes, Porsche, Mercedes, Porsche. So very much 2 manufacturers that seem to be the quickest, but behind them, McLaren, BMW, and Ferrari still very much in the mix. That's definitely not an improvement there. And now, 50 seconds to go, the likes of Jaden Ladick will try to improve.
Just one final chicane. Is such a difficult track this. You've done all the hard work, and this is a tricky little chicane. It's got huge anti-cuts on the inside as well. You can easily lose a couple of tenths on if you hit them out the wrong way. Actually missing the apex at that final corner slightly, but he keeps the speed going up towards the line of 15.2 as it stands. And that's yeah, that is not correct on a 1 minute 40. Probably have to reset from that one, unfortunately. Keeney to the line on 15.2.
And he does find a time finally, but it is only up into 15th spot. And so someone who has done 10-hour monster stints in these iRacing special events, well, I don't necessarily think you want to do a 10-hour stint here at Spa, that's for sure. Qualifying will draw to a close, and Alexei Nesov, a week after his victory here in the VCO Golden Toes Grand Prix, the quickest of them all, but with Simufy Racing breathing down their necks. Qualifying in the books for the last of the 24-hour special events here on the iRacing calendar. We're ready to go. Twice around the clock, through the Ardennes, and in towards the night. Let's run you down through today's starting grid. Urano Esports are on fire, but they switch into a Porsche with Alexei Nesov with a 2:14.778 to lead us to the green. Simufy Esports, slightly new esports outfit, but familiar names. Tristan Iglesias makes the swap over from Altus to join them. He'll be out on the outside of the front row, while Alex Dunn, real world open wheel star, is in the Team PGZ machine alongside Jakub Machajewski for Drago Racing. Alessandro Bico, the first of the Mercedes AMG contingent for Williams Esports. He's got Josh Thompson alongside in a two-man red line outfit. Thompson's going to have to do double duty with Porsche qualifying duties as well. Ruben Bonga in the Marla McLaren. If they survive, they'll be fast, but I'm going to have a tough strangle, that's for sure, in that McLaren. Diogo Pinto alongside in the BMW M Team Redline machine as they look to rumble from 8th. Sven Haase in the gridandgo.com esports car will charge from 9th. Sam Koitert will roll on the edge of the top 10, while Moreno Sarica and Stanley Deslandes in a newly liveried Apex Racing Team machine share row number 6. Reina Talvar brings the Team BMW bank to 13th. Salva Talons alongside in the second of the Apex Racing Team entries. Govan Keeney waited till the final moment, was only good enough for him to get to 15th. He's got a newly liveried Maniti entry with Maxime Marriott taking on the starting duties there. Lucas Muller in the Falken Sim Racing Team car. There will be plenty of eyes watching the number 33. Jaden Laydick for company on his outside. While through the top 20, Dylan Shrivens in the first of the Mercedes AMG Urano cars. Jonas Rutin in a second Falken liveried entry alongside. It's Lewis Woods, Antiohola 21st and 22nd for PGZ and Team 75, with ATRS and Pure Sims 23rd and 24th. It's Apex 1 and Maniti, 25th and 26th halfway through the field. Race Clutch Coffin Dancers, Bila and Arnage through the top 30. And the field already rolling, so we continue to go. ATRS, Schurer, Movano, Advanced Motorsports, Williams Esports Academy in the Grid and Go car through your top 36, with Arnage, Team PGZ, Valkyrie Experience, Obsidian Racing, Team PGZ, and VG Racing Esports through the front 21 rows. It's Sim RC, Hoising Velt, Pure Sims National MS Society, and then Mercho Shando Furxo, Impulse Racing, Bila Racing, and then to round out the field, the Boostin VDS by Undercut and Pure Sims entries. Quick blast through the 50 cars who are already running into the bus stop. Not getting ready to start though, Cam. Your expectations for the 24 hours that lie ahead.
I'm expecting some frantic overtakes at this start. People try to get those extra few places. Once it all goes down into a single file line, it'll become a little bit more difficult from that. But of course, keeping it clean is going to be the way that you win this race. You won't win it if you are into the walls and crashing out of this race.
And the thing to remember is, even though the start line is after turn 1, timing line is going to be in after that bus stop chicane. Ready to go for the last of the 24-hour event. It's a long hold from Alexei Nesov. Almost catches the PGZ car behind, napping. Down the hill into Radion. The green flag is in the air for the iRacing Falken Tyre. Spa 24 hours. Nesov gets the jump and leads them on that climb up the hill. Single filed instantly through the top 10, because side-by-side means you're in danger of a slowdown penalty. Couple of cars going to run a little bit wide, but safely up the hill we have climbed for the very first time of asking. Still climbing up through the Kemmel, in towards Lecombe they go. Slight challenges starting to build. Redline, Porsche and BMW side by side for a moment, but a tidy start at the front as they head off towards Malmedy.
Yeah, Pinto making a couple of places there at the start. He'll be loving that one to try and get himself up towards the front, but at the front it still is huge cars in the background. 10, 15 cars probably off there at Malmedy.
It included, I think, one of the Apex Racing team cars. Maniti potentially tussled up as well, and it's a parking lot. There's a Mercedes front end that's gone missing. Goodness gracious me.
That is absolute carnage. I was expecting a couple of crashes, but not including that many cars. That is probably the whole back quarter of the field tangled up there, and they are going to be having some meatballs already on this first lap, and their 24 hours is pretty much done in terms of winning. But we do have a pretty big train actually at the front here, keeping it clean.
Yep, I can confirm, by the way, it was one of the Apex Racing team cars' new livery, but instantly Luke McEwen in the 99 is back in pit lane. He's joined by Shure Esports, and unfortunately the MS Society Pure Sims car, who were hoping to have a good race for one of their team members. We'll talk a little bit more about that, I'm sure, through the course of this opening hour. Well, big drama, and what you would expect to be a 50-car GT3 contingent slightly reduced in the numbers. We are down to 28 cars that will continue to run in a line as we dive up through the bus stop for the very first time of asking. Simufy Esports have gone from second, potentially down to fifth, as Diogo Pinto tries to work on Tristan Iglesias, but ultimately it's the drama behind that's really the story. Long way still to go at the front.
And they are starting now to settle down, although slightly further back. I think that's Uranica having a bit of pressure coming towards La Source for the first time. And yes, Drago Racing going to be getting passes. There's been some manoeuvres as Urana there get past Apex Racing, and Grid and Go get past Williams as well.
There is a couple of dukes, but ultimately I think drivers settling into line. Getting to the top of the hour in terms of fuel going to be important, because we don't want drivers concerned about fuel mileage through the cold, cold night, and definitely something that the team managers and engineers will be considering. No dukes up towards the front just yet, where Pinto seems to have settled down for the time being. We'll have to grab a look at what happened on that start further back in the pack, but yeah, it's results now in a handful more, all heading off towards the safety of pit lane, and extended pit lane, we should point out as well. Our large competition, Grid and Go Esports, Maniti, Movano, Urano, Valkyrie, Obsidian, Falken, Impulse, Bila. I mean, the list is large.
That is some big names getting involved there, but that is what happens when you qualify a bit further down. It's a tough old game out here. A couple of tenths in qualifying, you're a few rows down, and then you're getting involved in those battles. And it's just such a shame. There's 24-hour race, and it's pretty much ended already. Of course, they will continue. I'm sure they'll give it a few hours, see how the race is progressing, as all the cars ahead of them are not going to have clean races. But it's one of those things that definitely, turns the mood upside down.
But the thing that I think this does result in is the fact that we are almost guaranteed now in traffic being less, I think, of a factor over the course of the race, with, the numbers hurt so much. We'll come to the end of the second lap with about 4 minutes bled off the clock. You can already see just how splintered up the field has become somewhat. Of the 50 starters, 37 still running, because, again, that many have had to make their way to pit lane. Not what you want to see at the start of a 24-hour race. And, well, a picture tells 1,000 words, a video tells 1,000 more. It's through the corner where you always are a little bit scared. McEwen has his own little bit of drama, but it's behind where I don't even know what happens.
Oh my words. Let's just see how this one plays out. It's about 5 wide there, cars just coming in. Yeah, that one for McEwen wasn't actually the main issue. You're right, it was behind. There was a second crash with cars.
Oh, Maniti.
Contacts. Yeah, Maniti being spun. I think that's one of the Falken cars in the background hitting the back of them. And then, of course, as everyone's spinning, everyone's slowing down. You do see some brake lights on, but it's just absolute carnage. There's smoke in the air. There's just nowhere to go for these guys coming in behind.
There is a lot of Arca brakes, is what I would say there. And we'll have to try and pick this one apart. Good thing is, what happens now at the front is relatively unimportant for the next 23 hours, if we're being honest. It's just now about how it breaks away. So Pure Sims alongside, that's a second Maniti car that's back in line. Tim Matska. Whoa! Okay, so I think that's what really instigates the second bit of drama in the mid-pack. But what happened with the other Maniti car?
Yeah, it's just too many cars in one place, unfortunately. Look at the absolute sea of GT3s. Let's watch this once again. Coming through Lacom, you're going to see, this Falken car in the middle of your screen. That's going to make contact with Maniti Porsche. Coming through Malmedy, contact with his teammate, and then one of the Urana cars coming in behind. Everyone's slowing down, cars spinning, and there's the Maniti car spinning back in front of multiple cars, and then as everyone's coming in, they're all slowing down and an acceleration zone, and that is not a pretty sight.
Can Falken Tyre look away, please?
Yeah.
Sorry about that. The cars ran by Door Esports. We'll have another look at this one. Hopefully for the final time, I would hope, because, what we were thinking at RaceSpot, you can just see the contact as well. We were thinking about doing highlights at RaceSpot of the opening hour. It would just be highlights of this, let's be honest.
Yeah, that is going to be a good couple of minutes of the the highlights reel at the end of it. Getting all the angles from that one. There's a red line going up the inside in towards the final chicane. Now that'll turn to the outside of the final corner. This is for fourth place. Simify maybe dropping down, still side by side. They're going to be giving the teammate a slipstream down towards their source as well. Not quite. Does Simify come back in?
You can see lights flashing, so clearly not happy there is Iglesias. Not going to have a send up the inside of Steinbratten, but Pinto's going to go the long way around at La Source. No gravel to worry about like they have now in the real world, and maybe momentum given to that BMW, which I've been told might lose 2/10 on the run out of La Source in towards Eau Rouge. He manages to clear Tristan Iglesias though, so clearly speed not an issue for Diogo Pinto. Maybe it's issue for Iglesias. Almost 3 wide as they crest up over Radion. The Mahler Racing McLaren trying to charge its way on through, but Sven Haase in the Ferrari is not to be denied.
And Mahler having to brake coming up Eau Rouge as well, side by side in towards the braking zone. Simify on the outside, Mahler on the inside. I'm actually going to be getting the BMW bank car coming in behind, side by side through.
Oh, come on!
Contact is being made, and the Simify car.
Here we go again! It's deja vu, and Govan Keeney's the one that's been bounced back. Fortunately not into incoming traffic, but these drivers should know better to go side by side through Malmedy. We've already seen what it's done once. It could have been a lot worse again.
Yeah, that certainly was a bit better. There was a couple of laps into the race, everyone spread out, but that for sure could have been another 5-10 car pile up. And Simify is such a strong position. They would have been absolutely loving that one, but unfortunately just getting absolutely freight trained by about 3 or 4 cars and ending up spinning around.
So that's going to be more drama to add to what's already been a dramatic race. A couple of cars were trying to limp around at the end of that opening lap, by the way. Did not end, unfortunately, well for them. So this is going to be Lewis Woods in the number 44 Falken Tyre for Mercedes. Clearly not a healthy rear end. You can already see the left rear slightly compressed. Compressed a little bit more now.
Yeah. Damage model, of course, being updated over the years, but that all don't reverse onto the racing line there for the number 44 machine. Kept that nicely, but certainly they'll be having quite a bit of damage, and will be losing some speed, probably some top speed, which is quite a key thing around here.
Just a little bit. We often talk about that compromise of, needing to have grip in the slower speed and more medium speed corners versus top end ability, and that's where, well, we'll have to wait and see how bad how equal the cars are on top end grunt and what teams have compromised on. It's not just often compromise on wing setting, which I think what some people think can, but you're making compromises on things like suspension to get a more stable aero platform for top end speed.
Yeah, it's all a package that comes together. The aero and the suspension works in unison because of how much downforce you're putting into the suspension, how much load you're putting in there, of course, affects how the car moves, especially over the stint where the tyres start to get a little bit worn at the end. You've got to be keeping that balance in there, and it's certainly not an easy thing to do. So when you start getting a bit out of balance, that's when it actually is a bit of a chain reaction. The tyres get worse, then your lap times get worse, and then because your tyres are worse, you spin even more and start sliding. So it's a very difficult one. But at the front, I wonder if we're seeing just the tiniest bit of, not necessarily saving, but control from Urano here, because they're not pulling away and everyone is bunching up behind. I
think we're all just first hour of the race. Ultimately, this is what we wanted to see at the back, right? Is drivers realizing it's a 24-hour race and not getting too impatient with one another. Well, at least for a handful, there'll be, I'm sure social media is going alike. Here's a look at what happened from the perspective of Govan Keeney, by the way, who just nowhere to go. And, well, yeah,
He was so close to making it, just not enough, unfortunately, because he's committed by that point. He literally, as you say, he can't do anything to get out of the way of that once he's committed his speed to the corner. But let's see this again through the exit of Malmedy, a bit of contact with BMW.
So, here's what I want to say. Everyone knows that Malmedy is an issue. It is all these top-level drivers are aware of it. Jamie Fluke had a World Championship win robbed from him. Is he really alongside heading into the corner, or is he just going for a send?
Yeah, he was a bit far back, and I mean, over the years, the amount of crashes we've seen at that corner as well, because people try and go side by side, just like we've seen there, but it's just a little bit too narrow. It pinches you a little bit too much, and there's always, you know, you have the lines coming over each other, and contact is made. So, as you say, in the first few laps of a 24-hour race, you'd think that you'd not want to go for that, but these are all racing drivers, and IFGAP car. And
so, 10 minutes complete. Still a long train continuing to run on board with Alessandro Bico in the Mercedes-AMG Williams Esports entry. A little bit of a lift through Eau Rouge, which is not necessarily surprising, but I think we're just minding the tires. Now, we can change tires and fuel at the same time. Bit of a change compared to 2022's race. One change you'll note as well, less lawnmower services going on the run down the Kemmel.
Yeah, that's certainly a big improvement. But yeah, the tyres and the pit stops is a big factor. We've been talking about this quite a bit over the last few months, about how you can change tyres at the same time. So therefore, you might as well change tyres every stint. That turns into more of a sprint aspect. You have these 1 hour sprint sessions within a 24-hour race, and that is quite a big factor in terms of how the teams drive and then how they attack the race. Because if you have to change tyres after the fuel, it then becomes into the factor where you maybe want to do a double stint, save that extra time from changing the tyres.
26 laps. That's the target throughout the course of the race, not just at the start here, but come the end as well. And that's important because through the night the temperatures will drop. Relatively cool now, but that's because one of the things that we talk about with Spa is that we start relatively late in the evening/afternoon, and so 5-ish p.m. sun's going to start setting in a couple of hours, but it's not going to go fully dark for quite a while. And because we're in the summer, it is a very, very short night.
Yeah, it certainly is, and that means that we spend a lot more time in the heat of the day, and the tyres will be screaming that a little bit more. The long nights are always nice, the cooler temperatures, tyres and the car just feel that bit better in the last 5-10 laps of the stint. So it's definitely a factor for the teams as well, but they all know these cars and they all know these tyres, and we definitely know this track. There's a lot of driving around Spa, so hopefully they should be pretty prepared for this race, but you never know how it's going to work out. Different drivers getting involved. Most of the teams will have 3, 4, maybe even 5 drivers in a car, and that's a lot of people to sort of compromise the setup and compromise the balance with.
On board with Haase, who's +3 so far today, riding from the top of his Ferrari down the hill in the Grid & Go Esports machine. Haven't seen too many of the Biela Racing cars since Sven Haase left the team, but we've got them in Ferraris as well, so we get an interesting sort of benchmark to see how the team stacks up with Sven no longer there. A couple of cars, by the way, are starting to roll off of pit lane. Impulse, Arnage, and Biela, speaking of, have just left 3 and 4 laps down respectively, but field very much has been cut into in numbers. Arnage get past Pearsons. A couple of little jukes all the way through the field, but still relatively in one single file train for those that are undamaged.
Yeah, I'm just looking, there's so many cars still in the pit lane. You see there on the bottom right of the screen, the cars not moving around the pit lane sequence. I can't even count it, but it's something like 9 cars still in the pit lane receiving damage. Of course, some of these damages may even be 30, 40 minutes if it's bad enough. And I believe we've got Maniti, one of the Apex cars, and Schreier as well out of the race already. So
there's Shrivens coming out of pit lane, 5 laps down from the leaders, but endurance racing spirit, it's good to see. Just because it will give us a little bit more to talk about over the course of 24 hours. It's with a single class, if you see a breakaway at the front, sometimes a little bit difficult to keep it going. I don't necessarily think that is going to be the case today. Still no changes inside of the front since we had the first lap complete. You can see that have been drivers that have moved their way forward, and of course with Iglesias slipping backwards, Drago Racing and Maciejewski doing so as well. There are drivers that have taken advantage on the start and moved their way on forward. I think we're seeing Moreno Sorica trying to move his way on forward as well.
Yeah, trying to get through on that Williams car just up ahead. I think it's like one of the Apex cars. Yes, it is 98. Having a bit of a battle with Williams on the previous lap. And certainly this is the time of the race where everyone is going to be in a single file line like this. But if you can slowly work your way one by one up through the pack, then that is going to be helping you quite a lot later in the race. But there will be a bit of fuel saving going on here. Everyone isn't going to be pushing to the absolute 100%. They'll be trying to keep it in line, but certainly the positions will be nicer a bit later on in the race. And praise to see already just how many cars have made up positions already, and just showing you how chaotic those first couple of laps were and how easy it is to make up places at that time of the race.
So again, 26 laps the target for these drivers. They didn't have a full lap around Spa either, which is a little bit of a benefit for them in terms of the numbers they are trying to hit. VG Racing Esport get up in front of ATRS in the second gaggle of cars. I don't think you can technically call this a peloton necessarily, but 1.5 seconds behind. That's one thing that slightly changed coming into this one, talking with some of the drivers. Drafts used to be, what, 1.5-ish seconds, down to about 1 second now, which definitely means there's a lot more incentive to keep close to those in front.
Yeah, you're right. When it's so far back, you kind of sit there and you just use that extra little bit of speed that you get per lap, whereas if it goes down to that 1 second margin, you actually have to sort of push to be up behind a car. 1 second is a bit more of a visible gap. When someone's a second behind, you sort of recognize that they are that close. So that is a good way of telling. So that's just a bit too big of a gap there for that BMW, and they'll be wanting to close that one down, because not only does it help with the fuel saving, it helps with the top speed, and it helps close up even more and stay with the train ahead.
Ultimately, I said this at the very start of the show, with cars being so reliable, not just here in the sim world, of course, but in the real world as well. It's, for the most part, endurance racing come down to 24 individual sprints. Each pit stop separates out individual blocks of time. Certain other platforms you see driver swaps every hour. Don't tend to see that too often here on iRacing, but you see drivers pushing just as much as they can. It will be interesting to see how they split the race up. You get the benefit in sim racing of having drivers all around the world. Doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to have teammates all around the world, but the goal is, hopefully, to get a little bit of sleep at some point.
Yeah, it's definitely a big advantage if you have, say, some European drivers, then some American drivers, or even somewhere out on the east side of the world as well. You can separate the driving time. Is this going to be a run? No, they're just going to be lifting off there. But yeah, certainly it helps a lot, because when you manage your driver's sleep, it's definitely probably the most important part of the race, is being able to keep your consistent lap speed up. And if you're getting drivers that are tired, they're going to make mistakes. That's not only going to be, just your lap speed, but also the risk of crashing goes up. So certainly the sort of team management aspect of these races is what's a big factor, and that's why this relates so much to the real world side of things as well, with the management side of things.
That was a bit of a bump there, for sure. Got inside of the rear end of the Mercedes AMG for a second there. You can definitely tell that even though they are being calm, doesn't necessarily mean that they aren't getting as close to those around them as they can. Still plenty of draft with which to work. A reduced draft as well, not just in terms of the distance, but its impact. And so it's gone are the days where you could just make easy passes happen. You wait for mistakes and you have to set things up a little bit more nowadays. I said strength of field above 8,000 iRating. We're at that time now where the era of the 10,000 iRater has become increasingly common. Not long ago, just Max Benneker used to have that mark. And now, in this race, at this time alone, Alexei Nesov, Alex Dunn, Diogo Pinto, and Sven Haase, all members of the 10K club.
Yeah, and Sven Haase on my screen showing 11K as well. 11k and 14 iRating. That is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, I myself, I think I'm 1.2. Obviously, I don't race as much as these guys, or to the same level, but it's absolutely ridiculous to show not just the consistency to get to that level, but just the amount of races, the amount of times they're beating and being around the top guys. Just shows you the experience that we have. Awesome to see. And also, as you would expect, they're all up inside that top 6, so they're not just showing it in terms of the stats, but also on the track.
I used to claim that iRating was a meaningless number because my iRating was not the best. But at the end of the day, if you do enough official races, you build up a healthy iRating. My excuse is I don't do enough official racing.
Same. Yeah, that is exactly what it is. I do have a bit of a fun car. We're in split 15 today. Teammates driving at the moment, but certainly nowhere near the level of this.
Is this a commentary car?
It is actually.
Are you sharing a car with Ewan O'Leary and Lewis McLeod?
I may be, yeah, and another friend of ours, Enzo, as well. So we've got 4 of us in there. So yeah, obviously me and Ewan will be in the commentary box for this split 1 coverage, but we'll be driving alongside as well.
Every split matters as well. This is the thing that we so often get to reiterate here, is that it doesn't matter what split you're in, you feel that thrill. And so I know, Cam, you have plenty of experience. We were cheering you on, what was it, last weekend when you came heartbreakingly close to grabbing a win. But for Ewan O'Leary, on the other hand, he is definitely someone with less actual sim racing experience. Plenty of experience talking about it, less, actually doing it. So going to be interested to see how he enjoys it. How many night stints does he get?
I think he's just got 1, because he's got some commentary stints at a bit of an awkward time, but I think he does have a double stint over the night on our schedule. But yeah, I mean, Ewan, he literally was doing races yesterday, because I think you have to be, is it a C license to enter this? He wasn't even at that level, so he had to first basically do some races to get up to that C level license. That was the commitment he had to put in practice here.
Well, yeah, again, we've all been there, and Ewan O'Leary's early in his sim racing journey. Back on board, Sam Koita in 12th, to just get a sense of, a couple of the moves being made. Seppänen and Talvar, former teammates, going side by side. Seppänen now, of course, in the Apex Racing Team machine, the sole surviving Apex Racing Team entry, as the Williams Esports Chill Blast car tries to work on through. Inside line for Seppänen, who's going to try and get back up in towards that 8th position, but side by side down the hill. It's a drag race in towards Eau Rouge, and look at them fanning out behind.
Who wants to lift off so far? Neither of them have side by side downhill. BMW back on the outside, going to try and hold it side by side up the hill. They're going to have to cut over the chicane. They certainly do. Will they have the momentum to get back in, or is Williams going to be coming past? Yes, there's going to be 2-3 places lost here for BMW.
I think this is, by the way, a slowdown as well for Rainer Talvar. So painful time. You can hear him not even at the top of the rev limiter trying to get through the gears, and so slots into 17th spot. One mistake can be so costly.
Yeah, it's one of those things, risk versus reward. Was it worth trying to go around the outside and have the ego move for the replays? Maybe not on this occasion, but when you're there, you don't want to lift out of it, especially as he was actually slightly ahead just as we got to the point downhill. So it's always a difficult one, but yeah, that time not working out. And it's just unfortunate really about the slowdown as well, because that really, firstly, you're going to lose momentum, but then to get the slowdown and you lose those extra few positions, it really puts you, way down the order.
And just right on board, we'll take a look at the handwork here. Alongside, you can see there's contact, and he just gets shoved out wide. Fortunately, doesn't have to do much to save the car, but yeah, there's definitely cutting the course in his ear going on.
Yeah, especially as we don't quite have the extended runoff on this version of the track as well. So that was a very close call and an encounter with the wall there right at the top. Other drivers will need to look out for that, because I'm sure we're going to see that a few times throughout the race. Going side by side up the hill is certainly a strong move if you can do it, but it's very difficult to do so. As talking about difficult moves has been difficult at this front of the field, but we're starting, I can see the gaps are starting to spread out a little bit. I wonder if this is because we're a bit later in the stint, or if there's maybe some slight inconsistencies coming in the train.
Well, I don't think it helped that they tried to go side by side up through the entry into Eau Rouge. See the separation and the breaking of the draft between 7th and 8th, and now the breakaway starting to build. Have to wait and see if they are going to be able to convert this. In terms of DNFs, by the way, 50 starters, we were down to 34 who did not have to come into the pit lane at the end of the opening sequence. Of those drivers, majority have gone back out there. It is just 6 teams that have so far not tried to head out onto track again. Have to wait and see if that is going to continue. The other thing to note is that now without any draft, Seppinen's going to be very much exposed to Moreno Sorica in the hole in the air that's being punched, popping to the outside and into Lacombe, sliding on through, but maybe some slingshot there can bring them closer to those in front.
Yeah, unfortunately, the gap is just opening up. That's probably why they were so crucial to make that position, because they do not want to let that gap get too far away. Spoken about how the slipstream is a lot shorter around here. Apex, of course, now starting to put that pressure on, coming through this middle sector. Drago just sitting in behind nicely, and they're all just putting pressure on each other at this point of the race. They know there's no reason to do anything too silly like we saw in the first couple of laps, but now that it's all calmed down, they can just sit there nicely, and when you see the opportunity, you need to pounce on it.
No, absolutely. I don't think you can, in this race especially, wait. I say this race especially because it's the first 24-hour race of the year where it is single class. Yes, Bathurst similar, but a 12-hour race. When you have a single class, it very much changes how you deal with traffic, how you play the complexion of the race.
Yeah, it definitely is I don't know, it's a completely different style actually, because when you have the multi-class, first of all, the grid, or not the grid, sorry, the class sizes are a lot smaller, so there's less cars to worry about. But then also you have the traffic that comes in with that, the time loss and gain there, whereas this, everyone is just absolutely flat out. Even if you come up behind a lap car, you're basically going to be going the same lap speed as them, most likely, or within maybe a second or so. So it's definitely changes the complexion of it. And because there's just so many cars here, realistically, any one of these front 15, 20 cars could be winning this race at the end, depending on how things work out with crashes, with fuel, with different drivers getting in. There's just so many more variables in some ways.
Well, if you're just joining us, half an hour almost complete in this race, one more lap or so before we get to that mark. Yes, there's been a big one at Spa on the opening lap. It didn't come in towards Eau Rouge and Radion like many would expect. Instead, it came up through Malmedy. A couple of cars went off into the gravel, bounced back into the path of those trying to get on through, and a bit of a traffic jam formed. Hasn't necessarily disrupted those at the front, but we haven't seen too many passes at the start of this iRacing Falken Spa 24 hours. It's still Alexei Nesov that leads after a blistering lap in qualifying. But it's Porsche, Mercedes, Porsche, BMW, Ferrari, I think, as it runs right now. And then with the McLaren directly behind them. It's pretty good BOP, all things considered, if you're just joining us.
Yeah, I'd say that is pretty nice. And what we're seeing actually now is that Williams car just at the back of this train was that 8th place they're sat in. They are bridging that gap and starting to pull away from that second little group, as well as the other Williams car up towards the front there is getting closer, putting the pressure on PGZ, of course. No overtakes coming now. So I think Williams is still in with a shout, and we're having a strong race here with that second car now. Yeah, definitely almost on the back of this top pack.
Ultimately, as the groups close as well for the Chill Blast entry, burned a bit of fuel, maybe thinking about working on getting to the half hour and trying to have a slightly shorter pit stop. Fuel and tires done at the same time now, but doesn't necessarily mean you can't play a bit of a jump in terms of the cycle. Alexei Nesov's been having some fun this year as well. We should call that out, because I mentioned Alex Dunn, real world open world star, representing TPGZ today. It's driven for Altus in the past as well. But Alexei Nesov has been getting opportunities to jump back into GT3 cars, joined up with Mad Panda Motorsports this year to go and race in the real 24 hours of Spa.
Yeah, certainly I was there, saw the car out on track. Awesome. Now we're seeing this crossover now between sim drivers going to the real world. We get real world drivers coming into the sim, and it's becoming closer and closer. We've got all the manufacturers getting involved. As you see, we've got multiple of these teams, supported by BMW or supported by Mercedes, for instance, and it's just really, just crossing over at that point where I think it's still Still got that little bit more way to go, but it's really starting to become common, and it's amazing to see how that speed literally translates as well, because you're fast in real life and you're generally pretty fast on the sim too.
Yes, speaking of fast, see some chatter going on the RaceSpot YouTube chat about whether Max Verstappen's watching or not. Probably is watching along. I don't think there's any on-track action over in Hungary just now. He competed in this race last year, and unfortunately not going to be here, but he caused some issues and dramas last week at Spa, so hopefully no such similar dramas this weekend for anybody across the sim racing world. And hopefully I don't get quoted in UK tabloids with extreme quotes put around tabloids there. Let's have a chat, by the way. I mentioned this earlier. There's one car that's out there racing for more than just the competition, more than just bragging rights in some ways, of course, but for Pure Sims X National MS Society. There's a little bit more going on. Don Squirick joins us now to talk to us a little bit more about that. Don, I know it's not been the race start that you were hoping for, but a new livery to showcase today. Talk us through this program.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me. Yeah, so unfortunately the race didn't go so well for us so far, but we've still got quite a few other Pure Sims entries in the field, so hopefully we'll be able to get those entries a good result. And yeah, I have to thank the entire team for working towards this effort here to support the National MS Society through my donation drive. So as of last year, in the middle of my rookie Spec MX5 season, I ended up being hospitalized with what would later be found out was my first MS attack. Now, I'm no stranger to this disease. As my mom has had it since I was a child growing up. However, now it has a special. It also hits home even closer here, as I have now been diagnosed as well. And while I was in the hospital, I found the iRacing special event, and I had to become a part of it. I had to raise money to help do things for those impacted, as well as help find a cure.
Don, I've raced against you in the past myself. You're someone who's blurred those lines between virtual and reality. Talk to us a little bit about being in that Spec MX5 racing and at least the fun that you had before your diagnosis.
Oh yeah, well, I'm still able to, thanks to all the wonderful advances in MS treatments, I'm still able to continue my real-life racing, and obviously love sim racing as well. Great way to help me prepare for races. Unfortunately, I won't be able to take part in the actual Race for More 2.4 event hosted by iRacing on the 4th, because I will be racing it myself in Daytona on that very same day. However, got a lot of teammates from Pure Sims who are going to make a strong effort for that race and hopefully continue the good result that we had last year, where I was able to finish second in that race. So hopefully you have good results there.
I think we'll have to get Dan in the car, and I'm going to have to donate to get him to serve a penalty or something. But you stole that question away from me, so instead, let's talk about the donation drive that you guys are doing for today. How can people get involved? What are the links? Where can they find you?
Yeah, so there is supposed to be a link on our stream. However, our stream has ended prematurely. I will try to get that information out there as best I can. However, I'm offering some really special donation tiers together with my real-life racing team, Formidable Racing Development, as well as the local track day organization here, Jzilla Track Days. So for $75, you can get your name added to my real-life race car. So far, we've got 21 names added, which is fantastic. I love all the support. And then if you're local to the Atlanta area, I'll even be doing a couple tiers where you can actually ride right seat in the car with me at Atlanta Motorsports Park later this year.
It's pretty cool. Don, thank you for coming and sharing about your diagnosis, about the impact that it's had. If you send me the link, we'll get it thrown into the RaceSpotTV YouTube chat so people can go and find that. But shame that we're not gonna see the car out there on action with its wonderful livery, and hoping that we can see it a little bit more through the course of the rest of the year.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Always great to have chats with those that are trying to do more through sim racing, and so Pure Sim's rallying around one of their team members. And again, we'll get the links up for you in just a few moments' time. While we were having the chat with Don, Ruben Bonga, Moreno, Sarica having a bit of a ding-dong battle, but it's the Marla Racing McLaren that holds on for the time being. And with 30 minutes done, I guess the thing that we can say is the McLaren still alive at the very least.
Yeah, it certainly is. There's a bit of a nice little battle going on there. We're definitely now down into one long train at the front once again, as the drivers had a bit of a gap opening up there with some battles, but they've closed right in, and all of these drivers are still, of course, just in this lead train. Alexei Nesov still leading the way rather nicely, but yeah, with all the Ferraris, BMWs, Mercedes, etc., it's nice to see this McLaren keeping up there too.
I mean, fire-breathing McLaren is the main reason why we like to see it. Let's be honest. It's getting a bit old. So is the Ford GT. The Ford GT's got a replacement on the horizon, at least, with the new Mustang GT3. But at the end of the day, there's only so much that we can do in getting it into iRacing quicker. We're just encouraging them when they're building the car to do so quicker. Send the data over to iRacing, because the car looks pretty spectacular, Cam. I'm not sure about your opinions on it. There's a couple of half sends further back in the field. As Talvar's trying to work his way back forward, he's already up to 13.
Yeah, he's made a couple of places up, but still a long way to go in terms of positions to get back up. There's probably about 5-6 places he still needs to go to get there, and picking them off one at a time is the way to do it. But look how close all these drivers are. It's difficult to gain those extra places when everyone is so close. But yeah, back to McLaren. Yeah, it would be, of course, nice to see the updated cars there, but there is something cool about the MP4 as well. I do really like it, and hopefully we can see it for a little bit longer, being the flamethrower as it's.
Don't think we have any Ford GTs in the top split, but I have been seeing the renaissance of the Ford in various private leagues, and more drivers keen to try and keep it alive for the time being. McLaren has always had the cult following, so it's good to see. 16 positions gained for Nicholas Rubelar after maybe a bit of a struggle in qualifying. 12 positions gained for Race Clutcher and Sean Campbell tucked in behind. Plus 20 for VG Racing Esports and Matthias Jensen, who is in 22nd spot. So many double-digit gains reflects the nature of the 16-car pile-up that we had earlier, and I can confirm 6 retirements out of that. GridandGoEsports.com. The 002 Porsche, Maniti 78, again in a Porsche as well. Obsidian's 19, BMW M4, Mercedes AMG Team ART at 99, Sure Esports in the Porsche, and then the MS Society Pure Sims entry for BMW. Out of all of that, to have 6 retirements sounds like maybe not that much, but again, the fact that we are down to 34 cars on the lead lap within the opening hour is maybe the bigger factor when it comes to traffic through the race.
Yeah, 6 retirements, but then another 10 damaged from that. And as you see, we've got this long train of cars coming up to Blanchimont there on the sort of mid-right of the track. Massive train, and then coming through Sector 2, back through Sector 1. That is all of the cars that have now been spread out due to their damage, but of course laps down as well as being behind the train. So they have got a long night ahead of them, long day ahead of them if they want to try and be getting a little bit further back. It looks like there's been some side-by-side battles a bit further down. Urano going off the track as well as one of the other cars there. We've got Arnage trying to get in with BMW. Bank coming down towards Last Source as well. Is there going to be a move side-by-side in towards the braking zone? But I think they will all come in. It
is Jaden Ladick that went wide, as well as Sam Koiter in the Mercedes AMG Urano entries. That's going to be an off-track for them. Remember, incident limit that will be a factor. Sean Campbell's going to hold on to 4-seat spot after those cars ran out wide. Which you can do, but got to be careful. There's no slowdown out there, but it will definitely compromise your run into La Source, and as you can see now, puts you on the back foot. Jaden Ladick trying to turn that, though, into offense. Still climbing up the Kemmel, but as Sean Campbell goes defensive, nowhere for the Drago Racing Porsche to go.
Oh, that was definitely some contact up there. As we've been seeing some battles continuing as ever. Williams and Apex just in behind them, coming through Lake Com. I think they just slightly swapped around in the braking zone, but Williams coming out on top of that one. So definitely maybe some impatience coming the way of some of these drivers as they get very soon towards the end of these first stints. They'll be getting a little bit bored of sitting in a train, but it's the keeping a level head factor of this race, I think, is going to be quite important.
Saw some chat, by the way, on the iRacing Esports network that apparently tyres are faster on the second stint. The question is going to be if drivers do decide to push it that long. We'll find out in about 20 odd minutes time. We've got RaceSpotTV chat going wild about wet toast, which can only mean one thing, that Vince Cusi has jumped in to do whatever that Vince Cusi is doing. Whether you're watching on the iRacing Esports Network or on RaceSpotTV, check your chats for that donation drive for the National MS Society. And as Don pointed out in our chat with him, today's not the only chance that you have to get involved in the National MS Society on August the 3rd. A broadcasted special event will see us go with some interesting battles, but battles up towards the front. Steinbratton finally gets past Alessandro Bico, and now Redline maybe trying to make a charge forward after 40 minutes of saving fuel.
They did a double overtake previously when they got past some cars. Let's see if the BMW variant of the Redline team can do so this time around. Not into La Source, but maybe getting a run up towards Lake Com. Although, as you say, BMW maybe not have the best exit out of La Source, losing a car length there. But then, of course, that will turn back into some extra slipstream and some extra slingshot effect as you come up the hill through Eau Rouge and Radion. But I think it's actually going to be the Williams car there that's going to have a run on the Porsche up this back straight.
Nice little exits there, though, for the field. You can just see just how long the train goes back with that camera stationed at the top of the hill. Not going to see him dive in towards Lake Com this time by, but you can definitely tell that one by one drivers have hit their mark. And the bigger teams usually don't just have drivers helping with fuel numbers, they have engineers, spotters, strategists as well. And with iRacing, you know, having rain on the prospect of not being too far away either, I have to add weather strategists to that one as well.
Yeah, maybe, who knows, next time we come to Spa, there could be some rain, and that is always a huge factor as well. Can't wait till that happens, because the crossover points is a big factor, but also it takes you away from the pretty much 1 hour stints that we see, because maybe you have to pit after 20 minutes because the rain comes down so much, and then of course then when it goes back to dries, maybe you have to pit at a random time again. So that really changes the strategy. And yeah, the engineers behind the scenes of these teams will be having a bit of a field day when we get to that point, hopefully in the not too distant future. But for now, it's just dry, fair weather for these guys, and maybe at this moment in time not so much to do in terms of the fuel, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see a few different laps that we're going to see here, some drivers saving a lap compared to others.
So we're up to, again, about 19 laps on fuel so far, 26 the target that we expect. Again, remember that double stinting tyres, I can get my words out, it's not too early in the morning, 6 o'clock or so, it is possible, does not necessarily mean it's the fastest option. To Mercedes tangle, and Drago Racing take avoiding action before Elias Seppinen causes more drama at the bus stop. Sean Campbell was running well for Race Clutch in the Porsche, but it's all come unstuck.
That was a lunge down the inside of the final chicane. I didn't think that it was overly late as such from the first viewing, but I would like to see again to get the judgment on that one. It was definitely, he wasn't too far alongside. The Williams car seemed to be leaving him a bit of room, but that contact unfortunately on the apex, but it wasn't that part that was the worst of it for me. It was that rejoin coming in front of the Race Clutch car that was, well, not really the unfortunate, just the slightly silly part of that, taking out the team.
Not being a fun debut for the new livery of the Apex Racing team, that is for sure. Maciejewski's dropping down, by the way, in the Drago Racing Porsche, getting swarmed not just on the inside, on the outside. He's a bit of Ricardo Zonta there. Williams Esports Academy car, Kamil Grabowski tries to get up the inside of Lewis Woods. Not going to be able to happen there. Maciejewski is going to hold on to 15th, but tempers flaring once again. Let's go back in time and pick this one apart. It is a bit of a late lunge coming from deep for Seppinen, but I mean, Was he there is the question. I think you're right that the looping around is maybe the most egregious bit.
Yeah, it was a bit later than I remember on that first thought. And that, yeah, look, he's not even alongside initially. Comes off the brakes a little bit. Slightly misses the apex, not by much, but enough to help the contact. And unfortunately there, the race, I mean, what could race clutch do? You wouldn't be expecting the car necessarily to come back. And they're going to be having definitely some damage in that car as well, as the front bumper goes flying at the end of that for the apex.
It constantly went flying as well. That's a new one. It was apparently definitely not attached to the car, but it was also definitely not attached to the car. And every couple of seconds kept changing its mind. So that's another couple added to the first hour victim count. Always, as a driver, you're thinking, if I can get through the first hour, that's my job at the start, to give my team an opportunity. For Alessandro Pico, wants to get third back away from Ole Steinbraten, but now gets bundled out wide. Diogo Pinto in the BMW, straight up the inside, but now to the outside of La Source, where we know the BMW has a deficit.
Giving his teammate the slipstream as well. Even every thousandth of a second is going to count down that shorter front straight. Williams are able to hold on to that one and do keep the position up there into fourth place. So actually, it turns out that the attack there wasn't worth it, as they've now got the BMW coming down their necks as they come through Eau Rouge and Radion. Of course, one of the most important corners leading to one of the longest straights there are on this circuit. And up over the top, is there going to be any sort of run? And no, I don't think this time around, but certainly some open doors are coming for these positions.
Yep, we are seeing the breakaway form, and so now into the pit stop cycle, you are definitely going to see some drivers want to make their way in front. 1.9 the gap back to Rainer Talvar after the slowdown that he had coming over the top of the hill through Radion. He's done a good job. He was, what, 7th when he was side by side up the hill, then dropped back to 17th and has got back to 8th. That's not bad.
Yeah, that is really not too bad. Of course, the field spread in a couple of instances that we've just seen have helped that just a little bit, but still he's doing some work himself, and they're actually not too far away from this lead pack still. What's that, about 1.7, 1.8 seconds the gap up ahead, so they could definitely bridge that, and they'll be wanting to do so. So they're definitely not out of it, and just showing you that you can come back from those little mistakes. But look how much this top train is splintering now. There's some really big gaps there at the lower parts of the top 15 or so. Yeah,
they're just continuing to slowly build that buffer. Not going to fight too much either, but Rainer Talvar is really hustling that BMW, and it's in the middle of the lap that it makes up most of its speed. 2:17.0 for the leader last time by, 2:16.7 for Rainer Talvar, 0.3 quicker. You pointed this out earlier. You thought Nessov was maybe driving to a pace, trying to hit maybe a fuel number. No one behind him has gone for a move. Are they all thinking the same thing as Steinbraten goes defensive?
Oh, he definitely does. Holds on to it though. But yeah, I mean, my calculations were saying 25 laps a stint. So if these guys want to get to 26, then that will be therefore saving to do that. And maybe if you're sitting in behind, you're going to be wanting to save anyway. And if the leader's doing that, then they all end up saving, and everyone is just going a certain pace, as you say. So I wouldn't necessarily call it saving though. Sometimes I did use the word control earlier. It's just being, just in control of your pace. But one of the first cars to come in is that Sarika Williams Esport Chill Glass car.
You say come in, I say this is damage related. After the contact with the Apex Racing Team car, and this is where as well, long pit lane. I know I've done it. I flipped my car trying to make the U-turn here. Moreno Sarika's a little bit more skilled than me, though.
Yes, it's not at the pit limiter, so you do actually have to slow down for that car, for that corner, I should say. It's not an easy one. This bit here as well is a lot more narrow. It feels really bad driving through there. You think you're always going to hit the walls. Certainly an older style pit lane around here, and yeah, the fact that they've come in early means they're probably going to have to do an extra stint compared to the other people as well over the course of the race, so that is just double damage there, unfortunately, for the late move with the Apex car.
I just want to clarify, David Gibbons has jumped in to say that no blaming the livery for the Apex Racing Team. I never blamed the livery.
Well,
I just said it wasn't a great debut for it.
Liveries do have some weird juju sometimes.
They do.
Though. Sometimes you see these races where the teams want a special livery. I know this one's probably more to stay, but when you see a special livery or something like that, they try and make this big thing about it, and then the race always goes badly. I don't know why, but the racing gods just act like that.
Yeah, if you ask for the racing gods to smile down on you, they're like, no, why are you asking for something nice? Williams Esports, when they ran their 5-year anniversary livery, they did have some success in that. So it's not always bad, but I feel like it's going to be interesting. That is for sure. In terms of manufacturer, I'll just call that one out again. BOP's relatively close for now, but we've only seen the pace in these weather conditions. Heading into the night, who knows how drivers and teams are concerned about fuel, concerned about tires. Those are consumables, ultimately, that you are rationing, managing, and trying to balance your usage of over the course of the race. And the best teams always have a great idea about how to make the most of what they have. Sean Campbell, I think, is also going to be heading down towards the pit lane after he was involved in the contact through the bus stop chicane. See how far it drops them back. We've still got all those cars that I mentioned before who were involved in the lap 1 incident still out there and running, so there's still something to fight for, that's for sure.
Of course, and with the amount of hours that we've got left in the race, there's of course going to be further incidents and battles, so there's no reason to give up just yet. And you were talking about earlier, actually, the 24-hour racing spirit is certainly something that you need. We've seen that with the other Urano car, with Dylan Scrivens at the wheel of that one. He's in the 91, they're in 38th place now, still 5 laps down, of course, but for a time he actually held the fastest lap. Such was him pushing after repairing that car. So it's definitely what you need to do, and just see what happens. Give it some hours and then make a decision later on in the race if you're going to retire him.
Nicholas Rubilage trying to close that gap with Reina Talvar and Ruben Bonga. I feel like the lack of safety cars often means that it's a lot easier for drivers to pull out of races in sim racing. There's no incentive, right, to be closed back up and to be waved around like certain endurance series do on the safety car to put you back onto the leading lap. But in the real world, often you see drivers out there, we say for the spirit of endurance racing, but in some ways because they have sponsors who have paid to put their logo onto the car, and so if the car's capable of running, it better be out on track, is I think the way that sometimes you think about it. Going back to the livery conversation as well, I don't know if Dane Baird is listening, but hashtag blame Dane, because I confided privately that maybe I didn't think that the new Apex Racing livery was as awesome as the Stormforce livery that they've showcased on the Mercedes in the past, as that's a big send from Diogo Pinto up the inside of Alessandro Bico. Makes it stick, though, nice and easily. Red line now 3 and 4, so I'll get back to the point on liveries. Yeah, the Apex livery is pretty good. It's just the Stormforce livery was better.
Yeah, that's the one issue. I mean, Williams do this as well sometimes, where they have the purple, they have the green liveries come in there, and obviously if you prefer one, it's sometimes a little bit annoying when they go back to the standard livery. And is it Sim RC? They have this as well. They have the Team 75 livery as well, where they change it up a bit. So a few teams do that, and yeah, as ever, you always end up getting a favour. It's always a shame when it's not the regular one, though.
No, definitely not. Still a good livery, to be clear. I told Gibbon this, David Gibbons, that I would run the livery on my team. So it's a beautiful livery. No complaints with the livery itself. Just to be clear, since Dane Baird decided to put in the Apex Racing Team Discord, apparently, when I told him privately that I was not maybe the biggest fan of it. So hashtag return the favor, throw Dane under the bus as well. 6 minutes away from the pit stop cycle, though. 2 laps away is what we've been told, though. 26 laps is the target. First lap of the race, first stint of the race, though. Sometimes you're not running always as fast as you can. I would assume that maybe we need to get 27 to get to the top of the hour. Although, having said that, I've just reminded myself of the fact that pit lane is an awfully long visit.
And that, so in a weird way, it does help you, because it gives you those extra couple of minutes to get to the hour, and that is going to be quite important, because if you are just that lap or 2 short, you will be having, by my calculations, to do like 25.5 stints over the race. So if you can go the extra lap here or there, save that half a stint, not do an extra pit stop, that will of course save you about a lap by the end of it. because you don't want to come through 2 minutes of pit lane just to get, you know, 5 laps, 10 laps of fuel, something like that. So certainly the strategy will be an important factor even in these opening parts of the race, because any laps you save now are laps you don't have to save later on in the race. Let's see though, coming towards the final chicane with 5 minutes to go, I assume we are going to be seeing everyone continue for another couple of laps.
Yep, no way anyone's coming in just now. Don't think we're going to see driver changes the first time by either. I'll just say that. Reina Talvar has been able to close to Ruben Bonga. So the lead train now goes back to 9th. Sam Koitert's 2 seconds off and has a potential chance of being able to latch back on. That's how you make life easy, by the way, for commentators. Wing mirrors, wing end plate, as well as the banner on the windshield, all in a very specific color. If we jump around, are there any other remaining Mercedes-AMG Urano cars? Yes, I can tell the difference.
It's certainly a good one, especially when it's a big thing like the banner. Just the wing mirrors is sometimes a little bit more difficult. But yeah, when you get a nice big accent color, that is good, because it doesn't really change too much about the livery, but it's just a really nice way of seeing the difference. And yeah, definitely with the yellow and the black there, that is nice and easy, because especially when you get a team like this, Urano, they have so many cars out there, often in the same chassis like we see here with the 91 and the 92. Yeah, it's good to see the difference of being able to recognize them.
Yeah, again, I think people also think I'm complaining about nothing, something that's so insignificant, but commentators don't always have the luxury of the views and the resolution of production feed that sometimes the viewers get. Sometimes we get a few pixels, and so any helping touches that you can put on the car, trust me when I can say, will be appreciated by your commentator. Some will say, oh, the numbers are different, so you can tell those apart. Well, a lot of camera shots, 1, you cannot see the numbers. 2, look at that red line Porsche. Can't see the number on the front of the car because of the template that was selected. Can't also see the number on the side of the car. So how are we meant to tell that one apart?
Yeah, and sometimes just, you know, weird things happen with the angle or whatever. You can't quite see what is going on. Of course, in this case with Redline, that's quite nice because they've got a car in each of the 2 different chassis, so that's a nice easy one. But it's when it's in the same chassis that it is all important. 3 minutes to go in the first hour. We only had a few hundred meters of the formation laps. We are expecting full-length stints, and yet everyone continues. So if we go around another lap, that's going to be pretty much bang on. By the time you're doing your pit stop, that will be an hour. Although we do see some cars in the background, though.
That is earlier than expected, and I do believe it's going to be more than a handful. So it's Sam Koitert running by himself along with the Drago racing car of Jaden Ladick, the Williams Esports Academy entry of Kamil Grabowski, Simufy's Tristan Iglesias, and then VG Racing Esports and the BMW Matthias Jensen trundling down pit lane and all getting ready to hook the right around the hairpin and head around to make a trip to pit lane. That's maybe a lap earlier than expected. That's at the end of lap 25. But if these drivers pit when they plan to, end of lap 26, it's close to the top of the hour, but it's almost perfect.
And that is the all-important one, is getting past that hour, because even if you're, say, 30 seconds or a minute shy, you're like, oh yeah, so 30 seconds or a minute. After 24 stints, that is a lot of time added up. So these extra seconds do count. And that is almost a hindrance, actually, of going faster, because the faster you go, the quicker your stint is. So sometimes playing numbers is the important factor, and that is why these teams will have strategists and everyone helping them out. And for sure, the lap that these drivers are on now will be enough to go over the hour, including the pit stop time. But is anyone going to go 1 lap longer? Have they saved the fuel? Is it actually going to help them? Is the overcut, is the undercut better? We'll have to find out.
Grid and Go, by the way, just pointing out that they did have different color mirrors on their Porsches, but there's only one Porsche and one Ferrari left, so that's of little consolation. The different manufacturer cars is usually a pretty good indicator as well. I will agree with that. So that makes things nice and easy. Remember, we do tires and fuel at the same time now in these GT3 machines on iRacing to match up with the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Means a little bit less strategery when it comes to tire games. You can't necessarily pull a really bold 2-tire call and save a bunch of time in the pit lane, but There's still potential to do something slightly counter to what the rest of your competitors do. Not on synchrony are we pulling into pit lane. Instead, the majority stay out there, led by Nessoff, running to the pace. 26 laps in the book. They go 1 lap longer. Reina Talvar, after pushing, will come down to pit lane, followed by Arnage Competition and Bila Racing.
And that is amazing for Urana there at the front, with Nessoff saving the fuel while being at the front, having all of the air to push through. Great stuff, and that's just showing that they are definitely on the pace today, as you would expect, of course, getting the pole position. But look at all these drivers following in behind. They sat there for the whole stint. They've used his pace and his ability to save that fuel as well. Is there going to be a move now by PG Said? Yes, there is. On the in-lap, this might be the race lead for them.
And it's so important because they want to lead into the pit lane. They don't want to be following anyone in, and so it's Alex Dunn, the Irishman, that cycles to the point after a full hour of racing. Alexei Nessoff no longer the race leader in the 2023 iRacing Falken Spa 24 hours, but it is still the contingent at the front that continues to run. In total, 8 cars were able to get to lap 27. The Coffin Dancers and Matti Siepel are not included in this main train, but also able to hit that all-important mark, and have to wait and see who's going to be the most impressive driver in terms of pit stop numbers for those that get ready to sit in the box and to roll. There's Reina Talvar just waiting to be released.
It's amazing how much better these drivers are than me. Literally going obviously seconds a lap faster and then doing a couple of laps longer in the stints. It's awesome to see the quality of this field as they come out of the pits now. The leaders are already coming up towards Blanchimont, showing you just how long pit stop is around here. So it is going to be somewhere in the region of just shy of 2 minutes for the pit stop. That'll be quite important later on in the race potentially. But as we come up to the final chicane, we expect all of these cars to peel in, pretty much running on empty.
You saw a shot as well of the pit exit. It's not the best merge in my opinion. It's going to be interesting at high speed how that all plays out. Ooh, the grid and go Ferrari. I did think one would be able to go to 28, and it's Sven Haase in the grid and go Ferrari that says, I've been able to save the most fuel out of them all. The Ferrari is the one that we thought was going to have the most trouble in terms of mileage. Sven Haase turns that on its head.
Awesome stuff to see someone trying something different and not just following in. You might as well try it at least on this first stint, see how the pace difference is, see if it's actually going to be a gain, and then use that knowledge for the rest of the race. And yeah, awesome stuff to see that.
They're clutching.
I think that was just the also coming through the corner of the pit lane didn't help.
Clutching means you are at risk of breaking the speed limit, because when you clutch, there's no engine braking, and you can see they don't have the pit speed limiter engaged anyway, which would be negated with the clutch in. So they are taking a risk down the hill. Is that how marginal they are in fuel? It means you can't afford to go deep into your box. Once you've hit your marks, that's it. Fortunately, they're all up on the jacks without too much drama.
And I mean, you say, is that how tight they're going? But I'm sure it is. And one thing for these cars as well, because they're down the whole length of the pit lane, they need to leave those extra, milliliters in the tank, as you say, to come through the pit lane. So you've got to be thinking of that in your calculations. It's not the number that you have at the line or say at the final corner. It is actually to your pit box. That's going to be very important for these drivers who are all the way down. But there is the BMW bank car coming up towards La Source. And of course, they'll be trying to do some gains with this strategy. They of course went out earlier. They're on the heavier fuel load though, so that might not help. Let's see.
And so they've been able to push, remember, all the way through. They're going to not get that close, I think, all things considered. They will hope to try and build the margin up a little bit more. There you see them heading off into the corner with Alex Dunn already exiting.
Nessov's dropped down.
He's lost a bit of ground, but he was the one punching the hole in the air. For Talvar, he's been able to re-establish himself in the drafting train. So yes, he's 1 lap off in terms of fuel, yes. But I think all things considered, after getting a slowdown in the opening lap, after initially losing the draft of the leading pack, that could have been a whole lot more painful. Sven Haase, 28 laps. What a monster run.
Yeah, fair play for that one. Let's see how much he drops back or not, because potentially he would be having to do a lot of fuel saving even on his in-lap as well. So that might lose him some extra time. Let's see once he gets into his box. But yeah, you are correct, obviously, about Nesov. If you use more fuel and you literally go to absolutely empty, you therefore have more fuel to put in than someone who has a litre left in their tank or something like that. So it's always the milliseconds that count in the pit lane. So as it stands, this way he's dropped down to what will be 4th place on the road.
Ultimately, still in the leading train, as long as they don't split themselves up at the front. Not necessarily too worried about dropping back, and now is in a spot to save some fuel after having been the one punching the hole in the air. It's, of course, Alex Dunn that now has to lead them around, the new pace setter at this point in time. We'll have to wonder if there were any different calls on tires. I saw everyone up on the jacks, so I don't necessarily think we saw any non-4 tire calls. With track conditions continuing to drop and going to get as cool as they can get here on iRacing to 18 degrees Celsius in the night, that's when the wonder about the double stint will come from these drivers who will have done the algorithms to maximize the speed through the stint and to try and figure out exactly what they want to do. So with Dunn leading the train up in towards La Source, Sven Haase, stationary for 40 seconds, rolls himself off and away. And now, after going that extra lap, releases himself from the limiter. Where does he fare out with the field beginning their storm into Radion?
He's ahead at this point, but he's going to take a lot longer to get up to speed, hitting the wall actually on the exit of the pit lane, and he's going to get absolutely freight trained, you would expect. Or can he hold on to it? Here comes BGZ and Alex Dunn getting the slipstream, getting the run up towards Lecom. Can they get back to lead? Yes, they do. Who gets past as well? It's going to be the Williams car down the inside, but Redline have to filter in behind.
That was close. Did Sven Haase get away with that one? It is a pit exit where you are encouraged to maximize the speed over the top of the crest. And now with Tyre still coming up to temperature, Diogo Pinto pops to the outside. This is where the BMW's fast, but it's not going to be where it gets the job done. Into, it's not no-name corner anymore, is it? It actually has a corner, but corner name's a suggestion at Pouhon at the end of the day. At Spa, in general.
Yeah, there's about 3 or 4 names. There's no name. I think there's even called Speaker's Corner. I heard it called Bruxelles as well sometimes, even though some people say that's the hairpin before it. So loads of different names around here. So we're going to see all BMW red line around the outside in towards the Piff Paff chicane. That one's not going to work, but actually that just opens up the gap massively to the top 2 as well. We're starting to get a bit of a breakaway here. Is this showing the grid and go already onto that fuel saving in the second stint too?
Is this also for Sven Haase? We expected the Ferrari to be struggling to do 26. Does this mean that there are 2 stints through the night that they can now be less worried about their fuel numbers? We'll have to wait and see, but that's the problem for Pinto. In going for the offense, might detach himself from the 2 in front, and already the margin up the road, almost within that 1 second buffer that they do not want to break for the draft. The strategy's worked a treat for Sven Haase. Usually we'd expect him to carve his way through the field in the opening hour. He said, no, let me wait for the pit stop cycle, and sits in that 3rd spot now in the drafting range, and hopefully with tires up to temperature.
Yeah, massive push there in that final chicane. He really attacked it and was able to catch back up to Williams, and maybe that's also because of the top 2 saving as well. But yeah, you do not want to break that draft when we're playing this fuel saving game. The longer this train runs into the race, however many hours that goes, the more fuel saving, the more laps these teams will be getting. Of course, you're kind of working together, but at the end of the day, you're an individual entry and you want to be winning. So at some point, if you can break away and sort of avoid the teams behind you saving fuel, that'll be a good tactic as well. But for now, they're sitting in that long train all the way down to Arnage, and just the Urano car, the 92 in the background in 10th place, just off the back.
So let's take a look at Sven Haase off of pit lane, by the way, because if you're wondering, did he hit the wall? I'm pretty sure he did. So you can see, clips a bit of the grass on the inside, gets unsettled over the top, and does he hit the wall or not? I don't know.
I think the unsettled bit might just be like going slightly off the actual tarmac section. We'll see it once again. If it's not, it is very, very close indeed. He's coming up. He's coming up.
He hits the wall. Sorry, he hits the wall.
I would say so, yeah. I would say so. That was my first call when I saw it the first time around. And yeah, definitely, it wasn't the biggest hit. And I wonder, though, if that's going to affect any sort of damage or if he's going to get away with that just being some bodywork.
The reason I wanted to call that out as well is let's see if we can grab a look at the right side. It looks all right, you know? I think
he's got away with it.
Yeah, he stole the words out of my mouth.
He's certainly not slowing down either, holding up to that Williams behind. So also that would be in a fuel saving game. If he gets any sort of extra drag or top speed loss, that would be huge for the fuel saving. And yeah, let's look at this top speed up towards Bonchemont. Yeah, look at that. Absolutely fine. So he has got away with that one for the 001 machine. And he's actually closed in on the Williams car. So I think he's all good and set through that sequence of track, of course, just pushing it to the limit because he knew he wanted to get back up in this train and gain some positions.
You called it the 001. It's just the number 1. 001 is a fake number. It does not exist. Beeler Racing get passed by Williams Esports Chill Blast, another one trying to climb their way back up through the field, and one that took a gamble on fuel to try and get some track position. Moreno Sorica, when everyone else has done 42-second pit stops, 33.6 seconds, just trying to get back into, I guess, the draft of some of those around. It is going to be something that they are paying the price, though, until the very end of the race.
Yes, it's definitely going to be a harder effort, of course, from this point forward to gain up in terms of trying to win this race at least. So maybe some of these teams can actually work together just that little bit. But at the end of the day, you want to push and you want to get up the gaps ahead, but the fuel saving could be a big factor. Williams look to the inside there, down the inside, and there goes the position. Drago dropped down, so that is 10th and 11th swapping around.
Nice and easy. Simple stuff there. Grid and Go complaining they don't have a better idea yet. I'm just saying, the number 1 works as well.
I quite like the leading zeros in some way, though, because you see this in IndyCar in real life. We have the 6 and the 06.
Yes, and it's awful.
It's a weird one.
And it's awful. There should only ever be one car with the number 6. Anyway, that's the programmer in me complaining.
Can we bring up 10, 10A and 10B then?
Oh, let's not talk about that. Oh my goodness. Corner numbers, much like corner names, a suggestion at most tracks around the world. But yes, the programmer in me will not let this go, by the way, because to support numbers that have the leading zeros in front of them, you have to save them as text. You don't save them as numbers. So they're not numbers. Anyway, I will stop my ranting. You can tell that I've had to build race control tools to support that in the past, and it's been a bug that I've had to fix. Still, we've got 10 cars at the front. Moreno Sorica, we saw him get past Drago Racing. If he's able to close 2.5 seconds, he'll bring another handful with him. Could still end up with a good 20 cars in the leading train after 2 or so hours. 20 seconds splits the top 25, which for this level of competition is still pretty good.
Yeah, certainly. The pace has been very consistent out the front. As ever, we've been saying with the fuel saving that is going on, they're not going to the 100% limit of the car. Therefore, everyone has more of a chance of being on the same pace, as they are, of course, limited into how fast they are going. But we are still seeing a couple of breakaways. So it's not everyone that is going to be involved in that by the time we get to the end of the first few hours. But for sure, as you say, maybe that top 20 or so cars will be there for the first few hours. And when we get to this next round of pit stops, I wonder if we start seeing some driver changes coming in, and the drivers who do take over the cars, they need to get up to speed straight away and get involved with this fuel-saving train.
I think we saw a few driver changes. I saw Arturo Melgar get into the number 9 in place of Jakub Maciejewski, but outside of that, double stints it seems like for the most part. 15 minutes into this stint, once again, just settled into that rhythm nicely through the field. In the fuel-saving mindset, have already seen, of course, 27 laps as opposed to the 26 that we thought were expected. That's going to come down to if anyone's going to push to the 28th, much like Sven Haase has already been able to do. Busy weekend, of course, in the cinematic world, Cam. So the question I have to ask you, Barbie or Oppenheimer, which one are you seeing first?
I have plans to see neither of them.
Whoa! Cold call.
Which is probably controversial, but I would assume Oppenheimer out of both of them, to be honest. Barbie's not really my thing, but then again, I'm sure it is actually a cool movie as much as it is not the type of toys that I grew up playing with.
So I was hoping that I'd be able to go see Barbie last night, but preparation for today, we got Porsche qualifying coverage coming up in a few hours as well on RaceSpot. Give it 4.5 hours time, that will be live as well. So busy evening, busy night. I fly out tomorrow night, so hopefully the plan is the day that I come back, I'm going to go and see Barbie. And then the next day, once I'm over my jet lag, because Oppenheimer is 3 hours long, and I'm going to have to drive an hour to go see it in like proper IMAX 70mm. I'm going to go and I'm going to see it that day, probably at a really awkward time, at like 9 in the morning because jet lag. So yes. You're clearly not a movie buff, are you?
I'm not. There's a lot of movies I haven't seen. There was, I watched them a bit more recently, but there was that period of maybe like 5-10 years ago, where I basically just didn't see any of the new movies that came out. So there's definitely a bit of a void there. But I do like seeing the movies. It's just I don't know. Life is busy. Don't always have time to think about the new cinema releases.
I mean, have you seen the best British film of all time?
Snatch, or whatever it's called.
That is a good one. But no, I was going to say Hot Fuzz.
Yes, of course.
Yes.
I've seen that one. Yeah, that is. I just be honest, that was only about a year or so ago. That
You
I saw
only
that one.
Wow. Oh
Yeah,
my.
That's why I watched it, because my mate was like, "No, we're sitting down watching this," and that was good fun. I did see. I've forgotten the guy's name that runs it, but I did see Paul, the two guys.
Yes.
Like 10 years ago. That was pretty hilarious.
Yeah, Paul's definitely not as good as Hot Fuzz. I'm just going to say that. So
I agree.
I'm disappointed that you only found out about Edgar Wright and the wonderfulness of the entire gang recently with Hot Fuzz. But yes, just a reminder, if you're watching, by the way, left side it scrolls between the team names and the driver names. We get complaints that you don't get to see either one, so you get to see both of them every 5 minutes. If you're not happy, turn it off for 5 minutes and come back, and you'll get what you want, and you can turn it off 5 minutes later and join it. You can have your cycle, and then the people that want the other thing can continue to be happy. Diogo Pinto continues to run in fourth, but I called this out in the first hour of the race. I'll call it out now. You can do this race with 2 drivers. You can do this race with 16 drivers. It ultimately does not matter from iRacing's perspective. You know that what it does matter, though? The body can only take so much, and so 2 drivers through 24 hours is somewhat uncommon. However, for Team Redline's number 70, the Porsche, Ole Steinbrat and Josh Thompson, 2-driver lineup trying to go for the victory. They got the added complication, Cam, of in about 4 and a bit hours, Josh Thompson's going to bounce out of Spa, head over to the Hockenheim ring, and get ready for the first round of the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup qualifying series.
It's a difficult one with 2, because in theory you might be like, okay, let's do like triple or quad stints to give the other driver a longer break in between driving, but then you also get more tired yourself as a driver by doing the longer stint, and therefore it takes you longer to recover. So something just a double, swapping all the time is the best way. But as you say, obviously when you got the issue of other races happening at the same time, that could be a little bit more awkward, because the person driving is basically just got to wait around until the other one gets back. You would assume as well that they have, some people talking to them behind the scenes as Arnage work their way up ahead of the BMW. But yeah, you'd assume that these drivers aren't alone, even if they are the only driver available at that time, that they at least have an engineer with them. But certainly, it's a very, very difficult one. Even 3 drivers, I would say, is not easy for 24 hours.
3 drivers all in the same time zone is, I think, the most difficult as well, because if you've got 3 drivers all from Europe, when are you going to get them asleep? The benefit that, for example, BS Competition might have, whether it's in the Marla or the BMW bank car, I can't remember off the top of my head, but for example, they've got Phil Denez, who's often paired with Reina Talvar, so you've got Europe and California covered there. You can keep Phil for maybe some of the night hours, both in the race and in Europe as well, and work an international crew a little bit more like that. The problem with that, though, is I say that, sim racing, you can have teammates from around the world, but Cam, it's hard to practice with teammates from around the world.
Certainly is. I mean, even I had this a few years ago, me in the UK, and my teammate, he was even in Florida as well, so it's not even that big of a gap. And even with him, with that few hours time difference, that was difficult enough, let alone if you're on the west coast or if you're way over to the east, you know, in Asia or Australia, something like that. That is very difficult. So sometimes you do have to have a bit of trust in the team with that. As in 10th place there, Williams Esports Chill Blast getting up ahead of Mercedes-AMG Urano, working their way up the field slightly too.
Yeah, just look at the train going to grow slightly, it seems, because Arturo Melgar is starting to close. I'm almost 100% sure there is a tempo being run to once again. Fuel numbers are being hit, which surely is a concern, because the more we get into the nighttime running, track conditions cool, there's more grip, which means you can spend more time on throttle, more time at full throttle as well. That's a lap where you're already spending enough time burning fuel. Mileage through the night. Are we not going to actually see any properly quick lap times? The quickest laps so far in this race are in the mid 216s. And again, to put it into context, we're doing high 217s, low 218s.
Yeah, and that comes back to what I was saying earlier as well with the pit stop times. If you go faster, your stint is shorter. So you want to be careful that you don't, especially if you go 2 seconds lap faster for 20 odd laps, that's a lot of seconds saved, and that's really going to be something to think about. So the pace management is certainly going to be a factor, and even when the track ramps up and you get faster and faster with the cooler temperatures, that's certainly something to think about. But surely at some point they're going to get far enough ahead that they can then avoid saving at some point, but we will have to see on that one. There's pit stop times in the sequence as well, pretty equal between most people, but that extra 1.5 seconds for the number 90 Urano is really how they ended up losing the lead.
And I think they'll be relatively content with the fact that they just sit where they have been since they headed back out onto track. Ultimately, got 2 Urano entries in the mix as well. The 92's being able to work its way to 11th spot through all of the madness. You can see those times like Cam mentioned, but ultimately I think first stint is not the most interesting. It's through the night where the questions will continue to be asked as to various strategy calls. Once again, you see the pressure being relieved, but not further back. We're 3 wide. Marlin, the McLaren up the middle. Arnage and Nicholas Rubelar diving up the insides. Tyre Bratton holds 6th position, but now the Mercedes trying to get the power down to get to the inside of Lassour. Is this the fight for 7th spot? And they're content at the front. They're not here in the mid-pack.
And Sirika might be able to get down the inside of Marla as well, in towards Lassour. Side by side they are, potentially with a contact there on the apex. So Williams have to drop back after losing that bit of momentum. So Marla definitely involved in quite a few scraps. God, Williams really lost the momentum there coming out of turn 1. Now got the BMW bank car of Reina Talvar coming up through Eau Rouge and Radion to use that slipstream and try and get an overtake.
Nice little runs, but don't necessarily think they are hopefully not too concerned about moves, and now want to just get strung back up to those in front. For Steinbratton, he's been able to get himself back into that draft, and indeed everyone settles things once again. Moments that kick off and then instantly calm down once again. One thing that I have noticed, by the way, you called out that sometimes we do see a handful of the Williams Esports other sponsored cars. We have one of the Mercedes AMG liveried cars up towards the front. Now, is there a difference between this and the Williams Esports Chill Blast livery that's being run, or are they identical?
I'm trying to see. I know sometimes when they have the Mercedes entries, a little bit more silver, like the white has almost got like a silver shine to it. But I think on this occasion they look pretty similar to me.
They got the same Duracell logo on the front. They got the Gulf and Duracell logos on the side that line up. Interesting. So now we should be asking for a BenQ, a Placey, a Razor car, whatever it could be. Because they do have the full complement of colors. They could have their own Williams Esports rainbow at the end of the day.
And the number 11, I think it is, with Grabowski at the wheel, they are in a green sort of academy entry today. So definitely a full array of colors for the Williams team, as they, of course, have multiple entries, like quite a few. And they need to obviously have a different way of differentiating them, and especially when you've got like an academy team, something like that, you want to be making sure that stands out.
Yeah, Williams Esports used to have a academy program in partnership with the Gym Esports guys, but I think that no longer the case. This is a new Williams Esports Academy to bring some of the new faces they've added into the mix. Grabowski, one of a handful of very talented drivers that includes the likes of Matthias Nojag, that also part of that Academy program. So Sven Haase is still riding in the line, but now behind Diogo Pinto, who's been able to cycle his way up into third spot. If the Ferrari is that marginal on fuel, which I'm going to question a little bit if Sven Haase was able to do 28 laps, how would you play this, Cam, as the engineer? You can't gamble that this race is going to stay in one long train for 24 hours. You can't guarantee you're going to get draft for 24 hours. What are your thoughts on strategy if your car can't do 26 laps easily?
I would say you take your opportunities when they're there. So at this moment in time, when they're sat in this train, you save the fuel, you do what you can. Of course, later on in the race, if it gets to a point where you don't have the slipstream, if you're going to go a lap or two less because of that, then that's just the situation that you're in. But when you have the opportunity, you have to make these laps count. As I was saying, you sort of add these laps are cumulative. So if you can save a lap here or there, 10 stints into the race, you've got 10 laps in your back pocket that you've saved along with everyone else. So that is really what they need to do, and I think that's why everyone is staying in this huge train that we've got at this moment in time, because they just know while it's staying like this, we might as well save the laps and get ourselves further into the race.
Did you hear how early they lifted it to pit path? Yeah. Like 2:18.2 last time by for the leader. We are almost 2 full seconds off of the fastest laps that these drivers have done in this race, let alone what they are capable of doing. Yeah, this is one of those bizarre sort of races where can it be like this for 24 hours? Is that even physically possible?
It is possible, but generally there's too many variables that come into it. By the time we get there, huge send down the inside there. There is the red line car going up the inside of is that one of the Urana cars, the number 90 machine. Couldn't quite make it work, but that's a huge late send, and unfortunately there, Steinbraten couldn't make it.
I don't think there was an opportunity there, to be honest. Maybe these drivers get the sense that this is going to hold for the 24 hours. Conditions only getting cooler, let's not forget. It's not until they warm up that potentially we will get the fuel mileage being a little bit more easier, but it takes time for the track to heat up in the morning as well. It's not going to instantly rocket up to over 30 degrees Celsius. Hasn't really touched below 27 though, still in the very early stages, about 90 minutes about to be complete, and I think we are about to fan ourselves out on the Camel. Red line defensive, Arnage offensive, but side by side, inside line surely prevails, and it's Steinbraten that continues to hold on.
Yeah, I'm surprised that these guys are trying to battle. Really, we haven't seen it working too much over the course of the race. Often you just end up opening up the gaps ahead, but then having said that, they do seem to close, so maybe it is worth trying to get those overtakes. But as it stands, they're all in the same line. They haven't really changed positions, they haven't really lost any time. They've just got to be careful that they don't lose those cars ahead, because that is the important factor of the race at this point in time. And you see the cars, they're pretty evenly spaced out between each other, so they're just on that limit of their pace, and everyone's just following through rather consistently.
Well, again, limit of the pace that they want to hit, because we're hitting a fuel number now more than a lap time number. I have found that being fast at Spa is sometimes easier when you are saving fuel, just for the reason that you can carry the momentum into the corners a little bit better, break that a little bit deeper. I guess, benefit if you do get lost in the pack here is that you can sacrifice a lap or two of fuel, bring your pace down into the 216s, and close up to the slower train at the front. But it's a compromise, because you will have burned a little bit of fuel, and so I'm not necessarily sure if that's necessarily the wisest call. You can see cars covering the inside into the bus stop as well. They all want to save the fuel without opening themselves up to being passed.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, especially if you see the car ahead going a little bit slower. Maybe you actually have the initiative to lift off even earlier, and you sort of try and outdo them in that fact. But the earlier you lift off, the earlier you brake, and everything like that, you're just giving the opportunities to the cars behind to slip through with a very clean and easy move at that point. So as you say, for just one braking zone, if they brake at the normal point, they're going to be flying past you and realistically not losing that much time because they're going to be right on the rear bumper of the car ahead.
The hill once again. We are 39 laps into the race, 38 complete. Once again, Nicholas Rubelar, 23 positions gained. It's been a remarkable charge through the field for that Mercedes. Not going to be able to get past Redline once again up at the top of the track. One of the highest points of the track as well. There's a great shot that you can get if you look down towards the start-finish line of the run out of No Name Corner, of the runs out through Pouhon as well. The elevation, the undulation, such a significant part of the track here at Spa-Francorchamps. And of course, I've seen a couple of comments in the chats about the slightly older version that we have. I guess the benefit of the older version that we have is that there's less gravel from which these drivers can lose some speed and some momentum.
Yeah, it's definitely some good and bad points for that fact. Of course, as you say, motorbike racing was a big factor in some of the changes that came in the last couple of years around this track in real life, and therefore they like gravel. The cars like the tarmac, the bikes like the gravel, so they have to find a bit of a balance between the two. We still have some gravel in some places here where we don't often see it so much in real life, but yeah, certainly the track itself is the same, the layout is the same, and that is all the drivers really care about. And as ever, Spa-24 is one of the most popular special events on the calendar, and is proving to be a very interesting race so far, and I'm sure it's going to progress like that over the night.
Yeah, I'll be looking forward to being on the other side of Spa once we get through this. It's the second 24-hour race that I've commentated on in consecutive weeks. And last week at Spa, again, I mentioned it earlier, somehow you and O'Leary and myself managed to find ourselves embroiled in something that managed to make its way into motorsports press and into UK tabloids as well. So less Spa, less GT3 cars, the better. I'm looking forward to the next special event. Mentioned it earlier, National MS Society. We posted the links to where you can donate to the Pure Sims and National MS Society Drive. But on August the 3rd, it's a broadcasted special event with the return of, I think, what is fast becoming a fan favorite, the Race for More 2.4. GTP, GT1s and GR86s will get ready to do battle. That is maybe the most interesting combination of cars that you can find. Somehow we are going to all make it work. It's all going to be for charity. It's all going to be a broadcast with the likes of Chad Knaus and Nick Ottinger being part of the coverage on the iRacing Esports Network. And the best part is we head to the Circuit de la Sarthe.
Yeah, something a bit different, but mate, that track with the GR86s, that's going to be a very interesting one, and the overspeed with the GTPs, gee, that's going to be massive. So that's an entertaining watch that time.
Yeah, I cannot tell you how much I'm looking forward to that. I very seriously may jump into that just as a kind of half joke to drive. Speaking of driving, Cam, have you been following the progress of your own team? Because you are pulling double duties, not just here in the commentary booth, but of course, driving as well.
I haven't had an update in a while, but I heard he gained 13 places on lap 1 with a bit of carnage. That was that day. So I'll try and get a bit of an update, but certainly when you're down in the lower splits, things can often happen. It looks like we're sort of mid-pack pace, though, for that one. So, yeah, as ever with the split system in iRacing, you often find people with similar speed, so hopefully we can nab a top half result or so. That would be a good one to finish on.
One thing that has been really cool in 2023 is the return of the blurring of lines between virtual and reality. We've had programs like the GT Academy in the past and Racing Prodigy. Oh, we'll get back to that. Big sends. Both redline cars involved. Outside of Nessov for Steinbraten. Pinto already through on Biko in through that bus stop chicane. Redline clearly not content to sit by and wait. Aggressive moves, and Steinbraten pays the price, running off the road.
Wonder if there'll be any slowdown or something like that. At least momentum lost coming down the front straight towards La Source. Quite a few cars go through, down to 11th place. Don't make that 12, Ollie, as I'm sure he'll be trying to stop that. Coming out, he goes past that second of the Urano cars, so definitely not the chicane that he would have wanted. Trying to make some move, trying to defend as well, but unfortunately just dropping down the way. And that just shows you how easy it is to lose these places, lose a bit of momentum, and with everyone starting to push, they can just fly straight past.
And now look at the draft that Bila as well as Drago are going to get. And Steinbratton even more vulnerable here as they continue their climb. Covers off the move, and I don't think that we're going to see Hendrik Kruse be that aggressive up at the top of the hill, and indeed allow Steinbratton to hold the position. Let's look from up above as to how this all unfolded. You can see that he's on the inside initially, and as he tries to self-clear himself, well, shades of what happened a week ago between Sven Haase and Max Verstappen.
Yeah, he was trying to turn left, but he had pressure on the rear right of his car, couldn't turn because of the Urano of Nesov, and just wasn't able to turn, got spun a little bit, half spun, and look at that, 1, 2, 3, 4 cars going straight past and unfortunately dropping down the way. Potentially with damage on that car as well, so that might hinder his progress back up.
Right, so can I get back to what I was talking about before?
I think they've calmed down.
So it is now official. Racing Prodigy get ready for their second iRacing tournament. We've already seen Gustavo Ariel win the first Prodigy Pass, which is a trip to the Atlanta Motorsports Park to be part of the Prodigy Showdown, to then go and compete for the opportunity to go and compete in a full season of racing action. They'll get put into radicals, tested, compared with the rest of the winners. Gustavo Ariel won in the GR86 at Zolder. It came after a week of time attack qualifications and then 2 days of racing action. Time attack qualifier is going to start this coming Monday for the next round of Prodigy Racing League action. We head to the F1600, so a car that very much is going to require, again, a lot of racecraft and momentum to get the most out of. And it goes to a free track. We go to Okayama, so it's a really interesting combination. Time attack starts on Monday, the July 24th, ends Sunday, August the 6th, and then the semi-finals on August the 12th, the finals on August the 13th, the second Prodigy Pass to be handed out. Really exciting times, Cam.
Yeah, awesome competition to see the winners getting opportunity in the real world side of things as well. We mentioned this earlier in the race, how the crossover is so they're so connected now, the real world and the sim. So awesome to see even more opportunities for sim racers to get involved with the real world stuff. As we see, once again, Arnage, they've made up so many positions already. Is this going to be another one getting up alongside and now ahead of Urano up into 5th place? Yes, doing a great job from Arnage. They've made up so many places, and that is continuing.
Driver of the opening couple of hours, I think we can say, for Nicholas Rubelar.
Definitely so. What's that now? 25 places. Awesome stuff. I know there's been some carnage ahead and things like that have helped, but he's also just slowly worked his way up the train. Good pit stop, and really they're in with a shout of a race victory now.
Still 22 hours away from a race victory, so we're not going to talk about that just yet, but Cam is willing to invoke the commentator's curse, it would seem. That's brave of you. That's bold.
I need to prove Lewis McGlade wrong that
it does exist.
All right.
So poor Arnage, you're going to take them out to prove yourself right. Look at that.
Awesome.
You're not getting a shirt anytime soon, like I have from them.
Well, to be honest, I do hope that they do well, because Arnage, I think they deserve better results than they've had over the last couple of years, and this might be the race for it. At least for now. Rubelar is having an awesome run, and this is the next car up ahead. Grid and goes Sven Haase at the wheel of that one. It's up in the 6th gear as we come through. Blanchimon, of course, bit of saving in towards the braking zone. Wobbly there on the rear end for Sven as we come in towards the braking zone, defending to the inside, but Rubelar decides not. But up ahead, though, Williams go and try and go around the outside, but back out of that one.
Yeah, you can tell that defensive line that's being carried into that final corner is what is protecting some, but also inviting a few more sends. Once again, we are, an hour and 40 minutes into this one. You go all the way back to 20th spot, and the train is building, continuing to build. 218s, I will just reiterate, we continue to be a second and a half off of what these drivers have done as their fastest laps today. Not even what of the fastest they are capable of. Fuel mileage, such a big factor. 15 laps into the run, another 10 minutes or so before, 10 laps or so, 20 minutes before we will see them on towards the pit lane. Cam, you're going to say goodbye at the end of the second hour. You'll rejoin us towards the end of the race and be around to see the checkered flag. I mean, the night's still yet to come, so it's hard to really make too many predictions, but I'm just putting you aware. At the end of your stint, you are going to have to make a prediction.
It is going to change a lot. Yeah, I've got 4 hours in the last 6 of the commentary, so it's about what, hour 18 or so that I get back in. So there's a long way to go. 16 hours of racing in that time. A lot of things are going to be happening. One thing I can say is this train isn't going to be that long, if at all, when I get back into the booth later on. So what I'd be interested to see though is just how long this goes on for, because a couple of hours, good. What if it goes on for 4, 6 hours? Can it really stay that long? I don't think so. I reckon the winning margin will be quite a bit bigger than this.
That is usually the trend in the special events, especially here at Spa, where you talk about within the first 12 hours, usually top 10 being the sole cars left on the lead lap. Fuel mileage is this much of a concern? I don't know. This is not the race that I was expecting last night when I was putting together some of my notes and whatnot. But it's definitely not me complaining. It's going to be another send to the outside, and Nicholas Rubelar is going to clear Sven Haase. I don't even think there was a defense offered there. If this is the type of race that we're going to see, I think drivers are going to have to realize that they can't always be up towards the front. And maybe for Sven Haase, this is another stint where after the pit stop cycle, he was out in 3rd. He cycled back so far to 5th. Is he trying to do another 28 laps?
I would assume so, considering how easily he got overtaken there by Arnage. He would have been well off the throttle, hundreds of meters possibly before the braking zone for that one. And curious of fact for the WM Team Redline getting towards the front. Are they going to try and straight away now because they just use more fuel? It's a bit of an interesting one. As PG said, getting up behind them as they have been for so many laps of this stint, just pushing the leader up there in that second place. It was Urano before, it is Redline now. So yeah, interesting one, because surely at some point, even though everyone's saving a stint, if you get to the front, you push and you'll go a second or so faster than everyone else. Surely you're going to pull out such a gap that is also an advantage as well as saving. So yeah, 2 different strategies that will swap over at some point, I'm sure.
And if you can pull a bit of a gap, do you encourage those behind to go faster, burn some more fuel? It's one of those compromises that I guess the strategists will be working through behind the scenes and then feeding information into the ear. I know different teams have different philosophies. I guess different drivers have different philosophies on this as well. Not just level of communication, how much information is going back and forth, but also how much input the drivers have. Some drivers don't want to have any input. They want just to be told what to do. There are others that when they get told what to do by the strategists say, but that makes no sense. And sometimes that's where the better drivers can improve the rest of the team. You see it so often in Formula One, right? They talk about Michael Schumacher having this capability of being able to talk with 40% of his brain while the other 60% just concentrated on the driving.
It's certainly a good asset to have, but I guess it depends just how you want to set up your team. Where is the trust? Is the trust in the drivers, trust in the engineer? Is there a way that we will see all 3 wide coming in towards the braking zone? Look at that saving. Redline nowhere near the limit on the brakes. PG said go to the front. Williams around the outside now. They're going to try and follow through, but no, Redline come back on the exit of the final chicane.
And here comes Nicholas Rubelar as well. So new race leader, Diogo Pinto for a moment, but at the line, I think Alex Dunn maybe tied at the line, all things considered. 2 wide, 2 up, 2 deep, they will go in through the opening corner. Mercedes gets the grunt, gets the power. You can see the brake lights coming on from Diogo Pinto. He wants to try and filter back into line. Sven Haase is trying to add distance to his run in towards Eau Rouge and Radion. My goodness gracious me. This looks like the final hour, not the second hour of a 24-hour race.
This is why I don't understand Pinto going to the front earlier on. He obviously wants to save fuel, but it's difficult to do from the front. 3-way bump draft on towards Lecom. Here come Williams down the inside. Are they going to go to the lead, actually? They get past Redline. Can they get past PGZ? Yes, they do. 2 places in 1. Williams hit the front.
I feel like this does not feel like a Spa race. It does not feel like a GT3 race. It feels like we're oval racing right now, genuinely.
Yeah. I agree with that one. It's really odd strategies going on, but everyone is following through. No one is trying to get to the front and pull away. We had an 18.5 last lap as well, I think. So really slow pace here. We did a 17.6 not too long ago. Absolute weird style of racing, and I don't think even strategists can work this out. This is all down to the drivers on the track, so they just need to keep cool and not get too worked up by these awkward situations.
And it can be frustrating to get, checked up. And if you were Diego Pinto being sandwiched in the 3-car bump draft that we saw, you're worried that you're taking damage at both the front and rear, where there are important aerodynamic pieces, front splitter, rear diffuser, that are keeping the car stuck to the ground. So you've got to balance risk versus reward, I would think, in many ways. For Nicolas Rubelar, he just saw that #1 position and was unable to squeak on through. Are we going to save fuel again? Yes, we are. Pinto to the inside of Alex Dunn. No one wants to run first, maybe, but no one wants to be third either. Pinto not going to get on through. There's Rubelar firing up.
Wow, this is interesting as all. One of the BMWs in the background there going off a little bit wide as we're going side by side in towards the braking zone for turn #1. Rubler on the outside. He's going to have to back out of that one, drop in behind the red line car. Red line looking to take the lead and now still in this third place. Weird stuff here. PG said flashing the lights. Williams actually pulling away at the front. Is this the breakaway that we're seeing starting to pull the pack apart and not get too involved in these fuel saving games?
And now, I'm not sure what happened behind, but 13th on back, 3-second split from this leading group. So not just the breakaway at the very front, but a smaller breakaway potentially starting to stretch away. You can see the visual separation down the Camel. No moves offered as Alex Dunn slightly squirming under the brakes, trying to cover off anything from Pinto. Let's check out what happened potentially into that final chicane. That's Jaden Ladick in the first of the Drago Racing Porsches. He's down in 22nd now, so he's going to be involved in something. There's a second Drago car that comes out of nowhere. Rule #1, don't hit your teammate. Rule 2, refer to rule #1.
Wow, that was very late, and that is the difference between the drivers going in there slowly, saving the fuel, and the other drivers going in there trying to overtake, braking on the limit, diving it down the inside, actually almost coming across to defend from that other car, I think, in the background. Fortunately, a few cars managed to pull away from that one. BMW Bang just going all over the chicane, but probably had a slowdown, which dropped them off the back. And yeah, as you say, hitting your teammate, the worst thing to do in racing, let alone in a 24-hour race.
I think it was coffin dancers, by the way. Black BMW, it is hard to tell, but they are the first of the cars that are split. So just going off that. Now, it goes to something we've been talking about. If these drivers at the front continue to do their fuel-saving lap times, those behind might be able to close back up. 17.518 for Alessandro Bico last time, so instantly picked the pace up by 0.6 or so. I think the question is going to be this time at the line, what does the stopwatch show? Are they continuing to run that pace, or are they going to slightly back off? Not backing off for Sven Haase, Alexei Nesov, still continuing to search for opportunities to squeak on through. Clock's going to tell us for Bico. Is he back up to speed? He is, 2:17.3. Now 1 second quicker than the pace that we've been doing for the last 45 odd minutes.
And that's why that lap was a little bit more calm, because this just stretches everyone out rather than bunching them up, and that is a bit better for the racing. Not quite so good for the fuel saving though, but we are getting towards the end of the stint. Maybe they are happy with the fuel number that they saved so far. Maybe they think they're okay to the end of the stint to do the lap count that they want. We certainly have to find out. Once again, PGZ getting close, under a 1/10 of a second, I think, is staying the same, so just bump drafting their way up towards Les Combes. They'll be doing that all race so far. A little bit of a defensive move there from Redline, but in the background there, so on the Urano cars, it is the Mercedes diving it there up the inside and getting past the BMW bank car.
So that's Sam Coiter past Reynard Talvar. If I'm at the front, my assumption is now, if we're doing this pace, that it's going to be even more difficult to pass. So many of the moves have been set up by how early we've been lifting off into the braking zones. Not necessarily sure that's going to hold for this next 12 or so minutes. On to the 19th lap of the run for the majority of the field for Moreno Sorica in that Williams Esports Chill Blast entry. By virtue of the early pit stop that he had, put him off cycle to the rest of the field. Expect him in the next couple of laps. Already 25 laps into the run.
Yeah, coming in way earlier, of course, and off cycle. We actually saw that in the graphic as well in terms of the pit stop time. Of course, it was a lot shorter, and in some ways that actually, of course, gained them some time from that. But because they are off strategy, they will have an extra pit stop compared to some other people. I don't know if they're going to be able to do that, even if they save the laps through to the end of the race, such as how early they pit. But as you say, are they going to be coming in now? Are they going to be saving some extra fuel in this train?
Still 11 minutes to go before the top of the hour. Surely not. Surely not coming in this time by. That's Nicholas Rubelar up the inside of Diogo Pinto in the red line BMW. That's not a surprise, all things considered. Moreno Sorica is in this lap. I had a sneaking suspicion. 10 minutes is the buffer that he now has to try and get in terms of fuel numbers to the end of the race, but he's fortunately got 22 hours with which to work. It's better to be put off your strategy early in the race than late when there's less time for you to respond. We'll track his progress down the long pit lane and see where he gets spat back out. Mentioned that Matti Siepel in that Coffin Dancers car was the black BMW that took avoiding action, took a slowdown as a result of the bus stop incident a moment ago. He's got the Apex 1 Porsche behind, Pure Sims Williams Esports Academy, Team PGZ and VG Racing in the train as well. But now only 2 seconds off the back of Biela Racing. These drivers work together once again. It'll be 20 cars in the leading train.
Yeah, for those not knowing, you'll be surprised how much you will gain from doing that bump drafting. So it's definitely a good one. You basically go faster as a pair in that situation, and you sort of push the front driver ahead. So it's definitely worth doing that. And with that gap, they can definitely close that one down in the not too distant future, and that'll really help their race later on with a bit of fuel saving. But of course, we don't have too many laps left now in this stint, so you're not going to be able to save really a lap of fuel from this moment in time. So your fuel numbers are set a lot by what you do in the first half of the stint.
It's why I think we saw Sven Haase being so tentative in the first lap of the race, first lap of the stint, excuse me, because he was trying to get back to that rhythm of hitting the numbers that he was so focused on making. Once again, remember, 28 laps for Sven Haase in the first stint. We expect the Ferrari to be a little bit struggling on fuel mileage compared to the rest, a bit thirstier. 26 laps is what everyone is aiming to get to the top of the hour. On to lap 20 for the majority of the field. We're in a long pit lane as well. We use the endurance layout of the pit lane, and so that means total transit time closer to 2 minutes, then to 1 minute. There's the 3 wide that I expected. Big lift from Alex Dunn. Pinto gets up to second, but Biko holds the lead.
Absolutely out of nowhere, just flicked the car to the right, made it stick as Mahler get up to 6th place as well in the background. So definitely the drivers taking this opportunity. Side by side is going to be with the red line car, who's got back ahead of the Urano that they dropped behind for a short period of time, and now up behind that grid and go car. So definitely the opportunities of overtaking are still there, but you have to sacrifice that tiny bit of fuel saving. But as I said, by now you're probably not so concerned about every single corner fuel saving you can get away with missing a few.
I mean, I love that sound. There we go. Oh, cars pushing up the hill at Radion is a glorious sight. 3 wide for a moment once again for the lead though. Pinto and Dunn get past Biko, the former world champion, back to the front of the field. And goodness gracious me, they're going back and forth, shuffling the deck like, again, it's the final hour of the race. But as we head off into the pit stop cycle, if we get splintered up, is this gonna change? Last time by, we were back into the 218s, back into the fuel saving.
Surely Pinto's got to push this time. We saw what happened when he got to the front a few laps ago. He just got swamped and everyone's starting to come past. It's so difficult to save fuel from the front unless you really want to control the pace like we saw from Nesov in that first stint. And as this race has continued, it's been a bit of a game. We've gone faster, we've gone slower, but now is this the opportunity for Redline to try and pull away? Even if it's just by half a second or so, that could be important. 7
minutes until the top of the hour. Still with 20 cars in effect in this leading train. And even the 2 Drago Porsches of Jaden Leidik and Arturo Melgar, after they tangled, could potentially cycle back into this one. 50 took the green. Remember, 16 involved in an opening lap incident through Malma D. Had 6 initial retirees, 3 more have joined them since. Team PGZ's 129. The second of the Mercedes AMG, Team ART, the number 98, and then the ATRS number 13 as well, all confirmed done for the day. Once again, some half sends. Sven Haas's having to watch out, and he's going to get bundled down, not just by Ruben Bonga, but by Ollie Steinbraten as well. Sven Haas goes from 3rd to 8th in a stint, but once again, questions remain. Will he do 28 laps and go the longest of them all?
We'll see now diving in towards last source, actually going back up there, up the inside, red line, maybe dropping down in another place. Round the outside is going to be a bit of a gap opening up to Bonga just ahead, and it's swapping over to the left-hand side massively. Is that trying to get out of the slipstream? Maybe just trying to lose some meters there to try and get a bit of a run. If you're too close, you don't actually get the slingshot effect with the slipstream. We're now on board with Koita here for Urano, getting closer once again. Looks like the Ferrari's got really strong straight line speed, getting that slipstream on the red line up towards Lecom. Side by side in the braking zone is going to be as Arnage also dive down the inside for 3rd place.
A couple of different battles starting to brew. Arnage do get past Pico for the time being. For the Grid and Go Ferrari, I think very much just now fuel minded in these final couple of minutes, thinking about that pit stop entry that is not far away. Not the easiest of pit stop entries either. There is definitely a corner and sets of walls that you're trying to avoid, and Cam pointed out that even after you get through the hairpin in our extended pit lane down the hill, there's almost like a slalom course downhill that you'll roll through. We're seeing a lot of the drivers not use the pit limiter and instead clutching and rolling the car downhill and risking a pit speed penalty. I'm just calling that out, Cam, because I feel like it's going to happen today.
Yes, it's certainly a risk. Is it worth? It's actually worth it. We'll have to find out in terms of the fuel mileage. But if you need to save that extra couple of milliliters of fuel as you come to your grid box, or your pit box, I should say, then that is definitely what you need to do. But we're definitely starting to see things spread out here. It's definitely getting pulled apart. I think we've seen the pace increase as we're getting the final couple of laps. We're expecting probably 2 more laps before the next round of pit stops coming the way of the first set of drivers at least. So definitely the time to try and pull some gaps, because you don't want all of the cars coming into the pit lane bumper to bumper, otherwise it'll be absolute carnage on pit exit.
26 is I think what we're expecting. A handful of drivers going to come across the line to complete lap 23. That seems to be the majority. Rubelar's on to 24, Koicher's on to 25. But 27 laps is what we saw for most drivers in the first hour, expecting that once again. Jaden Ladick in the Arturo, in the Drago Racing Porsche that Arturo Melgar hit, is down onto pit lane. Arturo Melgar continues to run out there and cycles through into 21st position, but pit stop window is definitely truly open. Over the press they go once more. It's the Mercedes up in the draft of that BMW. Is Alex Dunn going to pop out? Brake light seemingly on for Diogo Pinto, as though he's inviting Dunn to slide on through, but Dunn says no thank you. Stations held for the time being, and surely time being bled.
Yeah, brake light on a straight is an interesting one, because A, it's slower, and B, it's not efficient in terms of fuel saving. So maybe just, obviously just dabbing a little bit, not making too much of a difference, but certainly an interesting one. A bit of body language, bit of communication between the drivers. Maybe he is certainly trying to pull away though. Last lap he was a 17.2, even 3rd place Arnage. Rubler going to the 16s as well, so the pace is certainly getting faster and faster, as once again Pinto in this middle sector trying to pull that gap. He's got a few car lengths now, but he just needs to hold it before we get the slipstream back up to Blanchimont once more. And
I keep calling it a run up after Radion into Lecom. It is a climb up. It is a climb up out of Stavelot, Curve Paul Frere into Blanchimont, into the bus stop as well. Momentum is so paramount. Draft also feeds its way through to the drivers to work as well. So 2 minutes at the top of the hour means 1 lap in effect. Not expecting these drivers necessarily to work their way in this time by. Sam Koiter maybe next time by, when we would expect him. Are we going to see 3 wide though into the bus stop once again?
I think we might do, coming down in towards the braking zone. Who is going to come out on top this time around? Looks like no one's actually making a dive this time. Any first callers into the pit lane? We might be expecting one or two who pit a lap early last time, at least not for this pack, so this might be coming on to the pit lap. Let's see, actually, yeah, the Williams car in the back going in, one of the Urana cars maybe in the background also jumping into the pit lane as we see this next round of pit stops. And once again, they're very tight on that 1 hour by the time they come to pit exit. And that will be, of course, important for this fuel number. Last time around, once again, Pinto into the low 17.1. Pretty much all the drivers got all the way down, even inside the top 10, doing pretty much the same lap time.
Yeah, and again, fuel mileage so important. Conditions dropping in terms of track temperature. We're just using more fuel as there's more grip available for these drivers to take advantage of. Cam, it's been 2 hours that have flown on by. I think it helps when you've got 20 cars basically in one long choo-choo train. You return, I think you said hour 18, hour 19. So you'll be right around when the sun's rising. What are you expecting to see? And who are you expecting to lead? I did say I was going to ask you for a prediction.
Looking at how the race has gone so far, I'm expecting this car here, the number 20 red line car, to be up there. I'm expecting as well, they've been sitting quiet in the second stint, but I do expect that number 90 Urano Esports Data Group car, Nestov at the wheel at the moment, to be up there. I don't think it's going to last for the likes of Gridingo have been dropping down with Sven Haas there. I think they're going to drop out of the way. So they're my two picks, but we'll never see. I have to wait to see what... Yeah, they're my two picks to be up towards the front. Not saying winning, but my last shout-out one, because I just hope, this is more of a hope, is I do hope Arnage are up there at the front later. They've done such a good job in these first couple of hours.
So that's you just trying to get a T-shirt, I see.
Yeah, sure.
All right, just making sure we're on the same page there. So 2 hours officially now in the books for the 2023 iRacing Falken Spa 24 Hours. Say goodbye to Cam Rogers. Say hello for the very first time to RaceSpotTV to Joe Peak. Joe, delighted to have you along. I'm not necessarily sure this is what any of us expected when we said Spa 24-hour race and fuel mileage and almost a oval-style drafting pack going on.
Yeah, this is pretty extreme for this style of racing. I'm kind of shocked that drivers are doing that. Someone poking their nose into the pit lane. In fact, a whole string of cars just did. The Mercedes-AMG Urano team, the 92. It looks like the 450 with Hendrik Cruz for Biella Racing, Apex 101, Pure Sims Esports. All of them are down and taking their fuel now.
And so that thing is right on cue for them. 26 laps seems to be the mark for most drivers in the second hour, so not able to tick on to that 27th lap, but we'll wait and see if it's going to be the case for the likes of Dunn, especially, who has been most willing to give the big lift of the throttle in towards that bus stop chicane. Manufacturers as well represented quite well at the front. Had this conversation a couple of times with Cam, but BOP, three letters that you always want to stay away from, but we've got BMW, Mercedes, Porsche, McLaren and Ferrari all in and amongst the top 10, which is a great sight to see.
Absolutely. We want to see that variety. We want to see that parity up there at the front. And I think some of that is helped somewhat by the slipstream games that we're seeing. But, you know, we'll take what we can get. It'll be more telling to see what it's like, you know, 12 hours into the race as they start to perhaps separate a little bit. I would hope that if they manage to do this by that far, I'll be absolutely stunned because this is definitely some real patience that we're seeing. But I feel like this is probably somewhat unique conditions that has produced this, because Spa does have a lot of these long straights that allow these cars to do these sorts of drafting games. And then you also have to take into account that this is the endurance layout. That pit time, that pit bogey is just atrocious. Nobody wants to be in the pits any more than they have to be.
And speaking of that pit lane, you can see them exiting now. Extended pit lane, meaning transit times upwards of 1 minute and 40 seconds. No one hitting the wall on the exit of the lane like Sven Haase did a lap ago, but I mentioned this, it spits you directly out onto the racing line of cars that come over the top of the crest at Radeon. And on cold tires, you sometimes have to fight with cars that are already up to speed. Apex 1 slide on through the Biela Racing car, a couple of driver chains going on there. And as Nicolas Rubelar brings the Arnage competition Mercedes down towards pit lane, he leaves the rest of the cars out there to tick on to their 26th lap. So crucially, going that lap longer in the first hour of the race has given them a bit more cushion in terms of being able to go past the hour.
I'm going to be the typical American here and mention Talladega in this one. Rubilar, hopefully he's able to come out like amongst this pack that just pitted, because him pitting by himself, I mean, on oval style racing, we always say you want to pit with a buddy if you're at a super speedway, and he's got nobody with him. So if he comes out alone, he could lose the pack. He could lose that opportunity to stay in the slipstream. So he's got to hope that he's got a decent pit time that spits him out with that group that already pitted.
The thing that I find so curious about this as well is fuel mileage you talk about as the average over the stint, right? Yes, lap per lap, it's important that you hit a number, but ultimately if you are a little bit thirsty on one lap, but then a little bit more frugal on the subsequent lap, it averages out to be okay. And so if you're Rubilar, you've come into pit lane a lap earlier, let's say that you're able to get the jump. Do you then use the clean air to try and pull a bit of a buffer, or do you continue using the numbers that you were hitting in terms of fuel before and just slot into where you were? I think that is always a kind of a question. Don't forget Williams Esports Chill Blast. We've seen Sammy Matty Trogan jump into that number 2 machine. Of course, a driver that's been plenty of real-world GT3 experience in the Walking Horse Motorsports camp. Competed in a handful of 24-hour Nürburgring races. Don't necessarily think he's too worried about battling with Arnage competition, as Thibaut Prévost is going to take over that car and roll off of pit lane. But as Trogan builds up his speed over the crest of Radion, you are going to see that Mercedes pop alongside, and at least they've got some drafting help with which they can work.
Ooh, it's going to be close, though. They're coming out close to about a second behind as it starts to even out here, so they're going to have to hustle a little bit, and Prévost is going to have to definitely push a little bit hard to make sure that he can get up with them. Because you asked about do you try and push hard, as we got a lot of cars now coming into pit lane, almost the full rest of that group, and pushing hard down to the cones to try and make sure they don't lose any time. But you got to make sure you don't run into that car in front of you.
So 3 cars stay out, Pinto, Nessoff, and Haase. So it's 27 laps for Pinto and Nessoff. It's only the 26th lap for Haase. He could go 2 laps longer if he wanted. Although again, Ferrari expected to be the most thirsty of the GT3s, expect him to come in with the BMW and Mercedes that have done the 27 laps as well. Down the hill through this crucial complex, and this is where I got a bit scared a little bit earlier, because you can't tell necessarily riding on board with a Mercedes, but if we jump on board with a Porsche, notice there's no pit limiter lights going on right now. They're clutching in and coasting down the hill.
Wow. So they are really in extreme fuel saving, that they're going to those lengths. I wonder if it was that close that he needed to do that, or if it's just save that little bit of fuel. And almost everybody in that group taking a new driver, so swapping out here, which makes sense with us being about 2 hours into the race now, that everybody's kind of had their fill. You want to keep them fresh inside the car. You want to make sure that you've got somebody with the energy and the ability to hop in and keep the pace that you need. Although I guess the raw pace isn't as important here, but maybe just keep the focus on the fuel saving, I suppose, in this case.
You got to hit your fuel mileage marks in every stint. I say it's an average throughout the entirety of a stint. It's an average across the race as well, so that becomes a factor. So there's Sammy Matty Trogan blasting up the hill. Where is he going to fare out in relation to those exiting pit lane? You've got Florian Lebigra that's in a PGZ car. That's an interesting little swap around for him after leaving the team at RAG. He's chasing down Daniel Lafuente. We should be able to grab what is effectively the net race lead, waiting for Pinto and company to box. But Arnage competition slightly losing out in terms of draft as the second driver jumps in. Sven Haase is going to go 1 lap longer as Pinto brings with him the Mercedes to pit road.
See, now, this is where I say it's probably better to stay out, because I didn't get to finish my point from earlier with the pit stop suddenly happening. You asked whether or not you want to try and get that clear air. I wouldn't necessarily say early pitting. I'd say go long. That's the way to go in this situation to get that clear air, because at least then you're probably a bit more likely to come out in that group, and you're for sure going to be one of the ones that are up towards the front. So The Grid and Go car clearly getting excellent mileage out here, and that will start to build. I think going long will give you more opportunities late in the race, just extending basically that fuel window. If you go short, then you really don't do much. If you go long, then hopefully you should be able to get yourself much more flexibility come the last stint.
It's about options, I think, right? That's the way to put it. And keep leaving yourself the flexibility. Grid and Go, by the way, 2:16.013. The fastest lap of the race by half a second. There is no semblance of fuel saving as they go longest. They give themselves the most flexibility, like Joe has pointed out. And as we see the driver swap, it's Luka Kita into the 90, replacing the pole position winner, Alexei Nesov, into the 20. Chris Lullum takes over from the former world champion Diogo Pinto in that officially entered BMW M Team Redline car. Still waiting to drop off the jacks as the cars already have worked their way down pit lane, roll into turn one. Very short stop there for Chris Lullum, who is off and away as we now see Luka Kita join him.
Yeah, interesting that he was able to get through there that fast, but they are going to come out in this top group. And actually, he might be ahead of LaFuente here. It depends on how much speed he has. It's going to be a little bit close. And he's got the momentum coming up into Lacombe, but it's not enough for Lullum. He's going to have to slot in behind him.
For the time being, now we just have to... For the time being, it's a 7 or 8 car train. We just have to wait and see where Sven Haase is going to feed into this fun, because he is heading off down towards the pit lane now himself after punching in that fastest lap of the race. And I hope his competitors have seen the lap time that he punched in, because that is half a second he has gained by being in the clean air. It's half a second that these drivers cannot afford to lose, squabbling in amongst themselves with heavy cars, full tanks of fuel, fresh tires still coming up to temperature, and in some ways drivers coming up to temperature as well.
Here's the catch-22 though. If he breaks the slipstream on them, how's he going to make that fuel number again? So he almost kind of wants a slower stop here, or wants to allow them to catch him so he can get back in the group, so he can keep making those numbers. I highly doubt he's going to be leading the way and still hit that. He probably is going to have to try and play this game. But like we just talked about, if he opens up the options at the end, if he has more to choose from, and also probably a shorter stop at the very end of the race, playing the long game will help, even if he has to give up some time here and now.
And it's going to be Sven Haase out, Jarno Koch into the 001, so another swap around of driver. Danny Lafuente in that 55 is teasing a breakaway. He looks like he's willing to do so if he gets the opportunity. It's going to be 9/10 at the line, just inside of that 1 second draft bubble that the drivers talk so much about. Ferrari still up on the jacks, waiting to be dropped and released. And don't forget, it's got some distance to travel by virtue of its qualifying spot before it releases itself from the limiter. Now off and away. We saw how the overspeed played itself out last time by. It is going to be the Grid and Go Ferrari that holds the lead, but will it hold it into Lacombe?
I don't think so. I think LaFuente is just too far, too close to him here. Yeah, he's going to easily overtake as they come down. Straight, doesn't even need the slipstream. He is already passed, but he will slot into second. So I think this worked out pretty well for the Grid and Go guys.
Yeah, again, if they are still going 1 lap longer than everyone else, they're still able to slot back into line and continue to save the fuel in a Ferrari, which we think is meant to be a little bit thirstier. Really sets itself up well. That's a little bit nervy though. Diogo Pinto opens himself up a door to grab second, but I think he's more worried about Daniel Lafuente being allowed to break away as the Ferrari gets his tires up to temperature and now tries to bridge the gap to the race leader.
You're right, this is starting to become a breakaway. That little side-by-side has allowed LaFuente to just put himself almost about a second ahead. And Team Redline is going to have to hustle. Lullum is definitely making moves. Oh, and a number of cars actually going by Jarno, as Grid and Go is just kind of letting them through. Wonder if they are still thinking about that number and maybe letting multiple cars get by, thinking it's going to be a better slipstream farther in the pack.
It is only a 10-car train for the time being, so see if it closes up, if we do have to worry about fuel numbers, because Lafuente did a 16.6 on his first timed attempt after jumping into the car. That is definitely not the fuel-saving pace that we've come to know. Into that final corner, you can tell that there's no saving like they were doing for those opening 2 hours. Have the shackles finally been unleashed? Are we going to see another blistering time? A couple more swap arounds. Arnage, Urano, Grid and Go and Williams all chock-a-block up further behind. 16.722 for Lafuente. Definitely no fuel considerations right now.
No, I wonder if he's gotten the word from his team that says, okay, game has changed here. We got to try and break away. Everybody else is going to go slow enough. We think we can start to split the group here. So we watch from on board the Chill Blast car sitting in fourth. That is Jarno, who went the farthest of this group behind him. Is he going to allow another car by? Because the next one back is Luca Kita in the Urano Esports Data Group car.
Gap is building, not just between first and second, but second and third as well. Florian Lebigra jukes back and forth, just trying to hug that draft of Chris Lullen, but for the time being, it is more in hope than anything else. Called this out with Ole Steinbraten when he was behind the wheel, but a 24-hour race. In the real world, most series require you to drive with a minimum of 3 drivers. Most end up using 4. iRacing allows you to go anywhere from 2 to 16. They let you be the master of your own schedule. Most drivers aren't crazy enough to do a 2-man effort. Josh Thompson and Ole Steinbraten are crazy enough to do that, Joe. Josh Thompson's crazy enough that on top of doing 12 hours of driving here at Spa, he's also going to find a couple of hours to go and do the first round of the Porsche Tag Tour Esports Super Cup qualifying series. Not a quiet Saturday by Eddie V's.
No, well, I guess it's good if you're busy, right? I mean, it means more paychecks coming in, hopefully. But yeah, Josh and Ollie really trying something that is frankly pretty difficult. They're going to be quite tired after this. But this is what I love about sim racing, is this, in the real world, that's a safety thing. You need at least 3 drivers because they want to make sure that nobody's getting too tired out there. We don't have that concerns here in the sim racing world, so we can do all kinds of things that that might be considered way too dangerous because nobody's life and limb is at risk. Maybe if you've got a direct drive wheel, you got to worry about your fingers a little bit, but other than that, nobody's going to lose their neck here trying to race going for, well, I guess somewhere around 12 hours in the case of these 2 guys.
There's no rewards for winning this race other than the bragging rights. Not one of our VCO Grand Slams where we give out trophies to the class winners. Still got one more of those, the iRacing Petit Le Mans, which of course rolls around October time. It's going to be a lot of fun with GTPs, LMP2s and GT3s out there once again. Talked about 2-man effort for Urano, for Redline, for Urano, who we watch right now. Luca Kita's behind the wheel of that number 90. He's taken over from Alexei Nesov. That's definitely not going to be a 2-man effort there. They'll have Vlad Kimichev to share the load with as well. All 3 of them from Europe, though, so finding sleep's going to be important. Something that during the night hours we will talk a lot about. And there's going to be relatively few night hours given that we are running in the middle of the summer. A couple of cars trying to fight their way forward. Drago Racing, Ricardo Rico's taken over in that number 5 from Jaden Ladix. Just gone in past VG Racing Esports and Matthias Jensen. This is 21st, 22nd position. Technically, these drivers are still in the leading train.
Technically, there's some pretty big gaps starting to form. In fact, I'm looking at 10th to 11th. It's about 1.7. So they'd have to hustle, I think, to try and catch up. And you can see the gaps on screen that are splitting some of these guys. So I think the pace is probably going to keep them together. But the other question that we haven't talked about in this is also whether or not lap traffic could maybe start to split them up. They don't have it really right now, but as they start to catch the slower cars, there you can see on our map that there's still a decent gap in there. But when they get back up to the back of the group once again, they're going to find themselves maybe have some opportunities to try and break away. That's when I suspect we're going to see more of what we saw there at the front, where a few drivers are trying to see if they can break the chain and get themselves some room to try and run their own race instead of playing all these fuel games.
Yeah, lots of fuel things going on right now. I see some chat going on the RaceSpotTV YouTube. Sean Campbell, who is in the race clutch number 12, that was involved in the in a moment with the Apex number 98 machine at the bus stop chicane. Sean Campbell says they put too much downforce on their car, which means they have to use the throttle a bit more, which means you use more of the fuel every single lap. They only do 25 laps a stint, so they were always going to be slightly compromised. But going this long for the likes of Pinto, for Redline, for Grid and Go, it's not just saving them the pit stops, of course, but 9 minutes of time save if they can avoid that trip down pit lane. That is not inconsiderable and definitely what they're all looking at. If you're just joining us and you're wondering why traffic maybe is not going to be such a factor today, well, lap 1. It wasn't in towards turn 1 where the dramas happened, but if you're just joining us, parking lot through Malmedy.
Yeah, that took out a bunch of cars. There's only 42 that are still out on the track currently out of 50 starters. And that's a pretty high attrition rate, even for Spa that early in the race. We're expecting a few drivers to fall by the wayside later on because it is a high-speed track and you're going to see some big hits throughout the days. But this is not how people wanted to start it. And this is what we always talk about, trying to stay patient at the start of the race. You got to think long term, and unlike most races where we say, you know, you can't win it in the first corner, but you can always lose it. It's the first lap. It's the first couple laps here at Spa that you just need to stay diligent. You need to give yourself some wiggle room because, yes, maybe you can give up a little time, a few spots at the start, but if you find yourself collected in that accident that's completely not your fault, well, that's a lot worse than being maybe just a couple seconds behind after the first lap.
16 cars involved, 6 cars immediately retiring, and in the subsequent aftermath we've had 4 additional cars retire since then. So again, a look at what happened on lap number 1. I think part of what Joe's talking about as well with needing to survive not just the opening corner but the opening lap, opening hour at Spa is the fact that 50 GT3 cars are out there in the likes of the 24 Hours of Daytona, you know, the other major 24-hour race that we have here on iRacing. You've got those split classes, and so 50 divided by 3 works out, you know, to a lot less of a crazy situation. You know, 16 cars a class, and in some ways, I prefer multi-class traffic because I feel like it's a lot clearer for how to navigate through it. But this is a challenge that has its own set of rewards, and drivers have to figure out how to push through it. Also means that we get to see some new faces in the top split because there are 50 teams rather than 16 in each class, and so we get to see the likes of Advanced Motorsports bring their white, teal and purple Porsche to the fun. First top split for them in 2023.
Yeah, right now they're chasing on the 21st VG Racing eSport car. That's Matthias Jensen, but no attempt at a pass there. Oh, we had a problem in front of them. Yeah, there's some smoke. I think that was Team Redline, the number 70. They've had an issue.
Just talking as well about how for Josh Thompson, Ole Steinbrat, and for 2 drivers, they just need to keep their focus up for the entirety of the 24 hours. Slight moment, and suddenly they're down outside of the top 10, and technically, yes, in the leading train, but a long way away from the leaders.
Yeah, I think they had a problem with Niels Cook and Felix Kernbach in the number 7. They're coming through Lacombe. We have a replay here of it. Yep, and down into the corner, a little too hard. Not sure if the first one made contact. Second one, unfortunately, did, and that sends him around. So he's got to hope that that suspension didn't take anything from that.
And so, okay, so Josh is going for a move on not 1 but 2 cars. We should be clear. Clambers a bit. I think there is some contact. Good look from Kernbach's perspective in the Mahler Racing team. It's even from Cox's perspective in the Mahler Racing team. McLaren might be a good showcase of what's going on. You see definitely some contact.
Absolutely.
And then some further contact.
Well, that's got to be frustrating. A bit surprised that he must have outbraked himself. I can't imagine he really thought he could overtake 2 cars in that situation. That's very early in an endurance race to be making that, unless he thought that he was losing touch with a pack up ahead that he wanted to catch. That just seems a very strange move with 21 and a half hours to go.
If anything, the move has split Kernbach and the Mahler car further away from the leading pack. They weren't that far adrift when they went side by side, but they are at this point. I guess still plenty of time with which to work forward. Lap times are stabilized around 217s, high 216s, low 217s, which I think does indicate that fuel saving considerations are gone. 26 laps is now very much the number with which we're going to be looking. Left side, you can see those lap times, a couple of tenths between those at the front. Kernbach and Koch 218, 748, by virtue of the contact the McLaren had.
Yeah, so that, I mean, that has just all kinds of effects on this battle up at the front, which is honestly good for those top 7. It's always, I always say, it's a lot easier if you can narrow down the fight to yourself and fewer other cars. Great if it's one, even better if it's none, and just control your own race. When you've got more variables in there, you can have people that try and undercut you, out-strategize you, do various different things. You just have so many unknowns. The big thing in racing is just trying to lock it down so that you know exactly what's going to happen. It's bad for the viewers because we want things to be a little bit crazy, but it's great if you're a race team out there because you want to be able to predict everything that's going to happen.
Yes, but craziness can only go so far. You've done your fair share of monster endurance commentary stints. Can you imagine 24 hours of that Talladega night-style drafting pack?
No, you know, it's funny that you call it crazy because I think it would drive you a bit nuts by the end. If you're going that long, just having to sit behind another car and do the same thing, somebody's going to have to break. And I think maybe that's a bit of what we've seen here because obviously the Teams Williams Esports with La Fuente back there has decided, okay, I'm going to go. And maybe he did get, you know, the call behind the scenes that, okay, you can try it if you think you can break away. And to his credit, it's still about 0.7 of a second. But he hasn't completely broken them. But I do think this has had some of the effect that's broken them away from that middle pack. The quicker pace, it's going to be a lot harder for those farther down. Yes, this is all the best of the best running here, but not everybody can run as quick as some of these top drivers.
Williams Esports have the entire operation, don't they, as well, back at Grove. So I'm sure there is a legion of crew behind the scenes working to make sure that they are on the strategy they want. La Fuente, someone that we know can charge hard at the start of races, but equally capable of taking them from the lead and running. He's sharing that car, of course, with Alessandro Bico, who's already done some driving. Carl Janssen going to be part of the effort, as well as Sotomuto. So 4-man crew, and I think more importantly, 3 drivers from Europe and then 1 driver from Japan. They are going to be able to slightly shift and share the load amongst their teammates, which is always so important when it comes to having rest. I love the idea. Sim Racing is doing so many more LAN events, in-person things now, right, Joe? And I'm on board with that. I love it. But 24-hour in-person sim racing events kind of scare me because we talked about safety slightly earlier. I guess we still want to be safe and have all our teams finishing, right?
Yeah, I mean, we still want more at the end of it, but I kind of like the idea of getting that old school, you know, like they used to do in the 40s and the 50s, where you get drivers that would attempt to do the whole darn thing themselves. Because now we can do that without, I mean, maybe it's not good for their health, but it's not going to kill them necessarily. So, yeah, I mean, I say give it a go. If you've I'd love to see an in-person event where the drivers have to deal with that sort of thing.
We have had that in the past. I'm trying to remember the name of it. They have 2 rooms. One where everyone sets up the sim rig, and then they have another room where you can set up like a small area, like a campground kind of place. But if you're not in the car, you're not allowed to be in that other room, and therefore you're probably in the paddock area effectively. Really like the sound of that. But yeah, I think that's interesting. We've seen marathon endurance stints before. People have done the iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona Solo for charity, you know, 855 plus laps over 24 hours. It's remarkable. But at top level composition, Joe, what's the longest stint that you can recall seeing?
Oh boy. I want to say probably like 4 hours, 4 to 5 hours, something like that. That gets incredibly long because at that point you're starting to have to think about biological needs too is part of the problem. And I guess you have the pit stops where you can maybe try and take care of that. And here, thankfully, they're, well, actually, no, they're not long anymore because now we can do tires and fuel at the same time. So now it's, I mean, maybe that ship has sailed in that sense, because it's, unless you're very, very quick at certain talents, I guess you could put it. That's going to be very hard to try and go with very long stints now.
That's a good point. No, you can do 4 hours, I think, is about the accepted norm for maximum stint length. It's also the length of an iRacing Nürburgring Endurance Championship race, which you can do solo. And so, yeah, when you used to have 2 minutes during pit stops while they put fuel and tires on, you could run out and take care of anything that you needed to. A little bit more difficult now. I think the longest stint that I can ever recall is 24 hours of Daytona top split. Joe Van Keeney started the car, and 10 hours later was still in. Yeah, exactly. And can you imagine, Joe? It was 10 hours of fighting for the lead. We're not talking 10 hours of riding around in 5th position or 10th position. It was 10 hours of actually being like in draft, side by side, dealing with traffic, and then handing the car off in perfect condition to his teammate at the very front.
That is the impressive thing, is the fact that the car was in good condition when he handed it off. So, yeah, amazing stuff there. The only thing I could think he had going for him is, of all the 24-hour races or the endurance races that we do here on iRacing, I'd say Daytona would probably lend itself to that to the best, because of the oval portion, giving you a chance to at least kind of mentally recuperate, because that's the one advantage of that track, is you can really kind of just sit and take a moment to let yourself take everything in on Daytona's oval. You don't really have that as much here, even with the long straights, because they don't even compare to Daytona's banking.
Yes, even though it's, 2 kilometers out of La Source in towards the Le Combe chicane, yeah, it's definitely not an easy ride. Yes, you have traffic and sometimes different classes to deal with it at Daytona, but I agree. Circuit de la Sarthe and Daytona, the two 24-hour tracks where you can have the most mental relaxation. Not always relaxing, but you can take breaks at times. The leading 4 starting to snake back and forth. No, you're not watching something at Indianapolis. We are in the Ardennes. The thing that surprises me, though, is that the lap times are still pretty competitive. They look like they're saving fuel in some ways, but while pushing a little bit more. They're not letting those behind close. It feels a little bit more edgy.
Now, some of that, I wonder if the laps are going to get a little bit quicker as we go on, because right now it's 7:30 p.m. virtual standard time. So the sun's going down. The temperatures are going to continue to cool. They are pretty cool. It's 74 Fahrenheit right now. It's about 18 Celsius air conditions as well. So I wonder if we're going to see those times continue to tick up because they are pushing here. It's going to be at a perfect time for this, where the track is going to just continue to get cooler. And while they do have the daylight, we could see the drivers be able to pick it up. And they're starting to lose that little group in the second pack here. Urano Esports Data Group in the 90. Luka Kita is about 1.8 seconds behind. Somebody's got to get in his ear and tell him, you need to pick up the pace.
That's the car, of course, that was on pole position. Alexei Nesov started it, but maybe the race pace is not necessarily where the Porsche shines as much. Colder conditions playing a factor as well. 4 degrees Celsius drop off in track temperature since we last checked in with the weather. Different drivers into the car as well, so we're now seeing how the entire picture of the race is shaping up. Still halfway through the fuel one effectively, given that Sami Matti Trogan is only about 8 laps away from diving in towards pit lane. Wide pit window we've got as well. Plenty of different strategies to contend with, and plenty of different manufacturers. Yes, you've got 3 Mercedes-AMG cars inside of the top 4, but you've got a BMW, Porsche, Ferrari, and McLaren all inside of the top 10. The thing that maybe surprises me the most is the McLaren is still alive.
I love to see it. I'm an unabashed McLaren fanboy, and I'm glad that there's at least one out here at the top that's trying to make it work. The Mala Racing team out there with Niels Cook in the car, running in the top 10. And big battle here for the 12th position, is again a lot of snaking and moving around coming down the Kemmel straight, but no dice there for Pablo in the 124. He's going to have to sit behind Jersey.
Yep, that is the Williams Esports Academy that picked up Jersey Glack from Triton Racing at the end of 2020 too. Not just picked up Jersey Glack, but picked up Dominic Blyer, who is part of the main Williams Esports roster on some of the other platforms in particular. But a good program that they continue to build. We're seeing an increase in the number of academy programs as well, as teams recognize the importance of finding talent young and helping to develop it and build an environment that these drivers want to be a part of. For Team PGZ, they're coming off the back of their destruction, is how Ewan O'Leary described it last Saturday, by the BS competition team. There was a grudge match that was held, 4 McLarens against 4 McLarens, BS competition versus Team PGZ. PGZ lost that one, and so Florian Hasper now will forever have the bragging rights. The most fun thing about that entire event, Joe, was not just the fact that it was for charity, and so Alexei Nesov winning donated 500 euros to a charity set up by set up to support racing drivers in the real world who have been involved in incidents and to help them with their recovery, which is, I think, to everyone right now, a cause close to our heart. But Alexei Nesov also won maybe the most unique trophy you could ever win, which is a toaster that is actually going to toast designs onto your morning bread.
I actually, I was at the Nürburgring this last month. I got to go there for the first time ever, and we saw that they have toasters there that can toast the shape of the Nürburgring into your bread. So I'm not the least bit shocked that that exists, but I also think that is perhaps, yes, one of the best prizes I've ever heard of.
Is it just the Nürburgring Grand Prix, or are we talking full Nordschleife loop?
The Nordschleife.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I got to get me one of these toasters then.
Yeah. Next time I'm there, I'll try and snag you one.
Oh, that is so cool. I've heard that the Nürburgring has a great museum as well. I'm not sure if you had a chance to go and see that.
Sadly not. I wanted to. We had a busy schedule, unfortunately.
I'm sure. No, this discussion came up. We were talking about not just automotive museums, but motorsports museums, because it feels like there's not too many of them. And it came up in the context of a discussion about the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the museum there. And I'm heartbroken that when I go to IMS next May, that a trip to the museum is not going to be part of my routine. However, I'm very much looking forward to the fact that they are spending lots and lots of money and opening up the basement to the public, where they do all their stunts works, restoration of all classic racing cars. And it's not just, American open wheelers that go there, but things from Le Mans and everything go there to be worked on. I'm very curious to see what they will show off.
Yeah, same here. And yeah, Indy has so much history there, because it's literally over a century's worth now. So there's probably some real gems down there that they're going to kind of surprise people with, I'm sure, as we continue to watch this battle down into bus stop here with the lead group. Urano Esports is doing a good job holding on. They've not given up time. It's still about 1.6, 1.7. So they're keeping the pace and trying to hold on to this top 4. But again, they're probably going to want to get closer, because right now, all they're doing is keeping the pace. They're not getting the effects of that slipstream to save the fuel.
I think we can tell that everyone is pushing now. There's none of the hesitancy that we saw in the first 2 hours in the body language of the car. There's definitely a little bit more aggression being displayed through the field. Again, just a reminder, 2 and a bit hours into this one, 50 took the green flag. We're down to 30 left on the lead lap, so it is starting to be whittled down. Not really dealing with traffic, but you can see bits of it for the leaders to deal with in the next handful of laps. Once again, no move forthcoming up here towards the front, but the amount of defense that's being offered by these drivers, I don't know if they're trying to break the toe or if they're just trying to, send the message behind that let's not fight, let's try and break away. We don't usually see it at this level of sim racing.
No, certainly not, and especially not in a 24-hour race. So I can't imagine it's going to be trying to break the toe. I'm with you. I'm just trying to figure out exactly what they're trying to do there, because at best, all they're doing is just extending the racetrack by weaving back and forth like that. So maybe it is trying to say, let's stay in a line here and stick with this pack, as we're watching from Sami Matti Trogan down through Fanyes here and into Stavilo. But he's, they're not right on top of one another. So I think you're right. I think they are pushing pretty hard. The lap times look like they're going 10/10 at this stage, which has got to be frustrating for Lolum, for Lebivre, and Matty Trogan, because I'm sure they'd love to be able to save fuel, but they're going to have to be closer than this to really do that. They're probably giving it their all just to hold on to the back of that 55.
Going maximum attack does not mean they are not saving fuel either. I think we should clarify that. You can save fuel while pushing. It's just the fact that you have to hustle that much more through the corner to give up the time that you are losing when you release yourself off the throttle. So you are hearing still that little bit of fuel saving. Sammy Matty Trogan in particular, because he is so off set on strategy to these drivers up towards the front, is having to be a bit more aggressive, you'd say, with the fuel mileage. But Joe, as someone who has been a part of those Williams Esports team streams across all the different things that they are a part of, you've seen the entire roster, you've seen Danny, you've seen Sammy, and we've seen them have plenty of success in the special events so far in 2023.
Yeah, full disclosure for those that aren't aware, I've worked with Williams Esports quite a bit, helping to call their streams. And you're right, when you talked about earlier about the breadth of that team, there's a lot of people involved there that make this whole thing happen. And I think that's a testament to why you still see them at the front of a lot of these events, because it's kind of just a manpower thing. When you have that much talent in there, you throw enough numbers at it, you're going to find the speed, not just in talent, but in knowledge, in figuring out the setup of the car, figuring out the lines and everything. So that's why you're seeing them lead this race, why they've got 2 in the top 4, and just so many of their teams being a threat in these endurance races.
Yes, big operation. Includes the broadcasting crew as well. Which is why I said it is an entire operation. It's not just the strategists, the engineers and whatnot, but there's a lot that goes into it. They've got the likes of Wiltra Gerther as well, handful of real-world drivers part of that team, not just for the competitions where we see the real-world drivers have to compete, the likes of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, for an example, here on iRacing. But we see Will on occasion in various special events, and always great to see him continue to be a part of the sim racing, even continuing to run in British GT over with a Lamborghini, if I do remember, for Balwa Motorsports so far in 2023. Hopefully he hasn't had to have any success penalties because that's the way that hopefully he has had to have success penalties. I think that's the way we should say it, Joe.
Yeah, exactly. And they do, what is very cool is that they do bring the real world efforts, the F1 team and whatnot, into it quite a bit. They show videos on the streams of where they'll have training sessions with the esports drivers and tours at the actual factory, which makes me extremely jealous, I have to admit. So they'll do all kinds of cool stuff to try and bring those two worlds together and see what they can maximize with that. So just incredible scene as we got more weaving here down the Kemmel Straight with this front group, and that's getting more and more aggressive here. So I'm wondering if this is starting to be a little bit more from Chris Lullum saying, don't pass me, just stay there. We've got a good thing going. We don't need to switch things up now. Slowly,
I do think that second group is closing. It's bouncing back and forth. 1.62 seconds. There's tenths here, there's tenths there. Ultimately, with the second drivers now in the car, we're getting the like I said earlier, better picture of where every team stacks up, because even at this level, we talk about how every driver is so capable of getting the most out of the car. But within any one team, let's say, Joe, you and I are both 7,000 I rating, it doesn't necessarily mean that when we go to Spa, we will be exactly the same speed. Maybe you'll be faster than me here. I might be faster than you at Daytona, for an example. But this is all hypothetical, because let's be real. Neither of us is ever 7,000 I rating.
I was just going to say, I'm having a hard time wrapping my brain around me being at 7,000 I rating. So, but yeah, and that's the thing. That only means so much. It basically, your numbers can say a lot about you, but the intimidation won't matter if you can't back it up with the speed on the track. It all comes down to, can you put up when you actually get on the pavement here? And so right now, I think we're seeing that with the 55. I think absolutely that team is really pulling their weight there with a 9K I rating there for Daniel LaFuente. It has been leading pretty steadily. And I mean, we saw a brief moment where it looked like he could actually break away. So yeah, that 55 Mercedes is honestly pretty fast. If he does break away, I think they've got a serious problem on their hands.
There's been a couple of threats as well in terms of that breakaway. It's not been once, but it's been twice. So you've got to be careful. Only 16 minutes away from the top of the hour from seeing drivers think about their pit stop trips. They will be thinking about it. Second grouping effectively is in no man's land with the top four breaking away. There's a third bigger group that's bubbled up behind the Biela Racing Ferrari. You've got the Williams Esports Academy car that's hunting them down. 2 PGZ entries, the recovering red line of Thompson. Plenty of strong names down here. 4.5 off the back of those in front. It's going to be a poke to the inside from the pole jersey. Glacken as tidy in as easily as you'd like, up to 12th spot.
Yeah, it didn't look like Nico was really fighting that. The Biela Racing car didn't try and defend, just kind of let him through. And I'm not too surprised, because I think the fuel saving in the mid-pack definitely a little bit more of a thing, because look at how close these all are racing. You can save so much more if you're tucked right up underneath that car ahead of you. So I wonder if Nico saw him go on the attack and said, hey, I've been pulling my weight on this one. Now maybe let's try and extend this stint for a lap or two and just kind of sit behind.
So Sun continues to set. Joe showed that he is an American with his imperial units earlier. In Celsius, it is still 23 degrees Celsius in terms of track temperature. No real wind to speak of, which I think is quite nice for these drivers, not having to worry about buffets of wind and the direction at different points on the track. But you'll know, 8 p.m. virtual standard time. It's a very, very short night here at Spa. And it's not just an issue when it comes to the conditions that we talk about. In some ways, it's an issue because by the time the sun rises, it's not like at Daytona when you've got, what, 6 hours or so of the race left to go. When the sun rises at Spa, you've got close to 10 hours still left to go. That's a dive to the inside as Biela hopes not to lose another spot. PGZ can't squeak on through.
Oh, but he's got the over-under here. Can't carry the speed. He just gets blocked at the apex there by Nico. So Katila has got another chance if he wants it. No, big defense here from the Biela car. And down into La Source, he's going to hold him at bay. Look at the stack up that causes, just dominoes backwards as a bunch of drivers almost making nose-to-tail contact.
Concertina, always a concern when you are line astern from 12th to 21st position. So that's a nice little gaggle of cars that continues to keep each other company. Still 4 cars keeping each other company at the front, but not for much longer. Sami Matti Trojan's onto the 24th lap of his run. Give it 2 more laps and we'll see him down on towards the pit lane. Just a swap around of fuel and tires. Not going to see Sami get out after 2 stints previously for Moreno Sorica in that Williams Esports Chill Blast car. You look at those numbers on the left side and you can see how some have been able to benefit from a bit of the madness at the start.
Yeah, indeed. And that, again, goes back to what I was talking about a bit ago, where if you give that little bit of space, you kind of just let everybody trip over themselves and you pick up the breadcrumbs. The easiest pass you're going to make is a car that's off the track and into the wall. So just kind of let them have their fun, cruise on by, and that goes to the point that I was making, that if you're, 15 seconds behind because you had to give up time trying to slow down going by that wreck, you can make that up. It's a 24-hour race, so just trust in your team's pace to try and make up that lost time.
Joey Tebben is getting ready to jump into the RaceSpot commentary booth in an hour and a bit's time. He's jumped into the RaceSpot YouTube and cycled back in time 40 minutes and is commenting on things that have already happened. So Joe, I've got to ask you, since Joey has brought back up the most important discussion this weekend, Barbary or Oppenheimer, which one are you seeing first?
I have no idea. This is going to be very weird. Despite having a film degree, I rarely go see movies in the theater.
Really? So you are the opposite of Tom Cruise.
Yeah. In many ways, honestly.
Tom Cruise will do everything to get his movies into the cinema, whereas he's going to have to do a lot to drag you, it seems, into the theaters.
Yeah, it'll probably be the Barbie movie, because my wife, who really doesn't like watching movies, will probably be more prone to watching the Barbie one, more because she likes comedies than anything.
Well,
so
no comedy here, at least momentarily on RaceSpotTV. We saw Sami Trogan into pit lane. Thibaut Prevost jumped up into fourth to lead the second group of cars, chasing down the leaders. For the record, Barbie first, then Oppenheimer if you're going to see them back-to-back, because you want the light-hearted thing first before you see the super serious thing, because you need to be able to digest the super serious thing. Anyway, that's beside the point. We don't need to get into a deep dive discussion on the themes that each of the movies is trying to bring out. With Trogan now off to the lane, it means that we are only 7 laps away from the majority of the rest of the drivers working in towards the pit stops. 7 laps, though, means more than 14 minutes of racing. The good thing for all of these teams, as you mentioned earlier, Joe, by going long, you've given yourself a little bit more flexibility as we work through the rest of the race.
Absolutely. It's a bit different here in sim racing than it is in real endurance racing, because we don't have those full course cautions. So it's all about extending your stints to try and get either one less stop or one very short stop at the end. And especially because if you find yourself in some sort of weird issue, either strategy-wise or damage-wise, at the end of the race, having that flexibility to open that window gives you the chance to pit and not screw up your strategy. If you're locked in and you think about it, you have the damage or something at the end of the race, and you have to come in for that extra stop. That is way more damaging for you than if you could say, oh, well, you know what, we can just pit now. We don't have to spend the extra time coming down pit lane. We can try and repair the damage as we're taking the fuel and tires.
Again, tires, maybe we'll see some double stinting as well in the night. I'm not necessarily sure if that's the wisest call, but Craig Williams had jumped into the iRacing Esports Network to say that it might be quicker. Maybe it was just some typical Craig baiting, though, of our RaceSpotTV commentators. He's still not forgiven me for missing the Whilst Cooking Racing Adventures GT4 machine crossing the line to win the 24 hours of the Nürburgring earlier this year. So maybe he's just trying to trick us. No tricks, though, for Sami Trogan, who in that Williams Esports Chill Blast car has come out into maybe the perfect situation, with plenty of clean air with which to work with. Yes, he won't be hitting the fuel mileage that he maybe was hitting in the draft before, but he's definitely going at the pace that he wants to.
The worst trick I've had played on me was by a producer, honestly, early in sim racing commentary for me, where he referred to somebody's last name as just consonants because he didn't want to say their name, and then I just called them consonants on air, and everybody started busting out laughing. But it took me a second to realize what I had done. So always be aware and vigilant if you're a commentator.
Yes, be very, very vigilant. I don't think I've ever gotten in trouble for saying anything, but that's usually why we have RaceSpot vent sessions before we go live, and then RaceSpot After Dark after we end the stream, so that all of those things that cannot be broadcasted at least find a place to go. Trogan continues to run, going to be a couple more laps before he finds any sort of company. I feel like for drivers as well, they would benefit from a similar thing, because I remember when I was a driver, I was very hot-headed, and as a Twitch streamer, there are clips of me being hot-headed and saying certain things as people went past me as I was slower classes in multi-class races. Now when I look back on that, I go, wow, if I had approached it like I had to as a commentator, where I don't get mad while I'm driving, maybe I would have actually had some more success.
Yeah, and that is what impresses me about drivers at this level, both real-world pros and sim racing pros, is managing the emotions. You know, I've with the Williams Esports stuff, I've gotten to see that very much behind the scenes, getting to watch on the eNASCAR side, both of our guys and what they go through, both in front of the camera during the race and then after the race, the real human emotions that they experience and how they've learned to control them, because they're both pretty young guys. And so they're not, like, they don't have my age where they've mellowed out. They still have a lot of fire and a lot of energy in them. And so they've been coached and they've been learning and they've grown. And I've watched that in the last year and a half, where you can tell they've been able to really compartmentalize, as the drivers like to say, those emotions and just deal with them as they come. They don't make them completely disappear, but they know there's a time and a place. And when you're in the car, or when you're in interviews and things like that, you have to keep your composure, because you got to do your job. What you're doing right now is a job, and you got to get the business done.
Yeah, I definitely did not have that attitude when I was driving. It was, I'm the fastest.
I didn't either.
I'm the fastest on the track. Why is anyone in front of me? That was unfortunately kind of the way that I looked at it. We've seen a couple of these programs. We've got the Williams Esports Academy car in the field. The Apex Racing Academy has promoted a handful of their drivers this year up to the main squad, the Apex Racing team squad. GSRC was part of Project Alien in 2021. Going back even further to 2015, 2016, you can go and find the original Apex Racing Academy, where people will remember the likes of Sebastian Jobe, Kevin Ellis Jr., Zach Campbell. Zach Campbell and Kevin Ellis Jr. used to be oval racers who got converted into World Championship road racers by the Apex Racing Academy. There is a place for these sort of programs, and hopefully 2023, 2024, we see more and more opportunities for the young kids. Joe, I've been in a couple of places in person representing sim racing to people who have not necessarily been exposed to what we do, and I often just say, if there's a young kid with his dad, I say, you can go racing on iRacing. Let's say we use iRacing as the example, for maybe $1,500. That's a set of tires if you go racing in Spec Miata, to put it in context.
Exactly. Yeah, and there's all these shortcomings that they don't get certain experiences, but it's the cost versus the experience that you could not get. That's so much track time that you can get as a young driver, that you think about even just 20 years ago, they could not get now. It's so close to the real thing, and I'm with you. I always try and, now that I've gotten into real world commentary as well, stress that you can't dismiss sim racing anymore. It has become a tool in real racing. It's become a viable avenue for racers that have those dreams, those aspirations, to try and see if they can cut it and work their way up to maybe someday getting in the real car and seeing if they could live those dreams. I certainly wish that that maybe I had 20 years difference, because I always dreamed of being a race car driver. I'm happy being a commentator. I love getting to do this, but as a kid, I always wanted to be a race car driver.
I'm the host of the VCO Esports Studio, and yesterday I had a chat with Gustavo Ariel. He's a driver in the Porsche Tagcore Esports Super Cup. He's won the first Prodigy Pass. He's going to the Atlanta Motorsports Park to drive a Radical to showcase what he can do and to try and get a full season ride in that car as well. The thing that I took from the conversation was, for the first time, a sim racer telling me that they didn't care whether they were driving in the real or virtual world. Their goal was to be paid to be driving. And it was such a eureka moment. Not for me, I think, but it was a eureka moment for me to hear another sim racer hear that as well, as Williams Esports Academy car heads into pit lane a little bit early. But because so often we talk about, blurring those lines between virtual and reality, but it's a hard bridge to cross, and reality is not everyone's going to get to cross it.
Yeah, it's a much harder thing. There's a lot of money that you still have to try and gather to make it happen, usually, unless you are really something incredible and you can get the sponsors to do it. But that's still gathering money in a way. You got to do that legwork. That's just a part of the game. But that's so cool to hear that, someone said, you know what, this is fun regardless. Because, I mean, in the end, I think that's really the thing is, to be in racing, whether sim or real, you have to love it. You have to have that passion to reach this level. And if you don't have it, you're going to hate life. Honestly, you have to love this job. So that's so cool that he's realized that it's like, you know what? It doesn't matter. Either way, I get to do what very few people in the world get to do.
And as long as he's being paid, he doesn't mind, right? That's the goal,
Yes.
is to be able to make this the career rather than just having to, like many real drivers do, scrap for funding to be able to go racing. It's not an easy life by any means. Almost at the top of the race hour, which means that close to the pit stop cycle, a handful of cars and teams are on to the 24th lap of their run. Should see them in the next 2 or so laps. Going to be curious to see if there are some drivers that are able to push that lap longer, even with the pace having been slightly brought back down. We've ratcheted up the tempo in this middle phase of the race. Going back to Gustavo Ariel, he also told me a really fun story, which I feel like I have got to share. He remembers Sao Paulo IndyCar had visited Brazil, and he remembers watching Tony Kanaan run out of fuel while leading the race and crying as a 12-year-old. Now at 22 years of age, he turned 22 yesterday, by the way, he is representing Tony Kanaan as an esports driver. TK's given him all sorts of opportunities, and TK is such a great supporter of sim racing. I think that's why he's got such a healthy viewpoint on what he's wants to do, because he's got those people around him, someone like Tony, who is such a magnificent person with his time to the community, which means that people like Gustavo feel comfortable pushing as much as they can to do what they want to do.
Exactly. I kind of had a bit of a reverse of that whole situation. Anybody who's familiar with Richie Hearn, who is an avid sim racer, but also raced in IndyCar back during Tony Kanaan's early days. I watched him racing growing up, and he's one of our commentators at GSRC. And I had to pinch myself when I said, I'm the boss of Richie Hearn. The guy that I watched on TV as a child. And Richie's a really cool guy about it all. He's very chill about the whole thing, extremely down to earth, and he'll tell you stories about his time in IndyCar. So yeah, so much of that mixing of worlds has made some pinch me moments for us.
Yeah, I get to commentate on Richie as well, and he's such a great community member of the Lionheart Racing series, where he regularly competes in the Lotus 79. We often get to talk about how he's raced at the tracks that we are competing at. Richie's not the only one. I get lots of pinch me moments when we see, for example, the likes of Max Verstappen, and we see Tony Kanaan. So many of these people that get to just come and share. They're here to have fun, they're here to compete, but they're also here to, in some ways, share their experiences. And it's a really cool thing to see, because so many of us want an insight into the world of motorsport, and so we get to interact with, in some cases, our heroes. I think Richie Hearn, definitely the definition of a hero to several of the Lionheart Racing Series community. That's a hero bit of traffic management right there, by the way, to just pull out of the way and let all 3 of the leaders get on through. But it's past the top of 3 hours complete. We're on to the 24th lap of the run for the majority of the drivers. No one into pit lane this time by, with the exception of a couple of the cars further back. Slowly but surely, though, they're heading into the lane.
Yeah, I was a little surprised at first from the Arnage competition Eau Rouge car, because usually at this level you don't see drivers back off that much, but they're 4 laps down, so that's why you're seeing them give way so much as we see them come around La Source. But it's extremely cutthroat here. Drivers do not want to give an inch. If he was 1 lap down, I think it would have been a different story. But because he's not really battling anybody, I think he kind of saw the writing on the wall, saw that this was a battle for the lead, and decided it was better to be a gentleman in this situation.
Notice that there are some drivers that have their pit stalls on this side of the pit lane, by the way. So Pablo Arujo in the Team PGZ 124 drops and now waits to be released before he's got plenty of pit lane with which to navigate through, before he will be released back out onto track. Closing in on 8 p.m. virtual standard time, and sun still yet to really set. It will be another hour before we see the proper darkness really become a factor. Headlights paving the way, and unlike in the real world, there's no barbecues, there's no external lights with which the drivers can get some extra visibility. It is just the cars themselves that will illuminate the path in front, and therefore it's going to be important for them to not damage the front end of their car. At one point we were talking about Luca Kita trying to hold on and holding on well to the top 4. Now that Sammy Matti Trogan's pulled off to pit lane, now that Thibaut Prevot's been able to slide up to 4th, well, the gap between the two groups, has grown to almost 3.5 seconds.
Yeah, it is really spread apart now. So that's, again, I feel like this could ebb and flow, because we could see that second group when they swap drivers. This is what I love about endurance racing. The difference in pace between drivers. It's going to be a little bit more minimal at this level, but there's enough that maybe you could see them start to catch up when someone else hops in the car, as you see yet more of them come down pit lane. It looks like Arnage Competition on the number 4 car. Impulse Racing's 68 is in there, and Mercedes team, AMG Team Williams Esports, Lafuente, has taken them in. Now, you mentioned coming around La Source there. They do have to be worried about that. I'm pretty sure most of these guys are going to be at least running 3 screens or a VR setup. But if you're on a single screen, I've actually seen drivers hit that wall, turn the car,
yes,
and have my brain is having a moment here.
Block the track.
Yes, block the track. But I was thinking of a famous movie that now my brain is not coming on. Anyways, but yes, they block the track and have to take a tow because they cannot wedge themselves out of there.
I've seen cars flip there as well.
Oh yeah.
As long as you okay, McLaren is no longer alive. I predicted this, but I don't think I can claim any points for it. I'm going to put 2 and 2 together and say Blanchimont. There's a Porsche on the outside as well, though. So this may not be all by himself.
Oh, on the way in. Now, that is highly unusual. Usually it's through the corner going too wide that the two tangle, but they came together on the entry to the corner. I'm going to need another look here to try and suss this out.
Who even was that? That's the question that I've kind of got. I know it's Niels Koch in the Marla Racing McLaren, but it's the 113.
Lapped car of some sort.
That's the ATRS car. Art Freezer's behind the wheel there. I mean,
that's impatience. That's impatience from the McLaren. You could see him trying to go to the right-hand side. The car was not letting him through. He was flashing his lights. Again, we were 21 hours left to go. Yeah, see him put 2 wheels into the grass. He almost loses it once, and then the contact is made. Can't really do anything. Tries to lock it down, but just nothing doing.
He's going to claim that he should have been let through, but just wait a lap. It's as simple as that.
Yes.
Just wait a corner, not even a lap, excuse me. Anyway, beside the point, PGZ off down towards the pit lane, leaves Chris Lullum in that BMW M Team Redline car to cycle through and take the lead all by himself this time. But yes, we'll see the Grid and Go car be able to head out there a couple more laps, as will Luca Kita. So maybe he was doing some fuel saving and dropping back, albeit slightly. But now as the McLaren's fallen by the wayside, traffic's surely going to play a bit of a larger factor in this pit stop cycle. Increasingly, you get the sense that the gaps are going to open up.
I think that is a very telling moment that we saw in that replay, because that's probably what's going to make the difference over the course of this race. Like I said, there's no full course cautions that is going to back this up and squinch everyone together. It's how you manage that traffic, because that's kind of the biggest unknown factor. We've got everybody that knows their pace. We've got everybody that's trying to make a fuel number. But dealing with the traffic is a thing that you really can't control as well. And there you saw right there that if you make an unwise decision in the moment, you can lose the race, the entire race. You can lose quite a bit of time. Speaking of big moments there, the Team Redline car using that runoff there coming off of No Name Corner. But I will always preach patience when it comes to these endurance races. And I know the big teams are always trying to hustle. They're trying to not lose time because they know that it's a bit do or die up at the front, trying not to lose seconds, precious seconds. But you can't throw the race away. You gotta have to make that the risk versus reward decision in the moment and think big picture.
You are just preaching what I've been trying to preach for a long time, but mostly when it comes to multi-class traffic, to be fair. This single class style of race is a very different proposition when it comes to that management for the drivers, so always interesting to see how they deal with it. Mentioned that there's a new livery for the Apex Racing team. There's also a new livery for the big green machine in their Porsche, asymmetric once again. It's quite an interesting car. Gives me some Hunkos Hollinger vibes with the green, white and black, as there goes Lallam to pit lane.
Indeed, and I can feel that. I like that. I'm a sucker for black cars, so anything with these dark colors, I do appreciate it.
No, okay, that paint's not being applied properly.
Oh, whoopsie.
Have they submitted a paint for the wrong car?
They may have. Well, that that is where you say, no, it's intentional. It's avant-garde.
It's an art car is what it is.
Yes, exactly.
So
it kind of works.
It does kind of work. I mean, they did so you know what they did? They submitted a Lamborghini paint for a Porsche.
Porsche-ghini? Coming up soon?
We have created a brand new manufacturer. Only here in the world of sim racing can you do that. So Lallam finally is going to make his way off in towards his actual pit stall. It's as Team PGZ has actually grabbed the lead in front of Daniel Lafuente. Florian Lebigra exited pit lane in front of that number 55. And as Lallam goes up on the jacks, the two Mercedes head off into that final corner.
Yep, so looks like the Teams Williams Esports car are going to have to do some work here with Lafuente staying in. Biko started for this team. And Daniel taking over. Daniel, very, very fast driver, I have to say. So I wouldn't put it past him to be able to do something if he wants to, but it's kind of a question if he wants to, if Florian is going to let him by. So we'll see here, because he's definitely going to have the slipstream. He could just decide, he's ahead of me. Let's save a few laps and maybe get an extra lap in on this stint.
So there goes Lallam off and away. The cars behind already with their momentum, so going to close on up, but I do think Redline should hold the lead for the time being as they cycle back out onto the Kemmel straight. Luca Kita going to be a little bit swarmed by the likes of Sammy Matty Trogan, Thibaut Prevot, and some of those cars in the second gaggle. Sammy Matty Trogan with this earlier pit stop because he is offset on terms of strategy. It's actually lost ground. I said that he had found a pocket of clean air, but hasn't necessarily worked in the way that he expected. Now 3 seconds off the back of the leading trio. One final car is yet to pit, and it's Sven Haase's teammate Jarno Koch that brings the Grid & Go Esports 001 into pit road. And I think we should note, 25 laps across the board as the sun drops and the temperatures drop as well.
Absolutely. Sun continuing to go down here, and they're going to start to go behind the trees soon. So it'll get darker and darker. That will pick up the pace even more, because just like in real life here in the sim, if there is a shadow on a portion of the track, that will cool it down. So it's going to probably rapidly pick up as soon as it starts to approach the horizon. We are at now past 8 p.m. virtual standard time here. Like you said, middle of the summer, so it's not going to be much nighttime, but it will certainly be enough that we're going to see things pick up. At least the one thing that is going to be different, so that they don't have to deal with like they do in the real Ardennes, is we don't have the rain hashtag soon here yet.
We were talking about how some of these teams that have strategists and engineers are now going to have to add weather forecasters, and maybe if you prescribe to the philosophy of the rain dance, you're going to need to have some rain dancers on call as well if you need a sprinkle at a misopportune time for your team, for your competitors to bring a team back into the mix. iRacing, of course, probably going to introduce that in a way that means that the teams are left in a lot of control as to the amount of information they have and as to what calls they want to make. So they're going to have to figure that out as quickly as they can. Sven Haase jumps back in after just 1 hour, so Jarno Koch maybe a little bit off the pace in the Ferrari that needs to save some fuel, and, well, not as close to the wall this time for Haase, but directly into the path of Luca Kita, who does have to give him a little bit of room, but no major drama.
He's going to emerge right about at the tail end of this train, so he should be able to keep up with them. But yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that he's fallen back as far as he had. That said, still has that extra lap over everybody. He did the hard work at the start. As long as the team can keep the pace up and not lose that extra lap in terms of each of their stints, he's going to be sitting pretty over everybody else with just that little bit of extra wiggle room.
Not golden hour technically, that's what we describe as the period of the morning when the sun is first rising, temperatures are at its coolest, but you have visibility, and so you hypothetically can set amongst the fastest laps that you can. We are seeing the lap times begin to drop just by the virtue of the conditions of the track. The amount of grip has increased, stabilized almost across the board into the 216s for the front of the field, low 17s for those slightly further back, and still, of course, slight fuel saving for some to be able to get to lap 25 and maybe shorten their pit stops just that little bit more. So 3 hours complete in a 24-hour race. Hard to say that if you're in the lead that you can really be too happy with how things are going, but if you're within 20 seconds of the leader, which I'd argue goes back to 15th spot, you'd have a smile because you're not totally out of touching distance right now.
This is much closer than I anticipated this far in. Yeah, I agree that this is honestly really cool to see, because we don't often get to see endurance races on the sim world stay this close. It usually spreads out pretty far. And for this many drivers to still be kind of within a shout, it just kind of depends on what happens in front of them. As we get a nice little battle here coming out of the bus stop between, I think that's Katila and Araujo in the 124, who's taking a little bit of a peek on his teammate down into La Source, but deciding against it. They've also got Biela Racing's Cruz down in the 450 here that could maybe take advantage if they do start to go side by side.
I'm going to ask you, Joe, for an opinion on this livery from Team PGZ.
Well, you mean PGZ?
No, PGZ.
I've been avoiding saying it up until now.
I know.
I actually kind of like it. I mean, that's because I paint my cars as black and yellow, but another look there. Wonder if some team orders are involved, or if Pablo really genuinely wants to try and make this pass.
Okay, I agree. I like the livery. Black and yellow, you'll fit right in with RaceSpot, by the way. But what I am going to say, those are two identical liveries.
Yes, okay, I will give you that is difficult. That is
Minus
difficult
10
as a
points.
commentator. Yes, I don't like when teams do that. But I thought we were talking about the design itself, which I was like, yeah, no, I can get behind.
Yes, no, but I have officially decided that things that make commentators' life easy are included as part of the design, and therefore need to be rated as well. And so Williams always scores high, right? Because you've got Williams Esports BenQ, Williams Esports Chill Blast, Playseat Razor, and I'm sure I've missed out a couple of the sponsors there in terms of unique liveries. You can usually tell them apart quite nicely. BS Competition, the same. BMW Bank, Mala are the two special liveries, and then they've got red, blue, and yellow for like the normal traditional liveries. Redline, well, of late they have been a little bit more boring with their paints and stuck to the blue and red, but they have given us options as well. But there are some teams that, that I have been able to campaign into making slight adjustments to make our lives easier as commentators, which might honestly be the thing that I'm most proud of.
You'll have to go back and hear some of the rants from days of old from Bill Zahn. I don't remember
Soup.
His big bugbear, because for those that don't know, Soup is colorblind, is the teams that will name them, colors. Yes. So he tries to petition for them to name them more unique things, which honestly, here at the top level, I'd say they do. You don't have the like red or blue or green team. It's all different various sponsor names.
Yeah, sponsor names or just car numbers is what they tend to do.
Yes.
They tend to name their teams in sim more just so they know which teams they should actually be joining a race with. more than anything else at the end of the day, which is always fun. Oh, which of the 5 teams am I part of that's called Williams Esports am I meant to join with? No, if it's Williams Esports, BenQ, Chill, that's a lot easier. And so, yes, that makes definitely something that I can appreciate. I did not realize Soup was colorblind, but it's one of those small things that I think people even in iRacing don't necessarily recognize. I have a teammate who is also colorblind, and he didn't realize that the color of the race control text is purple.
Whoops.
And so I'm talking to him like I'm designing a series and I want some things to be sent from race control that the drivers need to read. And he tells me, well, how am I going to know it's from race control? I can't tell what color it is. And if I'm driving at 200 miles an hour, you know, I'm not spending a lot of time reading your message. And I was like, fair point. Fair point.
Touche. Yeah, I hadn't considered that as well. I've seen all these different things that they've done, and I didn't think about the difficulty of race control. Wonder if anybody else has had to talk to them about that, and if maybe there's something they can do. Although I guess they do have it written as race control now, so that does help clarify. But those little quality of life things, and credit to iRacing in a big way in the, gosh, it's I guess now 12 or 13 years I've been on the sim. I have watched them do all kinds of things that they could easily get away without doing, but have made life and the sim more usable for so many more users that maybe wouldn't have been able to either race or at least have as easy of a time to be able to focus on the racing itself and get rid of those problems. So I just want to tip my hat to iRacing for doing those things, because you don't have to, but you do, and that makes a difference. So big ups to you guys.
That's I'll shout out David Tucker. I'm sure he will say a lot of the other developers deserve some credit as well, but I can tell you from being on the forums, he is a large part of driving a lot of the tools that iRacing has allowed those with physical handicaps to also be able to race. And so there are some really cool homemade setups that incorporate direct drive wheels, high-end load cell pedals, but for those with physical limitations. And it's all because of some of those things that iRacing has spent the time supporting, as much as people will, you know, dig into other things that it doesn't have. Things that David has implemented, I can't agree with Joe highly enough. It's also something that now that we're aware of these sort of things, now that people are talking about, you know, color blindness and stuff, it's good that, you know, everyone else can be a little bit more aware of what's going on around the world. 20 minutes complete in this hour, and so it means that, well, we're only 40 minutes away from 4 hours complete in this race, and probably dark nighttime running, which is going to mean there can be fewer discussions about liveries, but I think it also, in a lot of ways, brings in the start of the middle phase of the race. And that's of all endurance races, where you're not necessarily concerned with what position you're in, you're more just concerned with staying out of trouble, not losing any time, and getting to the sunrise in one piece.
Yes, and this is where I hope everybody, especially at this level, has that F3 box up. Because again, knowing what you've got coming, if you're a car being lapped, making sure to pay attention to the blue flags, because trying to fight like it's for a position with the car behind you is not going to do any favors in the paddock, but also going to put your car at risk when you don't need to. And the car that's lapping needs to be able to tell, you know, is this a lapped car in front of me? Do I really need to fight that hard in this situation? So much more difficult to tell in the dark out here. And the dark in general just makes it much tougher. There could be drivers on your team that does better at the nighttime and not needing as many visual cues, just making sure to hit your marks, because it isn't just on the danger side, it's the pace side as well, because you might have a visual marker that you were using that now isn't there anymore, and it's a little harder to hit it accurately into your braking zones.
If you also are one of those drivers that finds your references through shadows, if you head into the night, you'll find your references are no longer where you left them. Do not do that. I was
going to say.
Speak from personal experience. Do not do that. For so long, iRacing had the fixed time cycle, and so people like myself became reliant on shadows. When I went back to the Nordschleife with fully dynamic sun, I had to use graffiti on the ground instead as my reference markers, which is a slightly better way. But I've heard there are some tracks in the real world where there are references that you can see during the day that when the night comes around, the headlights don't illuminate it well enough. So you have to have a different reference point in the night, which it's one of those things where in the sim, people will be like, why don't you just turn the brightness up, turn the gamma up, you can cheat the night. Can't do that in the real world.
Exactly. Well, there's only so much of you can turn it up too, because if it's pitch black, then no, you're still not going to see it. So, and there's definitely some tricks that you can use that certainly help in that situation in the sim world, but it's still, I think, quite difficult going into the night. And I'm glad you mentioned please don't do that, because I would hope that everybody knows by now, don't use a shadow as your brake marker unless it's like a 15-minute sprint or something. Your brake marker is going to change. Use a fixed item.
You say it, but
I know. Don't overestimate people's intelligence.
Well, I think the other way to also look at it is when you start on iRacing, right? You're often competing in rather fixed conditions. Whether or not the actual conditions are fixed, like you say, 15-minute sprints, you're not going to see the shadows moving around too much. And so it's those things that you learn as you go up the ladder, right? Where in real-world motorsports, you'd have a coach that if you told a motorsports coach that I'm using a shadow as a reference, I would hope that instantly he'd be like, whoa, we got a problem. Let's talk about that. In the sim, unless you are working with some of the coaches that are around, it's something that is, definitely possible. It's not necessarily something that we frequently see as being the case. Sven Haas is continuing to charge. Florian Lebigra is continuing to charge to the front of the field. And so 25 minutes into the hour, we are starting to see the drivers get a bit antsy.
Yeah, so just saw a move of position for Sven up ahead of Arnage with Privo just kind of letting him through. Still not really crazy racing, I think, at this stage. I do think we're getting into a bit of a lull of the drivers just trying to tick off some laps. They've broken up now. I'm sure they're still pushing pretty hard, especially at this front group of three here. But I think this is now, okay, let's let the race come to us. Let's stay in a line, especially if we are in a line. Use this to save some fuel and let the developments kind of happen. Because right now, unless you've got a huge change or unless you've got a trick up your sleeve, there's not much you can do in this situation to try and break away and do something crazy. So just kind of sit back, hit your marks, and take care of business too is the other thing. If you've got to focus less on everything else that's happening, you can try and maybe do more on the little things, tire temperatures, the fuel mileage that we always are talking about. You can work with the driver if you're on the box to say, here's the little things you can do to make sure and take care of your equipment better.
I've been trying not to talk about equipment, and I've gotten almost 3.5 hours in. We will finally talk about 2019. In the real world, you do brake changes, brake pad changes through 24-hour races, just to make sure your car can get to the end. We fortunately don't have to deal with that on iRacing. Does not mean you don't have to worry about brake pedals, as Max Verstappen found out in 2019. Team Redline PRT leading by 2 laps in the closing hours of the race. Max Verstappen behind the wheel when his brake pedal falls apart. He is able to stop the car with the assistance of the barriers on the exits of Lecom. However, car reset back to pit lane, new driver got in, and fortunately, with the 2-lap lead, they were able to hold on and still reach the checkered flag to grab the victory. It shows, Joe, that as much as I make talk at the start, in my intro about sim racing being about man versus the clock in many ways, it does not mean that you do not have these factors to think about, whether it's your brake pedal, whether it's your internet connection, whether it's your power. These are all things that sometimes are out of your control.
Yeah, and while these cars in iRacing don't have those random failures that you see in the real world of the little, $5 parts, your real $5 parts can fail on you. So you do have to make sure that your sim rig is working well. Your software is working well. There have been software failures with various items that are part of the process. So yeah, it's definitely become the analog here in the sim world, that you can have things literally fall apart underneath you and ruin your race unless you make sure and dot all your I's and cross all your T's.
Goes to the broadcasting side of things as well. I think people...
Very much so.
People expect that we just show up and broadcast. Yeah.
You know, whenever I see new broadcasters crop up, I always wish them well, because
Yes.
that's, you know, how GSRC came about. Is we saw people doing it, we said we think we can do it, so we're going to give it a try. But I also tell them that you better be ready to have a lot to deal with. There is so much. We're getting off the racing here, so I'll get off this quickly. But give it a go, but don't anticipate that this is going to be easy, especially now compared to 10 years ago when I started this. There's a lot of moving parts that you don't understand that are going on behind the scenes. So just be prepared to have to spin a lot of plates.
Hey, I actually think it's a great thing for us to have a quick chat about, because we talked about, drivers blurring lines between virtual and reality. You're blurring the lines, DJ Clark as well, Lewis McLeod. There's a bunch of the commentators that have taken the steps in the virtual world and transitioned it into opportunities in the real world. And I think you're right that it's never been more complex in a lot of ways because of how professional the broadcasts have gotten across the board. But there's also tools that make it a lot easier compared to the original days. I sit with Hugo and I hear stories of RaceSpot when it started 10 years ago versus the workflow that we have now, and I'm very glad that I only joined the team about 3 years ago when the workflow was decent, because it's not ideal. The one thing that we have the benefit of, Joe, that as someone that's gone over to the real world, you can attest to, especially in endurance races, the amount of data that we have is unbelievable. Not just camera angles and being able to spool up a look at anything at any time, but insight into strategy, insight into lap times, etc., etc. The way that it's all presented to us and available to us, we're very spoiled.
We are, and I knew that as soon as I started to get opportunities. I was kind of worried, okay, what do I do here? But don't sell yourself short. You've gotten to do real-world stuff. In fact, you and I got to have a really cool moment at Indianapolis, calling that first night race there. So you yourself have moved into that world.
I got 10 minutes because DJ Clark got to have a bit of a break, but it's just such a cool...
That's still 10 minutes.
It was 10 minutes I will never forget, don't get me wrong, but the sun coming in from the stands, the PA booth is in a fantastic place at IMS as well. You are almost directly above the yard of bricks, just aside from the podium. There's 2 doors that split you from going out there and being a part of the podium celebration. And even just apart from all of that, you're at IMS, which I will maintain. I've been there now 4 times in 12 months. I should be there 5 times in 2 years if all things go according to plan later this year. It is the most special place in the world, and I will maintain that.
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. It has a huge emotional bit of relation for me as well. My parents actually first met there.
Really?
Yes, at the Indy 500 time trials. And
wow.
So I've grown up just in love with the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So yeah, getting to do that was an absolute dream come true. Anyways, back to the racing. We have gotten way off topic here. Still watching this front group. The Team Redline car still behind PGZ.
There we go.
In the 114, and keeping them in touch. Is it still the top 3 though? No, look at the Williams Esports Chip Blast car is catching back up to them. I wonder if this lap car in between is helping bridge the gap.
Sammy Matty Trogan could also just be doing some lap times that are not necessarily relying on fuel saving at this point in time and hoping he can get into the toe and tuck in behind. It is an endurance race. We are going to end up a little bit off topic every now and then, especially when it seems as though the majority of the action is split around the pit stop cycles at this point in time. We are very much seeing fuel saving still, 217.2 last time by for Lebigra. So it's not the relentless pace that necessarily was expected, but it's a type of racing that we keep talking about being very stressful for the drivers to be dealing with. Sammy Trogan again, just if you're joining us now, Williams Esports Chill Blast, a little bit offset in terms of their strategy call. And so Sammy Trogan, 18 laps into the run. Contrast that to Chris Lullum, 9 laps into the run.
Yeah, and I'm a bit surprised to see that drastic of a difference here at the front of the field. The strategies tend to converge to be relatively close. So for them to go that far off strategy this early tells me that maybe they've got something up their sleeve that the others haven't thought of. That or they had an issue that I may have missed. I'll double check on our notes here, which I'm sorry I haven't been adding to as much. Been so distracted. I don't think we've seen any issues with them so far, have we?
I think the highlights for the last hour and a half are basically not much has happened, except strategy has split the cars up a little bit more than they were 90 minutes ago. I think that's probably the best way to say it, because it was a 20-car train 2 hours ago. It is very much 4 cars now, with Sven Haase bringing with him another 4 machines. It could be up to an 8-car choo-choo train if Haase can bridge the gap. And that goes back to the point that we were discussing earlier. Even at this level of sim racing where everyone is rapid, within an individual lineup you might have a driver that's better in certain conditions, in a certain car, at a certain track. And so Sven Haase, Jarno Kok and Patrick Heinrich, the 3 drivers in this Grid and Go 001, we've seen plenty of Sven Haase so far, nothing of Patrick Heinrich, and only a single stint from Jarno Kok.
Yeah, and you need to be a little bit flexible in that sense as well when it comes to the end of the race in terms of who gets into the car. I guarantee you every single one of these teams had a plan going in and a schedule and a structure. But if you find yourself towards the end, since it is just, you need those 2 minimum drivers with the minimum drive time, these teams will all easily make that. You should have the flexibility to hopefully swap in a driver, because if, let's say, you're within 5 seconds of someone ahead, you've got this last stint, the driver you were going to put in maybe hasn't showed as much pace. If the drivers that has pace, that's quickest in your team, maybe isn't too tired, you can say, hey, can you hop in the car, go chase them down, let's see if we can win this.
Absolutely. Attitude is so important through the course of a 24. Keeping the spirits high of both the drivers in the car and outside of the car. Andrew Cowan has just commented in the YouTube chat, he's just woken up, the car is still in one piece, let's go. Those are the wins that sometimes you look for. It goes back to the global nature of this event. You've got drivers in the US that can wake up a little bit later, carry some of these night hours for drivers in Europe that want to be able to grab a bit of shut-eye. Something that we will talk about a lot over the course of the 24 hours. I know that certain drivers also find themselves wanting to drive at certain times. Phil Dinez, I brought him up earlier. He's in that BMW Bank lineup with Felix Quirnbach and Rainer Talvar, but he's on the west coast of the US. He is very comfortable being up at the start of these special events, 4 or 5 in the morning, and being fast. However, does that mean it's necessarily the smartest thing to do? Not always, and so that's why we haven't seen Phil into that car just yet, and seems like he'll be carrying a little bit of the later hours.
Yeah, and, well, you need to have trust and knowledge of your drivers and knowing what they can handle, because some people are morning people. So a good example, I work with Joey Atterbury, and he's also on the West Coast, and I can get him up at 5 and 6 in the morning, and he'll just snap to it and be right on the ball. But don't do that to me. I will be a grumpy mess and probably not very good in the car if you get me up early in the morning like that. So you need to know who can handle those sort of situations and who cannot.
I, unfortunately, live on the West Coast, and most commentary things that I do are European times. So yeah, I've become rather uncomfortable with early mornings. My alarm was at 4:45 in the morning for this one, and I might get 2 hours of sleep in between 2 of my blocks. But the problem with scheduling yourself with the first 4, the middle 4, and the last 4 hours of the race, because I'm doing production and commentary, is that there isn't really a window where you can go and get any proper sleep. But I've got the benefit of having an actual bed to go off and get into if I do want to get some sleep, whereas, Joe, if you were at the track, I guess you're going and finding a rental car and sleeping in the front seat.
Well, thankfully, they usually put us up in a hotel that's relatively close.
Nice.
Yeah, and real racing is probably the only thing that will get me to wake up early enough. So, yes, DJ and I are often having to get up at the crack of dawn for most of our real calls. But it's worth it by the time you get in, and especially, thankfully, the other thing is that Real World has catering. So all kinds of energy drinks and coffee and various things to wake you up. Is well, we have a lead change here? Oh. They don't want to lead change. Is he slowing to try and stay behind? That was interesting.
And so 2 swaps, one for the lead and one for third. So Sammy Matty Trogan in front of Daniel Lafuente. Chris Lullum jumps in front of Florian Lebigra. And now, as a result of all of that, say hello to Grid and Go, to Arnage, Urano, and BMW Bank as well, because in the act of slowing, the gap has shrunk. Sven Haas is into the draft.
I've gone on board here to go check, and he absolutely lifted intentionally. He wanted him by. He did not like being at the front, so he's going to let Redline pull for him and save some fuel. I almost guarantee you that was a fuel strategy call.
He's led and punched the hole in the air for 12 laps, and now it's Chris Lullum that is asked to do so. Here is the listen. Just he goes down a gear as well.
Yeah.
He's like not even sure what gear he wants to be in, because he's very sure that he doesn't want to be in first, but he also doesn't want to be third or fourth. And so he's like, how do I make sure that I only let the red line car through and not the Williams drivers through as well? I'll just say, by the way, as one of the more senior people at RaceSpot, everyone does technically have catering. It's just self-provided. Yeah,
in sim racing, you definitely can do that, but it's you have to fix that food yourself. As we get another pass, maybe up the inside for Sammy Matty Trogan, and he almost makes contact.
And then has to pinch back on his teammate, and it goes from being 8 cars split by 5 seconds to 8 cars split by 3 seconds, and Chris Lullum with a bit of a separation as well. Now this is where the BMW's lack of speed out of turn 1 is going to be a factor. It loses maybe 2/10 immediately, and from 1 second you can see just stalling on that run down the hill. It's in the middle sector where the BMW makes up more of its speed, but that Mercedes grunt powers it down on the run to the Camel.
And we've got 2 teammates together now. Both of the Williams drivers are able to work together if they so desire. I wonder if maybe Lafuente will try and get back on the back of the number 2, hoping that they can get a 2-for-1, both passing Florian if they make another attempt. But he's not close enough this time. He's going to sit and stay behind.
I'm a little bit worried. 1 second the margin, and if that BMW can hook it up in this middle sector, grow the gap by a couple of tenths, is this that breakaway that we've been waiting for? Redline have been committed to the BMW over the course of these 2023 iRacing special events, and for Gianni Vecchio in particular, we've seen him be following the car that does not always seem to have the best balance of performance. It's been in Porsches in the last couple of years, BMWs this year. He'll be looking for some success in a car that he shares with Diogo Pinto, as well as with Lullum, of course, behind the wheel right now. And there is a 4th member of that car actually signed up to the service, but it's Gianni Vecchio, who's actually, I think, streaming the race on the Redline Twitch as well. So a nice handy second screen experience for you, but it was not a view of Chris Lullum breaking away and building up that margin in the middle sector.
Yeah, and this is just about there. So if the Redline team can get him to pull away just a bit more, we could, for the first time, truly see the leader actually break off from the pack. Up until now, everybody with the lead car has, there's always been the lead car with a train behind them, having to tow them along. So let's see what the 20's got.
To the line, to the end of lap number 95. It's been a pretty relentless tempo that gets set through these iRacing special events that we've come to know. But with the first couple of hours being a little bit less relentless and a little bit more relenting in the fuel saving that was being done. We are back down into those 216s across the board, and these drivers are pushing as hard as they can go. Train, as mentioned, goes back to 8th spot, and then you've got 5 seconds of separation back to Nicholas Laubish in the Mercedes-AMG Urano Esports entry, just in front of one of the newer teams in the world of iRacing, Apex One. I do have some familiar names. Petr Smeliak, Mateusz Luchak, and Mikhail Rak are the 3 drivers to expect from them. And Apex One Sim Center, I think, the main provider and sponsor of the team. So they look to hopefully be larger and larger presence in the rest of our special events later this year. We do have another GT3 only special event coming. It's not a trip to Suzuka for a 10-hour race anymore. Instead, yes, we go to Japan, but we're going to Fuji for an 8-hour race.
Should be another one that sees a lot of slipstreaming with that long straightaway down to the first corner there, but the rest of the track very technical, so that's going to be fascinating with those cars. But right now, we're still here at Spa. Kind of curious, like you said, we've got a bunch of information, but one thing we don't have is what is the exact setup of these cars. And I was kind of wondering coming in, who is going to be able to trim it out? Because you talked about it earlier, if you have more wing, that sucks up fuel a lot quicker. So these teams will really want to try and get the straight line speed, not just to make passing easier, but to help extend the fuel range. And a lot of that will come down to the comfort of the drivers. Do they feel like they can handle the car in these fast corners? Can you make it handle well and keep from both losing time or costing you risks? Because you don't want to lose car around some of these very swift corners.
And maybe that's where that BMW is finding its speed, right? Maybe it's a bit more compromise in a straight line, but better through the twisty stuff. It's not just about wing angles as well. I think Cam and I had talked about this in the first couple of hours. You are setting up the suspension of the car in a way that dictates how the aerodynamic flow persists over the body at speed. If you've got a softer suspension, it means the car moves around at either end, and so therefore the aerodynamic flow gets disrupted just that little bit more. If you have a stiffer aero platform, you have less compliance through some of the slower speed corners, and maybe you're going to struggle with traction, but you will have more top-end grunt, you'll have better downforce through the high-speed corners as well because the aero platform is stable. These are some of those choices that you have to make. I would also assume that if you're running in a Mercedes, you're all kind of in a similar ballpark in terms of wing settings. I'd even go as far as saying I would expect that 2 Mercedes run by Williams Esports, probably identical setups.
Most likely. The team does have some slightly different ones because they all work with their team, but they're going to be very, very similar out there, sharing a lot of that information. They might need to tweak a few different things if their drivers might want it to handle just slightly different to help them out. They are definitely close together now, though, but they haven't managed to pass those top 2. Still, the good news is if they lose them, they have each other. So they can use each other to save fuel as well. The team tactics still gives them quite the advantage over the Red Line and the Team PGZ car in front of them.
So it's BMW from 3 AMGs, a Ferrari, another Mercedes, a Porsche. Nice healthy mix of the manufacturers at the front. And let's not forget McLaren was up there in the mix as well until the Marla Racing Team entry got tangled up with some traffic, and they find themselves as the most recent retiree. They join ATRS Esports Team PGZ's 129, Schurer Esports' Porsche, a Mercedes-AMG Team ART, but the number 98, ATRS is 13, Grid & Go 002, Maniti 78, Obsidian, and the MS Society Pure Sims car. I stumbled there for a second because while they continue to battle up towards the front, Thibaut Prevost going to get up in front of Sami Matti-Trogan, who heads off towards the pit lane. There's a car out there that is 76 laps down, and the Mercedes-AMG ART crew, Maxime Briant, the rock and rolling Frenchman behind the wheel right now, has decided I might as well make up whatever positions I can.
Indeed. So coming at it here out of the bus stop chicane, that's the other thing about endurance racing is keeping your brain kind of engaged, and it's going to be a little tougher at nighttime especially. because if you do get separated, you're really kind of lonesome and in the middle of blackness, just with the racetrack in front of you. So having these sorts of battles in these cars in front of you does give you the chance to kind of keep on your toes, keep sharp here. So I'm sure the 99 is appreciating the fact that he's got someone in front of him, even if it's not for position. This gives him a goal. Okay, I need to pass this car. This puts me that little bit closer to the ultimate goal here today.
And if there is any damage on the car as well, the benefit that they will have is that they get the draft that sucks them up. Looks pretty fresh. Next target, by the way, if you're curious, is going to, in terms of car on the road for Maxime Bruent, is the Falken number 44. They are 54 laps behind. So that's a good...
That's doable.
That's doable. I mean, the Falken car's still running, so... they've got a lot of work to do. We'll see how far into the race they run. Interesting to note, Sami Matti Trogan out. Moreno Sarica back in.
Okay, so didn't Sami Matti Trogan just get in, though?
He did 2 hours, so they did 2 hours apiece and have swapped back around, I guess. But it means that for the extra driver, I hate calling them the extra driver in that car, but the two other drivers that we haven't seen, Josh Ladd and Cody Deef, an opportunity for them to rest a little bit.
So maybe that's what they're thinking here, is just give them lots of little short stints. They don't need to wear themselves out as much. Maybe they'll be able to kind of rotate them around a bit so that they get a nice big long break at some point, get some rest, because that's the other thing. You talked about it earlier. You need to try and plan with the team who is able to actually get some sleep at some point, because you probably don't want to try and force someone to be up for the full 24 hours. Now, these are probably a lot of younger drivers who can manage that a little bit better, but you're not going to be at your optimum if you're really sleep deprived.
Definitely not, and it's why you want to also try and have a driver in at the end who's as fresh as possible and willing to push in case you do need to actually be fighting wheel to wheel in the closing laps of the race. Arnage slightly dropping back from grid and go there. Mercedes struggling to hold on to the top four as they run right now. Moreno Sarica, after heading down pit lane, has found some clean air once again, but we saw for Sami Matti Trogan that this undercut in effect actually doesn't work in terms of getting him track position once these drivers head down pit lane, but the raw speed is still definitely there in a car that is very counter on pitch strategy. Joe, you're going to be leaving the comms booth in a couple of moments. You'll be rejoining us towards the end of the race, and we haven't even gotten into the night yet, which feels a little bit weird. We talked about getting past 8 p.m. virtual standard time. We're closing in on 9 p.m. now. Yeah,
and still light out. It actually, you know what? I'll have to Google and see, unless you have it readily available, when the sun is officially supposed to go below the horizon here, because it should be getting close. You can see it. The shadows are getting much longer out here, but the drivers still have the daylight available to them. It's just a matter of when, not if, of course, we are going to get the sun going completely down. Now, I will say there is a bit of lighting here. The front stretch does have some of it lit up, but otherwise you're right that the rest of the track is going to be completely down to the headlights.
Yeah, iRacing also doesn't have the new smell model either, where you can't smell the barbecues going on either side of the track. More concern, I think, at the Nordschleife than anything, where I've legitimately talked to real-world drivers who say there's certain sections of the track where every year you smell the same smells because it's the same people that are out there cooking up their food. So it's just one of those things that I can imagine that's a new hardware category that we're going to find eventually. New smell model.
9:51 p.m. is when official sunset is supposed to be in Spa-Francorchamps.
That's an hour from now.
Yeah.
When's sunrise?
Okay, give me a second.
Okay, because I'm almost willing to bet, I'm not a gambling man, but I'm willing to bet it is less than 12 hours. Let's go, it could be as short as 8 hours, maybe even less than that.
Hold on, got to put July 2nd in here.
Now, commentator math is always questionable, so Joe's making sure he...
it's Google. It's Google,
okay.
So I just got to type it in. 5:29 a.m. for July 2nd.
So that is legitimately 7.5 hours then of dark. Less, because, wow.
Yeah. So it's very, very little nighttime. So the drivers won't have to deal with it as much, but it's still going to be difficult. I mean, that's even if you put 2 drivers on a long stint, that's still 2 stints that you're going to have to deal with it. More than likely, it's going to be 3 that they're going to have to deal with, potentially 4, depending on if everybody's doing super short stints out there. So have to prepare. Hope everybody's done their practice.
Yeah.
And practice is super key in these 24-hour events because there's so much data that you have to collect. Honestly, the iRacing's 24-hour events, there are teams that are working a month, sometimes 2 months in advance doing practice.
The only issue with that is sometimes the BOP that comes interrupts those plans. The changes sometimes to the cars can happen, so there's all sorts of those things that you do have to just watch out. I was looking at Daytona. We'll get back to that. Felix Korn back up the inside of Luca Kitas. Swoops on through to 6th spot, but not going to dive up the inside of the Arnage competition Mercedes. Daytona is about 12 hours of darkness, maybe a little bit more than that. So that's 4 hours of difference in terms of the amount of darkness that we have. And of course, Daytona night is, night in quotations because they still have the lights, albeit turned down to 20% of their capacity.
I've been to the real Daytona 24 a number of times, and if there's one race I can recommend going to, especially if you're in North America, that is one. Biggest bang for your buck, hugely entertaining. You can see the vast majority of the track from just about anywhere, and just all around a fantastic time.
I've got to ask, you've had the pleasure of going and traveling around a handful of interesting tracks now in the US and a handful outside. What's the most interesting commentary position that you've been in?
Most interesting commentary position would probably have to be NOLA Motorsports Park.
Okay.
I would say, because they kind of put us in a closet, which we can still see out of, but you're right next to race control, so you're literally shouting and making all this noise and hoping that you're not disturbing them, and you're in a room that's probably like 5 feet wide by like 8 feet long.
Okay. So at least you haven't been forced to commentate from inside a car just yet, though, have you?
Not yet.
Okay, not yet. So that's the important thing, because who knows where you'll end up. Joe, been delighted to bring you onto RaceSpotTV for the very first time. You'll rejoin us again at the very end, but it sounds like you've got some other iRacing commentary to go off and do.
Yep, Camel GT has their race today at Homestead, of all places. Yeah, that's going to be entertaining. So I'm going to hop over there, and Joey Tebbin's going to take over for me. Can't thank you enough for having me on board. It's been an absolute blast.
We'll get Joe Peak on at the end of the race as well, but we say goodbye to him. We say hello to Joey Tebbin. Joey, we have 3 hours later together. Unfortunately, you have to deal with me for a couple more minutes here before we bring in Ewan O'Leary as well. But we are almost 4 hours into this one. We've still got 4, 5, 8, however many cars you want to throw it there at the front of the field, and seemed like a very interesting iRacing Falken Spa 24-hour race.
Yeah, the intensity has been a lot higher here in the opening hours than I feel like it's been in the past couple of years. There's not necessarily a lot of moves that are real strong, race-defining moves, because we are just kind of shuffling around a little bit, saving a little bit of fuel, thinking about long in the future. But that's really helped kind of build up the intensity just a little bit, keep everybody nice and close. We're seeing a lot of movement, a lot of things to talk about. And also, about 4 hours ago now, a lot of carnage, but that's calmed down since then.
Yeah, we're fortunately out of that fuel window where you and I have commentated on some races at Indianapolis in some oval open-wheel cars. It genuinely felt a little bit like that, and I guess that's a unique experience for these drivers to have to contend with. But I guess it's one of those things in the course of doing your preparation that you would have understood. You would have got your fuel numbers figured out. Okay, start of the race, we're going to have a bit of an issue in terms of the mileage. And as Joe pointed out on a couple of occasions, Joey, if you go long at the start of the race, it sets up so many more options. It allows you to be more flexible, whereas by going short in the beginning of the race, as Williams Esports, Shield Blast, Sammy Trogan, Morena Sarica have done, they find themselves with limited options. They are limited by how much fuel and tires they have on the car at any one time, rather than how much they can try and play the game.
It's basically a game of counting all the way to the end of the race. There's still 20 hours to go. That's who knows how many stints. I'm not going to do the math in the booth. Arjuna already said commentators should not be allowed to do math live. But we've seen most drivers are able to go 26 laps in a normal stint. Some are able to stretch it to 27. We did see a few times, I believe, in that Ferrari with Sven Hasse, they were able to go 28 laps on a single stint. There's going to be more than 28 stints to go until the end of the race, a lot more than that, in fact. So even saving those 1 or 2 extra laps per stint, that adds up. That can subtract 1, 2, maybe even 3 pit stops by the time the end of the race comes.
We'll bring in Ewan O'Leary as well as we get ready to shake things up in the commentary booth. Driver changes forthcoming for some, and commentary changes underway as well. Ewan O'Leary's been actually doing some driving today. Ewan, you just got out of the car. A, how sweaty are you? B, what position did you leave the car in?
Yeah, I'm pretty warm, I've got to be honest. I got into the car when we were P13 and I left when we were P13, I think. So I would say it's pretty successful. Although I did smack the wall when I came in, by the way. So I've no idea. We could be bent to beyond all belief at the moment, and I've got no idea because I slightly smacked the wall on my way in. But never mind, that's Lewis's problem to deal with.
Oh, okay, good. You made Lewis deal with the problem as well, so I will at least applaud you for that. But you can now tell people about just how difficult that pit entry is, so I think that's going to be a lot of fun for you to be able to carry those experiences from inside the race car to the commentary booth. Joey, before I say goodbye as well, we've got 3 hours in the middle of the night together. By the time that we get there, what do you think that we're going to see? I still feel like it could be an 8-car train, but I feel like the odds are stacked against that.
I mean, I saw a certain movie last night that makes me think we might see thermonuclear apocalypse in the next 8 hours when we're together. I'm hoping that doesn't happen. I'm hoping we see, honestly, more of the same, because I don't think the intensity is really going to ramp up with the actual race for the win, the strategies that will win you the race and get you that track position until very, very much later on, maybe even after the sun sets. Until then, it's going to be a lot of running in line, but you do have to give them a lot of credit. They are running in line here, saving fuel at a pace faster than about 99% of drivers can achieve on iRacing. It is an incredible ability to be conservative while still going faster than anybody can imagine.
And just for context, I'm sorry to throw you under the bus like this, Ewan, but what type of lap times were you doing? Do you remember?
My best lap time was like a mid-18, a high 18, consistently in the 19s throughout my second stint anyway, when I got up to speed a little bit more. But yeah, to see this kind of pace from the top split and to see how far they're going on fuel is even more gobsmacking to me.
Yes, I think that's the thing that I want to reiterate, is more just how crazy it is to do these times with the pace that is being set at the front of the field right now. We are officially getting to the 4-hour mark of this 2023 iRacing Falken Spa 24 Hours. It's the final of our 24-hour races this year, and it is just GT3 cars that continue to pound around the Ardennes. It is Redline that lead Lullen behind the wheel, but ultimately, with strategy still playing itself out, there is a long way still to go. We're going to step aside for a couple of moments here on RaceSpotTV. We're going to let you enjoy the sights and sounds of Spa on board with Daniel Lafuente in third spot for the Mercedes-AMG Williams Esports team.
on board with Daniel Lafuente here at Spa with just under 20 hours remaining in the iRacing Falken Tyre 24 Hours of Spa for 2023. You're watching live on RaceSpotTV. My name is Ewan O'Leary. I'm alongside Joey Tebbin for the next hour, and we're still seeing a train at the front of the race. It's quite remarkable, Joey, just as we were speaking about before we went to that little onboard. The pace that these guys are showing, the distance they're going on fuel, both completely unbelievable to anybody who's not a complete professional driver, as these guys all are.
Yeah, all of us who are humans, we struggle to reach these levels of pace. If you were with us about 5 minutes ago, Ewan said he was running about high 218s. Ewan's a better driver than I on the road courses, I think, so he's probably even quicker than I am. But meanwhile, at the head of the field, the likes of Chris Lullum, Florian Lebigre, Daniel Lafuente, Sven Haase, 2:16.7 is about the average they're running right now, and that's with saving fuel, that's with holding back a little bit, that is not 100% pace. So these guys are at an incredibly high level. We figured out Spa, of course. We've been doing this event for many, many years. Drivers have thousands upon thousands of laps here, so they're definitely comfortable, but as always, a new strategy comes into the fray year by year, and you gotta work with this new meta.
And into the pit lane goes Daniel Lafuente, by the way. My best lap time was a high 18, by the way. I was doing consistently probably 19s, which is still 3 seconds a lap slower than these guys, and was doing a lot less laps on fuel as well. I'll add. So yeah, a big gap indeed. Daniel Lafuente comes in then with the 55 Williams Esports Mercedes, leaving Team Redline, Team PGZ and Gringo Esports out front on their own. They've just got a couple of seconds ahead of Team BMW Bank and then Urano Esports, who are in the top 5 here. These guys a little bit further back have already made a stop. This is Pablo Arujo with Kamil Grabowski and Lewis Woods behind, as well as Hendrik Kruse as well for Bila Racing. They've all made their stop for this round of pit stops at the moment. In fact, the top 8 now are the only ones who have not made their fourth stop of the race so far. But it's still hard to say that we're settling into a rhythm of this race, because we've still got a really close battle for the lead. And normally in 24-hour racing, it's not quite as close as this for quite as long as this. It's really quite remarkable. I know it's down to fuel saving and all of those games, but even so, it doesn't make it any less impressive.
And it's even more impressive considering some of the drama we had early on. If you remember lap 1 4 hours ago, there was a pileup. 12 cars were in the pits, and those were some of the biggest contenders. And even with all those guys getting wiped out, we've still got a train of probably 6 cars left up at the head of the field. We've got more trains deeper in the field, like this battle for 14th through 17th between the 2 PGZ cars, making a little bit of a sandwich there. It is remarkable how close everybody is. This is the closest I think anybody's been to each other, frankly, at this point in the race in the past couple of years. There's always a little bit more separation. There's always a little bit more stratification, and that's just not the case this year. And I'm wondering when it's going to break apart, if ever.
Well, yeah, that's the point. Are we going to see this right down to the very final hour, or is it going to just spread apart a little bit? Of course, it's quite difficult to do that with the way that the strategies are, because you do just generally take a full tank of fuel and 4 tyres every single time. Pablo Arujo is just heading this group then, and it might well be getting overtaken here by Bila Racing down the inside for, I think that's Kamil Grabowski actually, not for PGZ but for Williams instead. And he does make his way through. Hendrik Kruse for Bila wasn't able to get through, and the other PGZ car of Lewis Woods is at the back there. But an exchange of position really, rather than natural overtake. It's hard to get too excited about these kind of exchanges at this moment, because you just know that it probably doesn't matter all that much at this early stage.
Especially this early. Once we start getting into the night, which is going to come very, very soon, actually. Sunset expected to be within the hour, I believe. Our astronomer Joe Peak said sunset will be at about 9:51 p.m. You can see down on the bottom, currently 9:05 p.m. We got about 45 minutes until the sun sets, Ewan, and that's honestly pretty remarkable. I don't know much about European summertime, but 9 p.m. for it to be this bright, That is it's a remarkable day out in Belgium. It's like we're in Norway in the Arctic Circle.
It's not unusual, I suppose, for the 1st of July, I think is the point there. In the summer, we do have some very, very long days, and this is not too far away in sim to the longest day of the year, of course, and around the middle of June. This is only a couple of weeks after that, so I'm not entirely surprised, but yeah, it is a little unusual. But it's what makes Spa a little bit different to some of the others, especially Daytona, that I know Joe and Arjuna were referring to not so long ago. Daytona has a very long period of darkness. This race really doesn't, and I'm not sure when sunrise is actually going to be. Maybe we'll have to get Joe back on to tell us, but I'd expect it to be, maybe 5 a.m. as early as that.
I think it was like 5:30 a.m. or so.
Okay. I mean, that somewhat surprises me, because sometimes when I'm staying out a little bit late and it's about 4 o'clock, you can see the sun. Well, I can't see the sun yet, but you can see a bit of light in the sky anyway.
We know you're having those big nights at 4 a.m., Ewan.
I'm doing the PRL and RaceSpotTV is what I'm doing.
Of course.
That's what helps me to see the sun at that time of the day. But yeah, it's down to the time of year really. Here with the Spa 24. These four make their way up towards Lecom at the moment and stay single file. Wonder how this race is going to change a little bit through the night though, because of course temperatures will drop, and I certainly noticed that when I was driving. A teammate in our team started who's a lot quicker than me, but I was running almost as quick as sometimes because of the lowering track temperatures, and it really explained to me that yeah, this is a little bit more of a favourable time to drive. Well, it's still light but a little bit cooler.
Starting to cool down, and then once the sun does officially set, once we do start ditching the pinks and purples in the sky, when it's all black, you're going to see some very, very low lap times coming down even further. The temperature is going to go down even further. Right now, about 21 degrees Celsius, still reasonably hot in American units. In Fahrenheit, that's not the triple digits. It is in the cool double digits, so it's not too bad. But it will continue to change. You will start getting a little bit more grip as the track gets cooler. You'll be a little bit more comfortable, which is good in the middle of the night in those long stints when it's easy to lose focus. You do want to have that little bit of help from the track, because I can only imagine a 2 a.m. stint maybe in the heat of Sebring where the track is still slipping and sliding. That is extremely difficult. Spa, luckily, a little bit cooler, a little bit more European and temperate. Does tend to be a little bit easier to hang on in the middle of the night.
Although you can't see where you're going, especially at Spa, which is...
That is true. But they do call it Daytona for a reason.
They're very true. Well done. I can count on you for a bit of wordplay at this time in the afternoon. Gridandgo.com esports are still leading, by the way. So that's good news for them. However, they haven't made their stop yet. Sven Haase is, I don't want to say performing miracles here, Joey, but to mere mortals like us, he certainly is. He is running so long on these on this fuel, and not only is he maybe shortening his final stop, he could be eliminating an entire pit stop from this race, which is so crucial at this circuit, as he now finally pulls in for only the 4th time today.
Yeah, this is interesting because he'd been able to go as long as 28 laps in a single stint, but this time out comes in 25 laps in. You have to wonder what the calculations are like over at the Gridandgo.com esports data center with their engineers. What are they thinking? Do we need to go a full 28 lap stint, or is the amount of fuel we've saved to go that long actually slowing us down a little bit too much? Would it be better to push that little bit harder, lose about 2 more laps in the stint, but still come in without losing quite as much time, trying to save those 2 extra laps of fuel, or save the amount of fuel that would get us those 2 extra laps? So well, that strategy could change more and more throughout the night, but right now it's a little bit of a shorter stint.
But also, they're not actually losing time. When they were sat in that leading group with Redline, PGZ and Williams earlier on, they were actually just sat there and not really losing any time. So I don't mind the strategy at all from the 001 team at the moment. I think it's working out quite well for them, and they're not costing themselves that much by actually doing it. We'll see how it all shakes out, though. On the other side of these pit stops, Johnny Vecchio is now at the wheel of the team BMW Redline team. Oh goodness, that's a difficult name. But anyway, Team Redline, who are leading the way. Then it's Alex Stump for Team PGZ. Then Williams Esports and Carl Jansen, who's gotten into that car. Then Team BMW Bank for Rainer Talvar. As you can see in the top left-hand side of your screen, Patrick Heinrich has gotten into the 001, taking over for Sven Haase at the moment. Where is he going to come out though? There's a very, very small gap between the top 8 there on your screen. All of them can be seen on the front straight in one go there after more than 4 hours of racing. Now Patrick Heinrich has finished his stop. He's on his way. 41.4 in the box, and he's actually released the pit limiter quite early here. He will briefly hold the lead, but I think Vetcho will have more than enough speed on the straight to get out here. Oh, that was close. The pit exit putting him right into the path of Vetcho there.
That's one of the dangerous things about the endurance layout of Spa. It's not the normal pit exit that you're used to, coming out right after La Source. It spits you basically directly onto the racing line in the Kemmel Straight, and we just saw where it gets very, very dicey. It's early on in the race, so drivers are definitely inclined to give each other more room when you see a car coming out of the pits there, but as you get later and later on, that pit exit gets more and more dicey, less and less room for error, and we've seen times in the past where things have come to blows there, with a car coming out of the pits directly on the racing line, and that doesn't always end well.
I remember back in 2015 or 16 in the real life race, there was a big crash there in a very long safety car as a result of that, and it's exactly down to what you were just referring to there with the pit exit the way that it is. Lap car involved here as well, by the way, I believe that's the B car, and it looks like Karen Hubbard's who's at the wheel there, 6 laps down at the moment. I can only assume involved in that incident earlier on in the race, Joey, and I don't think I've seen a bigger incident in a 24-hour race on lap 1, to be honest, because what we saw on the exit of Malmedy there was quite astonishing.
I don't think I've seen a bigger accident in any endurance race for that matter, so if you haven't seen that one, either rewind the YouTube stream or take yourself over to Twitter. I think there were a few big funny screenshots of that, just completely blocking the track. I don't know if SimRC was involved in that. I think they may have been involved in another incident, but either way, they do find themselves 6 laps down right now. That's a lot of laps, but there are still 20 hours to go. They might not necessarily be in the race for the win anymore, but all the teams that were involved in early trouble, they are going to stick with it here for the next 20 hours because you don't know how much more chaos and drama is going to happen. You never know how many technical issues there's going to be. You never know how many crashes there's going to be. A top 20 finish, at the very least, could very well be possible, and you will not see basically anybody give up until the race is over. If you've got heavy damage, if you have to do a full engine replacement maybe with 40 minutes in the pits, you might not see the team back out there if they're 70, 80 laps down, but if you're only 6 laps down, you're definitely getting back out there.
And it's half the challenge. We say this very often in a 24-hour race, but most of the achievement for some teams is about just getting to that checker flag and seeing the car over the line. And that is an achievement for some teams. Maybe not so much in top split, I suppose, but especially down in the lower splits, getting to the end will be an achievement for thousands of teams across iRacing here this weekend. Currently going a little bit further back into this battle inside the top 10. It's Rainer Tauber in the black and white BMW, just ahead of Moreno Sirica and the Williams Esports Mercedes. Then there's Vlad Kimichev for Urano Esports in the Porsche. What is great variety at the front of the field. BMW leads Mercedes, leads Ferrari in the 1, 2, 3 at the moment, with Team Redline leading Team PGZ and GridandGo.com Esports, with Patrick Heinrich newly at the wheel. Still more than, or nearly 19 hours and 3/4 remaining. We were talking about it a little bit earlier on. Let's see if we can get a bit of a view as to what happened at the opening lap once again, in case you weren't with us and you can't be bothered to rewind the stream. This is exactly what happened. Up in towards Malmedy, contact on the way in, 2 separate bits of contact, and then, well, it's an unexplainable mess afterwards, really, Joey.
Indeed, I am very thankful to our current producer, Dustin Allis, for digging this out of the archives. And you can see it is an absolute parking lot. There were multiple full teams that were involved. Both of the Apex Racing Team Mercedes were involved. They both ended up in the wall over there after Lake Com, and then everybody else just trying to argue with each other to get out of the parking lot, get back going again. But dozens of cars involved there, lots with heavy damage from Maniti, Urano, Mivano, Apex, Bila Racing, all of them involved, and all of them basically having their races ended before it even started.
And of those who are actually out of the race now, because we do have 11 teams already out of the race. Manichi Racing were one of them. Tim Masker was at the wheel. Pablo Lazar for Obsidian Racing. They were up there at Daytona. They're out the race. ATRS Esports as well, both Apex Racing Team cars, as you mentioned, they're actually out of the race. Team PDZ, the other ATRS car, and this is the lengths that you have to go to avoid it as well. Up on the grass, just literally nowhere to go, and as we said, really very rare that you'll ever see anything quite like that in any race, never mind the Spa 24 hours with so much on the line.
Yeah, and we won't see that happen again. I don't think. I'm not gonna jinx anything. I'm not gonna pinch myself, but I don't think that's gonna happen again. We are spread out at this point, so if that's any respite for the rest of the field, you're probably not gonna have that big of an accident for the rest of the race. But you still can very well have a very large one-car accident at Spa anywhere you want to. There's always those bumps that come out and bite if you get that one little bit of brain fog, that one little mistake. Can end your race instantly here, and you want to make sure you don't do that in the first half of the race, because first and foremost, you want to get all of your drivers a stint in the car. You want to give them all a chance to contribute to the team, and second of all, you just don't want to be the driver who crashes the car early in the race. You don't want to be the driver who crashes the car ever, but you especially don't want to be the one who ends it early.
No, you really don't. Battle for 16th place going on a little bit further down. This is with Simplify Esports and Danny Elgabay at the front of the group. Kira Wolf, Ian Gagnon-Bruno and Villa Hatton, and the the four drivers, I should say, involved, and a decent variety in this group as well. A few Porsches and a BMW fighting with one another. As we go on board with Simplify Esports to just listen to that sound of the Porsche here in the Ardennes Mountains this evening. It's a wonderful sound. Trying to see past the rear wing at the moment, which is proving to be a bit of a challenge to see those who are behind. But once again, this track's so long, you're spending on the straights, you're spending so long lifting off as well, so long in the slipstream. It's just a lot of fuel saving going on right now, and not that much overtaking, in all honesty. It's a real waiting game.
Yeah, I hope everybody's been doing their foot tendon exercises, because you're doing a lot of lifting off the brakes, a lot of lifting off the throttle, and you better hope that some of those tendons, some of those muscles that you don't normally use, I hope they're all juiced up and they're not building up the lactic acid, because you're going to be in Pain City for the next couple hours.
Yeah, it's a strange situation to be in. Coffin Dancers, by the way, with a bit of a bizarre livery, I've got to say, on the side of their BMW.
A beautiful livery, I would say.
Okay, well, we'll go with that. But they're just having a bit of fun, aren't they? I always like to see these teams who are not taking things so seriously, especially in the top split, when it can be such a huge battle at the front and the stakes can be so high. It's good to see some teams not taking themselves quite so seriously, and Coffin Dancers is certainly one of those. There you can see the BMW that I actually thought they just didn't send delivery in when I first saw that car, actually, but they have indeed, and there it is. Just hanging on to the back of this group for 16th place at the moment, really not doing a whole lot to try and overtake Pure Sims Esports, but then again, why would they at this stage in the race? There really isn't too much point to it.
Exactly, and you can always count on the Finns to have some fun liveries back there, so we'll be seeing a lot more of the Coffin Dancers over the course of the night. But back up front here, BMW M Team Redline. There are a lot of M's in that team name, by the way. I got to make sure I get them all in the right order. But they are the current leaders of choice here. Johnny Vecchio behind the wheel, just kind of leading the pace right now. They've broken away a little bit from third place. Remember, we saw Patrick Heinrich coming out of the pits a little bit earlier. Redline was able to get by. PGZ with Alex Dunn, they were able to get by. They're pulling away just a little bit. But my question is, how long does that stay the case? Does Vecchio, behind the wheel of that Redline entry, back off a little bit, slow down Alex Dunn? Not necessarily to bring the rest of the train back in, but just inadvertently bringing the rest of the train back in and kind of expanding this into the 8-car draft fest that we saw a little bit earlier.
There's the gap behind from Alex Dunn Mercedes to Patrick Heinrich, and the gap's actually quite close. Are Redline willing to give this lead over to try and fuel save a little bit themselves? We did see the 114 when Florian Labigra was at the wheel. The Team PGZ Mercedes lift off and clearly give the lead away not so long ago, but they're not particularly willing to give it back, and now the games really do begin. Are Redline happy for PGZ to sit there and save fuel off of them, or will they want the Mercedes to get in front of them so that they can do the fuel saving here? This is where the cat and mouse mind games begin. It's not all about pace in a 24-hour race, it's about strategy, and it's about track position as well, which you don't see too often.
And it's always hard, Ewan, when we get Team PGZ around, because I do want to say PGZ. I want to fit in with the accents of the 99% of the commentary booth over the course of this event, but I can't say PGZ. That would sound too insincere, so I got to stick with PGZ, and I'm gonna continue to represent the Z gang.
Depends if they're or which one they intended. I guess PGZ rhymes, doesn't it? A little bit.
Well, if it's Pablo Araujo's team, so
he's not
I don't
American.
know.
So
is there a Spanish Z somewhere?
I don't know, but I don't know enough about the Spanish language to.
I'm pretty sure it's a th
comment.
at times, depending on which variety of Spanish it is. So maybe it's PG.
Oh yeah, that's well, it's unlikely to be P and G in that case as well. There's probably a slightly different pronunciation on those individual letters as well. But we could go down a right rabbit hole with that team name. We'll have to ask him himself. But knowing Pablo, he might not care if we're honest.
I mean, that's probably the case. I give you a 75% chance that's the case.
I'd imagine so. In that way, none of us can be wrong, which we'll absolutely take as commentators.
As long as we're talking about him.
Exactly. And we certainly are. Up at second at the moment. You mentioned that they were involved in the instance earlier on. Alvaro Gomez was at the wheel for the 1-2-9, and they're out of the race, unfortunately. But they've still got 2 bullets in the gun. Pablo Araujo himself is in 13th place right now. Nightstunn's up there in second, and we are absolutely talking about them because they're well in contention for this race yet again.
And they've never won the Spot 24, so this could be a big day for them. If they can pull that off, it would be a big win for that team. It would be a big win for BMW or Team BMW Bank here. Rainer Talvar, the Estonian behind the wheel right now, has a hard-charging Moreno Sarica behind. Sarica got in that Williams Esports Chill Blast car a couple of pit stops ago. Just trying to drive his way a little bit further forward after being handed the car over in a very solid position from whoever was in the car before that I'm trying to remember now. Sami Matti Trogan did a very good job in that car in his little stint, keeping Sarica in a good position, and both of them sticking with the back of Janssen and with Heinrich. So it's a 4-car train from third back, and that could very well become that 6-car train for the lead if Heinrich can pick up the pace a little bit and drag him forward, or if Vecchio does end up lifting off a little bit more, saving a little bit more fuel, and backing up the pack that little bit more.
Well, that's what Vince Cusi was just saying in the YouTube chat a couple of moments ago, long-time viewer of RaceSpotTV. It's going to be a big moment whether Patrick Heinrich can get into the draft or not, because we're approaching the halfway mark of this stint, or this hour at the very least. It's certainly not the halfway mark for Heinrich in his stint here because he's going for so long. But are we going to see this change now? Is Sven Harsson no longer at the wheel for the Ferrari team? Is Patrick Heinrich going to be able to fuel save to quite the same level? Is he going to be able to use the pace in quite the same way? Is he quite as quick? These are the questions that need to be answered, because otherwise Redline and PGZ will be a few seconds in front of the rest, and that could reduce the front group to just 2.
That's always the difficult thing about endurance racing. You do have 4 of the best drivers. You want to make sure your lineup is as good as possible. But here's a change for third. Carl Janssen thinks he's getting held up by Patrick Heinrich here. And Williams Esports, Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports, rather, with the BenQ sponsorship, makes the move on Patrick Heinrich. And Grid and Go down to 4th. They've got a new car leading this train, and everybody in this little group is hoping that the 55 can bring them back up there in the fight for the win.
I think you're exactly right, by the way. I think Janssen believes that Heinrich is not quite doing the work that he needs to be doing in terms of catching those 2 leaders, and he feels as if he's got a better chance here. He's made sure that Moreno Sarica is now caught up, and he's on to these guys as well, so he's getting pulled along. And now he can get to the front of the group and begin to pull those 2 guys up further in front. Back again. Is Sarica going to be on the move here as well? Because Rainer Talvar looks a bit vulnerable on the run towards the Lecombe chicane. There's no interest from Sarica in terms of heading down the inside here. So we'll stay behind just for the moment, and we'll hope that he can get dragged along by his teammate at the front of this group. But there's quite a lot of responsibility for Carl Janssen now with that 1.5 second margin. Will he be able to increase that front group to 6 cars once again, or will Redline and PGZ have that little bit of an advantage heading into the next pit stop phase?
There was a little bit of lap traffic up ahead that I thought was going to be able to help out Johnny Vecchio. It was Lorenzo Manfredotti in the Movano car, but Movano have actually pulled away just a little bit, and that is not going to be much help to the red line entry to help them save a little bit of fuel. It's just going to be Manfredotti running his own race, probably seeing a little bit of a peak of a BMW in his mirrors, but other than that, probably not going to put much into the battle for the lead of this race. There's another change, nearly Grid and Go versus Bank, Talvar versus Heinrich. They are having an argument. Heinrich is definitely holding up this group.
He certainly is now, and the group is very restless. Almost 3 wide as well, as Moreno Sarica tried to get alongside Talvar, and Grid and Go Esports nearly got caught up with that. Heinrich now with a lot of pressure on the run up towards Blanchimont. Surely there's going to be moves here in towards the bus stop chicane. The Ferrari just slightly out of shape there. And now there'll be a move from Rainer Talvar. He's not quite late enough on the brakes, I don't think, although he will manage it round the outside through the first part. Gives him the inside the second, and he will just shove the Ferrari out wide. Now Moreno Sarica will try and get up inside the top 5 here as well. It's a bit of a moment of being boxed in, though, unfortunately for him, so he's going to find this a bit tricky, but he's going to hold it right round the outside and run side by side towards Eau Rouge.
Yeah, solid exit out of La Source, around the outside, not necessarily the place you think you can make a move there, but he's in the draft of Rainer Talvar, coming up the hill into Radion and Eau Rouge, and he's got the move made easily there. Heinrich definitely trying to hold on to position, but he's also thinking it is still very, very early in this race. I do not need to be getting aggressive as these guys are. You can see him lift a little bit after the bus stop, probably lift a little bit to not be side by side coming up through Radion. Everything's resolved now, but you can see the effects of it. They have lost third. They've lost even more ground to first and second.
Well, that is the problem. They've lost quite a bit of time now to the 2 leaders, who are really turning on the pace, turning the screw now. Last lap was a 17.0, whereas Heinrich, for example, did an 18.4, which is quite considerably slower, but almost certainly down to the battling that we just saw. And I don't know if you noticed as well, but the Ferrari just has that little bit of damage on the rear right, the rear left of their car. It's difficult to pick out on these cameras, but there is just a little bit of damage. You can see a little bit more of the wheel exposed than maybe you otherwise would be able to. This would be a shot of it, possibly. Yeah, the headlight just looks a little bit wonky to me there, so I wonder where they picked that damage up.
There is a little bit of a clunk. I think we'll see it perfectly here as they come out of Fania. There is a little bit of a dip there, but my question now, Ewan, is that damage, or is that just how the Ferrari looks? Now I'm starting to gaslight myself into thinking maybe I haven't looked at the rear end of the Ferrari too much, and maybe that is just how it looks.
I'm comparing it with the right-hand side, and it doesn't look the same to me. So I wonder what's happened to Grid and Go Esports here, because they are losing a bit of time. It was long stints from them early on in the first 4 hours, of course. They're running a long way on their fuel, but it's all, all well and good doing that, but if you're going to lose a lot of time, then it's not much use. It's allowed the 2 leaders to pull away that little bit. Williams haven't been able to catch up to them quite for the moment. But GridandGo.com Esports just losing that little bit of speed, and I do wonder what that's down to. You'd think that bit of damage is not quite enough, and you'd think Patrick Heinrich could be up to the pace as well, so I'm not entirely sure, if I'm honest, what that could be down to.
I did just investigate you, and it was actually on the exit of Fania a couple of laps ago. It was Rainer Talvar, yep, right here, Dustin Hollis pulling it up for us in the producer booth. Talvar getting a good exit out of Fania, misjudging it, I think, a little bit, as Heinrich gets a little bit of oversteer and a little bit of a bonk to the rear end. There absolutely is a little bit of damage there, and no wonder Patrick Heinrich has lost so much pace.
Well, that could be one of the reasons. He's still in the slipstream, so he's doing all right, but this is how the moves were made eventually with Rainer Talvar after all of that on the exit of the curveball threat. So up a position for Talvar into 4th, and Moreno Sarica makes it to 5th as well. But still only 4.5 seconds separating the top 6, more than 4.5 hours into the 24 hours of Spa. Absolutely remarkable what we've seen so far in this race. But the sun is setting, and the sun will now be in the eyes just a little bit around the circuit here and there. That's going to be a bit of a problem over the course of the race, you would imagine. Especially, I was hearing, maybe on the run down towards Bruxelles, in towards Pif-Paf and second part of Pouhon. Sunset, just a little bit of a problem getting in these drivers' eyes, but as we're in the Ardennes Mountains, sunset never lasts for too long anyway.
Well, Ewan, you've called it Piff Path. I've called it Fanya. Some track maps call it Campus. I think it's about time that we have our favorite thing in the world. It's arguing about what real corner names are at Spa. You know, it's been so many years. I would have thought that somebody at Spa, maybe the track president over at Spa-Francorchamps, whoever's in charge of the affairs there, maybe the media director would say, you know what, here's the official name of the corner, this is the one, this is what you should call it. But no, they're leaving us with the ambiguity. I think they're just trying to get us to have something to talk to every year.
Yes. It's, maybe that's why. But we do often find ourselves arguing about it. Alex Dunn very close to Gianni Vecchio now. Is he willing to make the overtake here as they just approach one of the lapped Mercedes at the moment? I think it could be... Well, I thought it was our large competition, but it's not actually. Although it could be. Let's find out.
Movano, they've actually... We mentioned them a little bit earlier. They've caught the Movano car. I didn't expect that to happen, but they have finally caught him. Movano with Manfredotti behind the wheel, though, going to pull out completely. Just hop back in the draft. No harm, no foul there.
Yeah, well spotted. Another lap down for the team of the 37. I think that's 9 laps down now for them in the overall race. They're a very long way back indeed, but Alex Dunn still wasn't willing to go through there. 16.6 from him last time around, and these top two are showing that they maybe do have the pace to hold off the rest of the field, at least for this stint.
We're starting to get we're starting to get deeper into the run, rather. 10 laps in here. Not even to halfway in the track, not even to halfway in the stint, rather, if I can get my words right here. So maybe once we start to get to the last couple of laps of the stint, about 15 laps time, I think we might see Alex Dunn think, you know what, maybe now's my time to make the move. But for now, it's definitely in that stage of the stint where there's no real reason to make the move just now. You're still making pace. You're still pulling away from Carl Jansen in third. You probably just hang back for the moment.
And out of all of the iRacing special events, I think this is the pretty much only one of them. Well, sorry, iRacing special events, that encompasses a lot of things, especially the longer endurance racing iRacing special events. This is the only one of them where this kind of thing could happen, in my opinion, because first of all, multi-class traffic wouldn't allow for this. Whether GT3 was the top class as it is at the Nürburgring, or the bottom class as it will be at, or was at Daytona for the last few years, has been for quite some time, this just wouldn't happen because of the multi-class element. But because this is Spa and it's the only class that actually runs here at Spa, it's allowed to happen. It actually is possible to slipstream for hour after hour with almost no interruption, and that's what we're seeing right now. But to see this at any other circuit just wouldn't really be possible.
Riding on board with Alex Dunn here in that Mercedes. Don't be alarmed by the display behind the steering wheel. The oil pressure is not low. That's just kind of how the inside of this car looks. But you did see there, after Eau Rouge, Alex Dunn gave a little bit of a bump to Gianni Vecchio, a little bit of a bump draft, almost NASCAR style. That tells you he is absolutely not interested in making the move right now. He is still just trying to ride in line, keep the speed up as much as possible while still saving fuel, and using the bump draft to very good effect there with the flat front end for the most part of the Mercedes, the flat rear end of the BMW. You can give a little bit of a bump to the leader if you want to help him out a little bit and stay in line, but it's always scary. It's going to be even more scary later on.
Battle further back for P12 still going on here. Cameron Grabowski recently got through on Pablo Arujo, and he's still holding that advantage. It's still exactly the same as what we saw earlier on. Grabowski has gotten to the front of this group, and he's just trying to close in on some groups a bit further up, I suppose. Team Redline and Apex 1 are fighting for 10th place, about 2.5 seconds further in front, so maybe that's what they're setting their sights on at the moment. But other than that, there's not a lot more for them to try and get out of this for Grabowski in terms of making the overtakes. He really is having a couple of technical problems back there. Hopefully he stays in the session without too many major problems, but he does have a bit of work to do to try and catch up. There's the Apex 1 car. Piotr Schmierlek is at the wheel of that one in this all Porsche battle for 10th place at the moment, but very much a waiting period here. So there's a lot of waiting going on around at the moment. I think that's consensus we've taken for the first 4.5 hours?
I was just waiting 5 seconds to respond to you, Ewan.
Nice. Very good. Yes, there is a lot of waiting. Hopefully not in the commentary booth, though, because that would make it very weird for other people to watch. But it's been very much the story of the race. Unfortunately, I guess for us, of course, we don't like to see battling every single lap and just constantly, but that's just not possible, is it, in a 24-hour race at any circuit, especially not this one, in the way that we have it. It's they've got to sit back and relax and think about the preservation of the car at some point.
No source here. The two Drago cars, I believe they ran into trouble very, very early on, but this is Arturo Melgar. Actually, no, it's not. It's Kira Wolf in the lead Drago Racing Porsche here in this little group here. They did run into trouble early on in the race. I couldn't tell you what exactly happened to him, but there was actually it was team-on-team contact, rather. I am remembering now. It was the 5 and the other Drago car coming together at the final corner, and that was a crazy lap when all that went down. So hopefully no more drama between the two team cars for the rest of the night.
Hopefully not. It's a very awkward moment there. Let's hope they weren't in the same voice chat at the same time, because that wouldn't have been broadcastable, I wouldn't imagine. When that all happened. Sun very much setting here at Spa. 19 hours and 20 remaining, and you can just see the headlights making a bit more of an impression on the road right now. It's Team Redline leading from Team PGZ in exactly the same position they've been for quite some time. They've got they're on lap 13 and lap 12 respectively in their stint, so they're not even halfway through, and they're very much just relaxing. It's a case of sitting back, not making any mistakes, and staying in the front group, which so far only 2 teams have managed to do.
And third placed Williams Esports hasn't actually been able to make up that gap at all. Carl Janssen, ever since they passed the damaged Patrick Heinrich, they honestly haven't made much more pace. So I'm honestly thinking, was that move really worth it? Was it worth it to ditch that Ferrari of Grid and Go Esports to get that track position, to get the damaged car out from in front of them? I don't know if it was, because they've lost a full 2 seconds now to second place. And Team BMW Bank not any closer, and Williams Esports Chill Blast, who's also made the move on the Grid and Go Ferrari, not any closer either. So I think all of these guys are just going to be waiting basically until the end of this stint to hope that maybe they can shorten the pit stop a little bit, hope that maybe the cycle is a little bit more kind to them, because even with the front 2 saving right now, they are pulling away from this Williams Esports sandwich in the battle for third.
They are. It does seem that whoever's at the front of this group, they're just not quite able to catch up right now. We saw Patrick Heinrich at the front of the group. That wasn't making much of an impression. Now we've got Williams Esports and Carl Janssen there. It's not coming down either. Gringo.com Esports, by the way, losing time quite quickly here. Urano Esports catching them just a little bit in that fight for 6th place, and they found themselves behind the Movado Mercedes, which is not particularly helpful. So that can't be helping Patrick Heinrich at the moment with the looming threat of Urano. I do think some credit has to be given to the front 2, though. It's not just a case of those others behind losing time, but actually these guys are running pretty quickly as things stand. They're comfortably in the 16s lap after lap.
You're exactly right. Fastest car on track right now is actually 4th place, the Team BMW Bank car currently piloted by Rainer Talvar. But unfortunately for him, he's currently stuck behind the 55 of Williams Esports, so he can't really use that pace advantage to do anything. And even with that pace advantage, it's only 1/10 over the fastest car, or the leader on track right now, Johnny Vecchio, in that BMW M Team Redline entry. 1/10 of a difference is not going to make much of a difference right now with a 3-second gap, but I think if Talvar or even Moreno Sarica can get track position here, they could do some work to bring down that gap. But honestly, I think it might even still be a little bit too early to start thinking about pushing and bringing down that gap, because you'll be wasting even more fuel, and it might be too early for that.
Yeah, it could well be. And it's not a big gap after all either, is it, at this stage? So might not be worth worrying about it too much as we go on board with Rainer Talvar right now, sitting in this Williams Esports sandwich. Mercedes on either side, just cramming him into 4th place. They run over the top of the hill at Eau Rouge and towards Les Combes. Now, one of the main talking points actually from the Spa 24 Hours in previous years used to be the off-tracks and how you used to get so many of them over the course of these races, but that's not really the case anymore, it has to be said. The track limits have been changed a little bit here on iRacing, and so it's a little bit more lenient at Spa, but even so, you don't get so many before you have a stop-go penalty. 100x is the limit before a stop-go. I have to say, from my own experience, having gotten out the car at 4 hours, we were already on 26, 27, so we're in big trouble. I'd imagine these professionals will be all right, but it's still quite a worrying limit for everyone.
Yeah, it is a looming threat, and honestly, Ewan, you say they've improved the track limits a little bit. That doesn't help me very much as a driver who always wants to be extending the track. If you give me a little bit of asphalt, I'm happy to use it. Spa and basically all of the other Grade 1 tracks on iRacing, the track limits are still quite strict. You could run a little bit wider than you used to be able to, but there are still the limits that you don't want to overdo, especially right here out of Stavolo. I believe you do just have to make sure you have 1 tire on the curb and you don't get an off track there, but if you do go a little bit too wide, you're going to start building up those off tracks, and I can tell you from experience, I've served too many drive-thrus here at Spa, I've been disqualified from too many races. Those incident points stack up very quickly.
And if there's ever a race where you don't want a stop-go penalty or a drive-through penalty, then it is this one, with the length of the pit lane that you have to worry about. It's a real problem. And if you notice as well, if you're new to iRacing, the precision with which these drivers actually place their cars, and you might notice from the off-board cameras especially, they're sort of keeping their their inside wheels, just onto the curb, just keeping 2 wheels on the curb, making absolutely sure that they don't go off track. And just watch it here. They just keep 2 wheels on the curb slightly, and obviously that is 4 wheels over the white line, but it's at least 2 wheels on the curb. That will prevent you from getting an off track. And just to watch these guys place their cars so precisely every single time is really something remarkable.
It is the top level of sim racing. We always say that, and it's never an exaggeration. 8,000 plus I rating is the strength of field on average in this field. You see very few drivers who are under that mythical 8,000 limit. You see some drivers in the quintuple digits of I rating, in the 10,000s. Right now on track, Alex Dunn, very big number behind the wheel of that car. These are the best of the best that iRacing has to offer, and it's always special a couple of times per year when we get all of them together for the big events like this. The Spa 24, the Daytona 24, Sebring, all of the league events that all of these drivers run in over the course of the season. It is it's like a condensed black hole of iRacing driver power. It's incredible.
It absolutely is. And speaking of league racing, by the way, you had the first chance, Joey, to commentate on me actually league racing for the first time. I made a complete fool of myself.
Yeah, racing in quotation marks.
Yeah, I was racing for some of it. I was crashing for another bit of it.
Yeah, you did a little bit of bowling.
Crashing into other people and also myself out of the race, which was lovely. But anyway, thankfully my split of this iRacing Spa 24 is not being broadcast, and thankfully I didn't rear end anyone in my stint. Nice. So that's a success early on, but there's still, of course, a very long way to go.
And you were at VIR on Tuesday night, so we do have to give you a little bit of credit. You know, it's a difficult track. You still haven't even been on iRacing for that long. The thing about Ewan is, when we started commentating together a year ago or so, is I did just see Moreno Sarica pulling off into the pits. That's a very early stop compared to the rest of the group, but it's not an early stop for that team. They have been out on track for 25 laps. They're a little bit off strategy compared to the others they've been racing around. So Moreno Sarica going to bring in that number 2 Williams Esports Chill Blast Mercedes in before the rest of the group, and hope he doesn't get stuck in traffic, because he had a great couple of buddies there in his teammate Carl Jansen and Rainer Talvar in the Team BMW bank car.
Absolutely. So that will just change it a little bit for third place, but at the same time, not so much, because Moreno Sarica is into the pit lane. But yeah, I don't care what anyone says. VIR is difficult and it's terrible as a result.
Well, will you be back next week, though? That's the real question, because That's we got a whole season of PRL GT3 action on RaceSpot. Are we going to see you for the rest of it?
I'm going to do all the races that I can, but unfortunately that eliminates the next week. So that's a bit of a shame. I'm hoping to be possibly the next 1 or 2 after that, but there'll be 3 or 4 more rounds that I can do for the remainder of the season. So
nice.
there'll be more chances to see me make a fool of myself on a Tuesday evening if you're so inclined. It's pretty late in Europe, but I stay up for it, so you might as well.
Go get a kebab after.
Yeah, I didn't do that. I just went to bed because what was the point? But yeah, I know it's a bit late in Europe, but especially if you're from the Americas, North or South, or if you just like a bit of a late night on a Tuesday, or whether you're in summer or whatever it is, then why not join us here on RaceSpotTV for that particular one. Battle for 11th place, still exactly where we left it as well. Cameron Grabowski still leading 2 Mercedes around and another Ferrari here as well. So this is exactly where we left it, and same could be said about a lot of battles, to be honest, over the course of this race so far. We check in with them every now and again, but every time we do, really not a lot has changed with them.
Not much has changed in the short term, but in the long term, those were 2 of our biggest movers that we just saw there. Apex won from 25th, and Williams Esports Academy from 35th on the grid, moving up there. But here is the change for 3rd place, actually. Rainer Talvar has made the move on Carl Janssen. Team BMW Bank finds himself ahead of Mercedes-AMG Williams Esports. Is that the ticket to that gap coming down from 3rd to 2nd and maybe making this a 3-car fight for the win again? I think Rainer Talvar behind the wheel of that number 7 BMW realized the gap is expanding too much. I've got too much pace. I need to get aggressive and make this move, and that's exactly what he did coming into the bus stop.
I almost wonder whether there's a bit of communication between those 2 teams there, because Williams were very willing to step over there and get out the way. Nearly 2/3 of the way through the stint, I suppose. That's about where we are with those guys now. So maybe that was a bit pre-planned, but it was nicely done, cleanly done from Rainer Talvar, and he's up to 3rd place at the moment. But just what difference is this going to make now? The gap is about at 3 seconds. The front 2 still continue to pull away, and I wonder whether Rainer Talvar is going to be any quicker than Janssen in terms of closing this gap.
I think he may have to wait just a couple of moments, maybe wait a couple of stints to actually bring that gap down. But that's what endurance racing is all about. There's still 19 hours left to go in this race. That's basically a full day that you have to bring down that gap. So while he might want to push very, very hard right now, he might want to bring down that 2.5-second gap, Rainer Talvar knows that there's a very, very long time for him to bring that gap down. There's going to be a whole host of drivers who will be switching in and out of these cars, a lot of pace differences, and there will definitely be many, many chances to bring down a 2.7-second gap. In a 20-minute sprint race, a 2.7-second gap is huge. In a 19-hour race, a 2.7-second gap might as well be, you're right behind the car in front.
Yeah, it's absolutely nothing at this stage. Down in towards the bus stop chicane, they'll go again. Vecchio and Alex Dunn running 1 and 2. BMW versus Mercedes at the front of the Spa 24 hours. And this is a bit of a move here, is it? It's Team Redline getting in front of Arnaud's competition in one of the Mercedes. Don't quite see that car for them very often, but they're using it here this afternoon. And it's the Apex 1 car that's joined in as well. This is the only change that's been really happening over the course of the last hour. Joey, I guess the presence of gridandgo.com esports falling away, that's been a change at the front, but in the midfield, it's been Arnaud's competition just falling into the clutches of Team Redline.
Well, I'm a big fan of this battle here between Arnaud and Apex 1, 9th and 10th, because you've got the bright pink car versus the monotone black and white car. It's totally not deliberate, but it is a Barbie versus Oppenheimer battle. We're gonna keep the theme going.
Yeah, not
as if they haven't had enough free marketing. We're gonna give them even more.
We are, yeah. We've spoken about my film knowledge in the past. Well, I don't know if you saw, Joey, but
I did see, and you're lucky, Ewan. You're in the company of somebody who I do like movies. I've seen a lot of movies, but all the movies that people say you have to see, I've missed out on a lot of them. I haven't seen any of the Star Wars, any of the Harry Potters, Lord of the Rings, Rush, all the racing movies. So we have similar lacks. We have similar gaps in our knowledge.
Yeah, nobody's got as big a gap of a knowledge in terms of films as me, I can tell you that. But yeah, I'm glad to hear I'm not alone in that. I'll be on a little bit later on, by the way, if you continue tuned in here on RaceSpotTV with Lorenzo Bonda, who's probably going to rip me apart at some point over the course of the hour or two we have together. So looking forward to that, and make sure you tune in for that a little bit later. Jarno How, I've got to say here, Joey, looks like he's struggling a little bit for Arnaud. He was caught pretty comprehensively by Ola Steinbrat and then overtaken, and now it's the turn of Apex One to do the same.
Yeah, Smielek behind the wheel of this 101. There are so many wiggles going on behind the wheel of that, that pink Mercedes of Jarno de How here. Smielek is definitely thinking, I can make this move pretty easily. If I send a dive, I can tell that Jarno is struggling right now. He is getting all sorts of oversteer. He's hopping the curbs. That does not look like a stable Mercedes to be behind the wheel of. So let's see, does Piotr decide to go for the move into the bus stop here? No, he doesn't. Still going to hold back in line, but he's only going to be able to do that for so long because Ola Steinbrat is running away in 8th, and Smielek does not want to be stuck behind for any longer than he has to.
Yeah.
Oh, here he goes.
Here we go. Well, I was expecting him to wait a little bit, actually, but maybe doesn't want to do that. He'll look to the inside, then the outside, and maybe for a better exit off of La Source. He's going to use a lot of the AstroTurf on the left-hand side there, and maybe even have a look at Eau Rouge. It would be a very, very brave one. And he's surely going to stay behind for now. But there will be big opportunity at the end of the Kemmel Straight, you'd imagine. Over the top of the hill. And now the climb up towards Le Combe. The Porsche should have the legs here, despite not being the paciest in a straight line. It should have at least the legs to do this. Up in towards Le Combe, it's an easy move for Smielek in the end. We're still in that stage of the race where Arnaud actually have no interest in fighting at all.
Yeah, I thought for a second, I was tricked for a moment that was a defensive line from the number 4, but no. Jarno de How just backing out, pulling to the inside, letting Smielek know that you can have the spot here. I'm not going to fight you for this. We're going to resolve this very, very quickly. But just as that's resolved, we've got another battle to resolve between Pablo Araujo, Hendrik Cruz, Lewis Woods. It's Bila versus PGZ versus PGZ. It's a PGZ sandwich, even though PGZ is the bread. It's not necessarily a comfortable position if you are the Bila Racing number 450. You don't really want to be in the middle of 2 teammates ever because you know they're probably strategizing right now. They've got you as a data point that they're trying to get rid of. But we'll see if Bila Racing can actually make the move and get to the front.
Yeah, it's not got Pat Grabowski here anymore, by the way, either, which is what we saw. I don't know, I guess he must have pitted a few laps ago because he's no longer right in front of the
They did a driver
3.
swap as well. Santeri Martikainen's got behind the wheel of that car as well, so both Williams Esports cars have now made that stop. It's gotten them out of the focus for now, but they've both got that stop out of the way.
Explains why I couldn't find them quite so quickly on the timing screen there. Interesting driver change there in terms of teams. Santeri Martikainen was driving for Aztec Simsports Visceral throughout a lot of the Ivory Club Sport Series season over the winter of 2022-23, excuse me, and he was up there. I think he actually won a race with that team, but clearly no longer with them. And with the Williams Esports Academy team now, which is going to hope to bring on a little bit more talent and bolster their lineups at the front of these races. Of course, they already have a lot of cars at the front of special events and major esports events, but they'd like to add a few more, I'm sure. And the Academy car, well on its way to doing that. It could mean that Arnaud's competition get jumped here in the pit stops because they're continuing to fall back, but Williams obviously will be going a little bit quicker on another part of the circuit.
Yeah, they might get jumped to the pit stops, but they might get jumped on track here as well. This has not been the greatest of runs for Jarno de How. He is falling off the pace. 2:17.8 on the previous lap. That's about a second slower, a second and a half slower than most other cars in the top 20 are running right now. And you can see that PGZ sandwich, say that 10 times fast, on the scene. Bila Racing there as well. Those are some hungry sharks behind, and a 1.5 second pace difference is going to mean it's not going to be the most difficult overtake in the world if the two PGZ cars headed by Pablo Araujo can find the right way to, or the right place to make the move.
And just to put it in context, it was a 17.8 on the last lap from Arnold's competition, which is still a really quick lap time. But I'm pretty sure that's my qualifying pace, actually. But still, even in this kind of field, it's still not quite enough with the two PGZs and the Bila Racing Ferrari as well. Absolutely there. And could even be making a move down here towards the stop chicane. They'll run their way out of Stavolo. They'll be gaining in the slipstream. Won't be a moving towards Blanchimont. They'll have to just get in the wheel tracks for the moment, and then there'll be a move late on the brakes, you'd imagine. Down here, let's have a look to the inside, and no. The 1-2-4 backs out, and Verity goes into the side of the Ferrari.
Apex 1 comes in, and then Bila Racing, the 450, says, you know what, we are getting held up too much here. It's not worth it to hang on in this train anymore, so Henrik Cruz does bring that car in a little bit early, lap number 24 of that stint, so 1 or 2 laps earlier than you'd expect, but I think they've determined that the early stop is worth it, considering they were getting held up very badly there for 1 lap's time. Up front here, Alex Dunn and Johnny Vecchio. We talked about them stuck together at the start of this hour, Ewan. They are still as stuck together as they've ever been. And I can only imagine that we're probably going to be looking at these two fighting for the race win for much longer over the course of the night.
Well, how much longer is the question, isn't it, really? Because we saw in that last pit stop phase, just as we came to air, Joey, there was a lot of changing going on. And there was a top 4 when we got here. Now there's only a top 2, and it's basically all down to those pit stops. Now that they've had the gap, they've been able to drive that gap home a little bit, and they're holding on to 3 seconds at this stage. The question really remains, how long are these two going to stay together for the remainder of the race? Because it will be something remarkable if by 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon here in Europe, it will still be like this. It would be unheard of, really.
And it would certainly be remarkable if they stayed stuck together for that long, but unfortunately you and I can't stay stuck together for much longer because we've got Stefan Schlacker waiting here in the wings. Going to bring him in here in a matter of moments. I'm going to go away for 1 singular hour, probably grab some lunch, and then I'll be back with you in about an hour's time, but Ewan's going to hold down the fort until then.
Thanks very much, Joey. We'll have you back again in an hour or so, and we will bring Stefan Schlacker into the booth here with 19 hours exactly remaining on the clock. Stefan, you have watched iRacing for a lot longer than me. I know I've been here for a couple of years now, but I would always bow down to your knowledge in this kind of situation. Have you ever seen a race, a 24-hour race, stay quite as close as this for quite as long as this?
No, actually, I have to say, Ewan, I haven't seen an iRacing 24-hour race stuck this close for this long, because it is very remarkable. I mean, we have seen incredible fuel-saving strategies to begin with, which probably really helped with all of that, and, you know, it has separated a little bit at the top, which is always gonna happen at one point, but these two are really gonna be in for a fight. Just a strategy fight right now, but it will still be a very interesting fight as to who will be able to blink the latest between BMW, Redline, and Team PGZ. But also, one thing I've realized since I have been in the TeamSpeak here with you guys the last few laps, BMW banked a 7. They have been able to close in the gap a tiny little bit to our 2 leaders by 2/3 right now. So maybe in a few laps time we'll be able to be in for a fight, a 3-way fight for the lead.
Well, it's a real pace that's being set at the front of the field, I've got to say now. 2:16.2 from all of the top 4 on that last lap. They're really starting to open the taps, maybe realising that fuel saving is somewhat complete now for this stint of the race, and now they're just going to push on to the pit stops, which can't be too far away. Johnny Vecchio has done 22 laps already in this stint, and at most Carl Janssen has done 24. He'll be in first. As we saw through the previous pit stop phases, it was Daniel Lafuente, who we were on board with, who jumped into the pit lane first. That will remain the case once again throughout this next pit stop phase, but we'll just have to see how long this continues on for. There's a bit of lap traffic now, which maybe could disrupt things. Red line with a couple of cars in front of them. I think one of them could be the Drago Racing number 9 as we take this driver's eye view on board with the BMW. As he tries to negotiate a bit of traffic in towards the bus stop chicane, they'll try and get this done down towards the bus stop chicane, but it's not going to be so easy. Instead, just takes the slipstream, lifts off, brakes a bit early, and will stay behind the Porsche for a little bit of time. Maybe this is the chance for Talvar and Janssen to close in slightly again.
And in the background you can see the BMW bank car looming. They are slowly continuing that catch to the front. Obviously traffic really helping right now for Rainer Talbot to catch up those 2.6 seconds.
So close is Alex Dunn at the moment on the run down towards Eau Rouge, up over the top of the hill at Radion. The Porsche now very much in the way of these guys. It is the Traeger Racing number 9 of Arturo Melgar who's at the wheel there. Now he pulls out the way. Alex Dunn, though, with absolutely no interest in going through, and it says it all really, doesn't it, Stefan, about the way this race is going at the moment, how much Alex Dunn doesn't want to lead at the moment. We do see this sometimes in iRacing at some certain circuits, but Spa is not always one of them, and over the course of a 24-hour race, this is certainly unusual. Alex Dunn has now spent almost the entire stint staring at that BMW. Normally we'd be talking about how frustrating that is to be behind someone for so long, but that is not the case today. He's more than happy to be there.
Yeah, in these fast cars, GT3 and above, or even GT4 and above, you don't really see that, like you mentioned. I would totally expect something like some behavior like this in, I don't know, Skippies or something like that, where the draft is just so ever important, especially coming into the last lap, going into Blanchimont. You really want to be second, third, maybe fourth. But GT3, it's just, I mean, it really shows how much strategy goes into a 24-hour race in iRacing in these days, because we even wouldn't have seen that like 2 years ago.
We really wouldn't. It's very, very different iRacing that we saw in 2021. And something else that was very different as well, Stefan, was the BOP and the different varieties of cars that we were seeing on the grid. It was a real BMW show a couple of years ago. I think it was Team Redline who eventually won the race that year. It was indeed BMW Team Redline. The M4 was still very, very new, of course, but you've seen a lot of iRacing BOPs for special events. Where does this one rank in terms of a good balance here? Because we've got the top 5 with 4 different manufacturers at the moment. Porsche, Ferrari, BMW and Mercedes all seem to be able to hold the pace.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the best ones that we have seen, I would say, where the whole race is just one class. So it is, I mean, it still is like half the field is split between Porsche and Mercedes, and the rest of it is the other cars, a BMW, Ferrari. So it could still be better, but it always can be better, right? So we have to take that in account. And for what iRacing has done for the SPA24 this time around, BOP-wise, I think they really did a great job on how they produced the BOP, because normally you hear a lot more of the moaning from the pro drivers about the BOP and how bad it is.
Certainly do, and for us sometimes as well. To be honest, well, maybe not everyone, but me sometimes. It's absolutely fantastic to see so much variety at the front. Even got a couple of McLarens further down. Unfortunately, not challenging for the win here today, but we do have 1 or 2 McLarens in the field, which I'm very, very pleased about, got to say. A bit more lap traffic now for Johnny Vecchio as he completes another lap here at Spa. This is number 132. He'll be heading towards the end of his 5th stint of the day, making his 5th stop now very shortly. Still waiting for, we've seen Williams in, so it's going to be Talvar and Alex Dunn into the pit lane before long, and then the red line car will be into pit lane. We'll see if they're in the same order when they exit the pit lane for the 5th time, as you can see. Still waiting for the top 7 to come into the pit lane. There's a red line just in front of the black and yellow of PGZ. Is there going to be any blinking this time from Dunn? And there is. Into the pit lane for the Mercedes, into one of the tighter pit lanes on the iRacing schedule. Stefan, as I can attest to firsthand, you may have heard me an hour ago, on my way in from the end of my driving stint, I'd smacked the wall on the way in. So that was I drove well and then threw it all the way at the end. I don't think I've damaged the car particularly, but it was a bit embarrassing. On the way in though, sure these guys won't have any problems with that. At least at this time, I'm sure it's a challenge at when you're in the middle of the night when you're already very tired.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's really where it comes down to. It's not so much more about the track, but much more about the pit lane when you're in the night and you're very tired. And, you know, it is the good thing. You know, everybody can take a little bit of an ego hit, but as long as the car isn't damaged, it's still just the funny part about it. So it could be worse, if we're honest about it, Ewan. So you still did.
I did okay, but yeah, it's my first 24-hour race anywhere, by the way. So that's the main reason for doing it. I've never done a 24-hour race in my life before, so thought I'd just give it a go here on this Spa 24-hour weekend here on iRacing, and so far we're still in the race, so that's a success for the moment. Somebody asking in the YouTube chat, by the way, how much fuel saving you can do if you're running in the draft for an entire stint, and wonder if you have any views on that, Stefan, whether you know any specific figures itself, but around a track like Spa with so much straight line running, flat out running when you're in the slipstream, I guess it's can be quite substantial, the amount that you can gain.
Yeah, I mean, I was already a little bit surprised how much they were able to fuel save in top split, because I honestly didn't really think that you could save that much. At least me and my team in our split didn't calculate that many laps being able to be fuel saved. So I was a little bit surprised by what the pro teams came up with. But the most we have seen thus far is 28 laps actually of fuel saving with draft and everything included. So you really can save a lot of fuel, as we have quite some pitters there. That's 20, and was it also a leader? Both leaders.
Yeah.
No, it's W3 going into pit lane.
So the leader, yeah, just held up slightly by one of these slower cars. It's a gridandgo.com esports Porsche, 6 laps down. And there is the other Grid and Go Ferrari, just to confuse us even more, on the way. And now there's going to be an overtake, is there? Red line down the inside here. Oh, my word. Well, is that even legal? They've done it anyway. Overtaking in the pit lane. Not sure about that.
Well, let's just say they did the Sebastian Vettel into pit lane and call it a legal move.
He did it before he went into the pit lane, to be fair, rather than actually
Vettel
in it.
did it before it was cool.
Yes, before it was called the Sebastian Vettel. A good, 7 years ago now. Where does the time go? Yes, that's a slightly questionable one, but Redline have done it now, and they're on their way. It's mainly because of this Mercedes right here, not the Urano one just behind, but Team PGZ. It's Alex Dunn still at the wheel, and Johnny Vetto is the last driver to wait to come in now after 26 laps on this stint. And by the way, just to provide a bit more context to what you were saying specifically there, Stefan, our team were discussing maybe trying to fuel save for 25 laps. So for these guys to be able to do more than that is quite remarkable, especially considering the pace that they're running.
Exactly, it is insane if you count. I mean, normally if you really go flat out as a normal person, so to speak, you do 24 and you're just on the brink of 25, so saving 25 is quite easy. 26 is already quite the stretch because you need to save about 0.2 liters per lap, which doesn't sound like a lot, but obviously you're gonna lose a lot of time because there's just so much full throttle percentage at Spa-Francorchamps in a GT3 car. So that is already quite a lot, and you would save another probably 0.4, 0.5 even liters per lap, so a total of 0.7 liters per lap to go that extra lap of going to 27, as we have PGZ going into second place now that the pit stop cycle is done, Ewan.
Yeah, 8 or 9 tenths of a second. Is there enough of a gap there for Redline to just break the slipstream again, because they've gained time on Team BMW Bank and Williams Esports for the second pit stop in a row? These two teams starting to emerge as the front runners in the Falken Tyre 24 Hours of Spa for 2023. Team Redline and Team PGZ absolutely together. 3/4 of a second between the two of them, and Alex Dunn needing the lap of his life here to just stay in touch. I think he'll be all right. 6 tenths of a second is going to keep him just about in range there to keep the slipstream of Johnny Vecchio there, but it's a little bit of a scare for them at this stage.
Yeah, and we actually saw the pit stop times themselves, and Alex Dunn was actually quite a lot faster than Gianni Vecchio in that number 20. So I wonder if that either was just a bad stop, pull into the pit stall by Gianni Vecchio, or if just Redline used so much more their tank, the 100 liters that they can fill up, and because of that they had so much of a longer stop than Team PG said. So very interesting. There we have it once again on our screens. 0.9 of a second. There's nearly a full second. Alex Dunn was faster on the pit stall itself. So that is just the time that they were stationary. Pit stop travel time is about 1:44, give or take. So very, very interesting by Team PGZ that they were able to put out that 1 second out of the lead of Team Redline.
So absolutely together again with these two as the night begins to fall here at Spa-Francorchamps. It's approaching 10 p.m. in Sim, and so the lights now becoming pretty important for all of the drivers to navigate their circuit. They've still got 4 seconds over Reino Tauber and Carl Janssen, and Patrick Heinrich 8 seconds. He's managed to jump Reino Sirica there for that 5th position. Then there's Vlad Kimichev in 7th, giving way to another 10-second gap back to the rest of the field, starting with Ola Steinbretten for Team Redline at the moment. But all things staying relatively similar there for those drivers, especially at the front of the field. I guess if we want to keep going on, Stefan, about impressive things that are just unattainable for us normal people doing the Spa 24 that here this weekend. Tyre wear was one of the things that I was struggling with a little bit, I've got to say, earlier on in the week, and trying to manage those throughout the stint. I wonder if that was just a me thing or whether that was a lot of people, but the way these guys are able to get this kind of time out of their car while also making the tyres last the whole way as well is quite impressive, because they do take a bit of a beating, to be honest, especially in the heat of the day. It's quite difficult to get them to go the entire hour because of the or sometimes because of the way that you can drive these cars.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's so much dependent on your setup and how much you're actually able to extract from the setup itself, because I've come to realize that Spa-Francorchamps is actually really hard to set up the cars. I always struggle massively of setting up the cars for any Spa-Francorchamps race, but I was a little bit surprised by myself, because all of a sudden I realized that I'm just a second off of what these guys are doing with having quite some good tire wear as well. So I sadly, for the first time in many years of actually doing special events on iRacing, I can't really relate to tire wear problems, because normally I'm always someone who uses quite a bit of their tire, a little bit too much than you would normally like to. But yeah, no, this time around I'm actually quite happy. I could nearly do a double stint somehow on the tires.
Wow.
While being quite reasonably fast. I said it's just a second off of these guys. So not sure exactly how I managed that feat, but I'm very sure I will never do it again.
Well, I'm not sure how you managed that either, to be honest with you. You should maybe our setup's not very good, the one we're using, because there's no way on earth we'd be able to manage that at any sort of pace. But there we are, fair enough. Alex Dunn stays very close to Johnny Vecchio, by the way, up the top of the hill here, and it will be another lap of following, you would imagine. Yeah, it very much depends, I guess, on the setup and a little bit the way that you drive these cars as well, because you can lean on the driver assists quite a lot, the traction control and the ABS as well, if you're not too careful, and that can get burned through your tyres quite quickly. But in the end, you do need to lean on them a little bit. I suppose they are there to catch you, but you can't. For example, you can't be as I was starting to do in practice. You can't slam on the brakes absolutely everywhere, and keep 100% throttle right to the 100% brake right to the apex and trail braking that way, because you'll just completely ruin the tyres.
Yeah, no, you definitely. So the way I've come, free tip for everybody. Well, one thing that I've come to realize is that the ABS system is more like a guideline. You don't want to engage it; you just want it to be there, right on your actual brake application. So at 75%, that's where you just about want to have the ABS come in as we actually come into another battle here on our competition, a 4 versus the 11 of Williams Esports Academy. They continue to be also nose to tail, which is quite what we like.
It is, and for some reason, Williams Esports Academy have lost a bit of time over the course of the pit stop phase because they were ahead of Beeler Racing Team and Team PTZ further up. Not sure where the other Team PTZ car has gone, actually, because there was another one. Molan Dutsek is 12th, but Lewis Woods is down 23rd now. A good 30 seconds behind where he was previously, and that was a 1:21 stop from him. Not sure what that was all about, but that was the only stop that was out of the ordinary last time around. I can't really think what that could have been, really. Maybe a bit of damage repair or something. Speeding in the pit lane, probably not quite long enough for that, but there goes the Williams Esports Academy car. As I said earlier, they're about 5-10 seconds down on maybe where they should be because of that last pit stop, but they've at least regained one of the places on our competition, who are just losing a few places over the last few laps.
Yeah, it's never that easy to really tell what is going on behind the wheel. Maybe it was also just a slide on the first lap through Pujon, which can also lose you a lot of time, 2, 3, 4 seconds even, if you're not careful and you're not really able to catch that slide through an entirety of Pujon. Time really can fly away from you there, so maybe it was just a slide that they were able to catch for a prolonged amount of time. So we'll have to keep an eye out on how their times recover, and especially how their places recover in that car. As in the next battle we go once again with Reinhard Halber. I think still is behind the wheel of the 7, being closely followed by the Williams Esports Mercedes AMG. They have lost some time as well. 4.5 seconds they are now back from the pit stop. Hasn't changed since then, those 4.5 seconds. And yes, indeed, Reinhard Halber still behind the wheel, as well as Carl Jansen for Williams Esports. They were already back to 2.6, 2.8 seconds, somewhere around there. So they have lost 2 seconds in the pit stop as well to the leader. So very interesting how, once again, after a pit stop, the gaps grow, and they probably will come together once again at the end of the season.
Speaking of having a moment at Pujon and going very wide, Stefan, that would of course give you an off-track. What was your off-track situation with your team as you when you last checked? Because I know that my team were in a pretty dire situation, partly as a result of me, but also, well, everyone's contributed, or 2 of us have anyway. We were already a quarter of the way through our 100 by the time I got out, less than 4 hours in, so we're having a great time. Were you in such trouble, or are you doing all right?
We're in slight issues. So what we have calculated is that you round about 4 incidents per hour you can have, and you're not going to be into the problems of having to do a drive-through penalty, which obviously it's going to be a minute that you're going to lose in the pit lane. So it's about 4.2 something is the number that you can have per hour, and you're going to be hit exactly 100 incident points at the end of the 24th hour, which obviously also isn't ideal. So we're right now at about 6 incidents per hour, so we're not that good either. But yeah, it's just, you know, having to condemn them, and you're anyway going to be a little bit slow through the night, so I don't think that we're really in too much of a problem with the incident points here.
Yeah, we're quite worried about it, if I'm honest. It's going to be a bit of a problem. But as you say, it's so crucial to avoid that, and I'm sure it won't be a large talking point in this race particularly, but throughout a lot of the other splits and the other races that are going on, of which there are nearly 20, I think, going on right now.
25 in this, yes.
Yeah, it's going to be a real key talking point for some of those some of those lower splits, especially, and well, a lot of the others, apart from the top split, I suppose. But the off tracks are going to be a problem around here, because while it is improved slightly, it's still something you have to watch out for at Spa. It's so easy to just get one here or there.
Yeah, especially through exit of the Kump here on the exit curb, just go a little bit too wide, and you're gonna be getting that 1x, or even out of turn 9 here, the next left-hander, easy to get one out of it as well, because you just drag out a little bit too much on the artificial turf, slide out a little bit, and just like we saw right there of the coffin dancers, that definitely was a 1x there. So it is easy. Honestly, I think we're gonna have a little bit of the reverse talk in top split, as in not how much do they have left to the 100? Are they going to be in trouble of actually, you know, having to drive slower because they're not allowed to take any more incident points? I think it's going to be the contrary, where we're going to be talking about how many incident points do they still have to give to abuse that 100x limit to take out a little bit more time, carry more speed through the turns, take that off track and gain time because of it. Pretty sure that these pro teams are gonna calculate that way, especially in the last 2 hours, where every 10th will most definitely count.
You might be right, and if it's still as close as this, then we'll be looking to use those up in the best way possible, the most efficient way possible. As we see Coffin Dancers here pretty close to the back of VG Racing Esport. We're up in 18th at the moment. Not sure they were expecting to be here in top split, to be honest. Matthias Jensen using one of the standard BMW liveries as we go further up the field towards Williams Esports here. Reino Sarica was not far behind Patrick Heinrich there, but now he's in front pretty comprehensively. Just see if that Ferrari still has that little bit of rear left damage. Wonder whether that's been repaired now, because it doesn't quite look the same. As we have a little look at the replay here, looks like a pretty textbook manoeuvre in the end, and Patrick Heinrich indeed actually making use of it by lifting off slightly into the corner.
Yeah, it still is slightly damaged, that rear on that 001, so they have repaired it, or maybe they can't even repair it anymore as of right now. So yeah, it is just such a minor damage. They won't even really feel it. They just acknowledged it. Yeah, we have some rear damage, but that's about it. I don't think that neither the handling nor the top speed nor any probability of this car, or composition of this car, is changed in any way, shape or form, except for the sad looks that the rear now gives off. That's already.
Just see a little bit more of the tyre than maybe you'd usually see there, but it's certainly not ideal for Patrick Heinrich at the moment. He's losing time to those around him. He was nearly out in the lead actually when he first got into that car, just under 20 hours remaining. Johnny Vecchio took that off him immediately with the run up the Camel Straight. Alex Dunn got through as well, and it sort of created that bit of a gap between second and third that has now been really driven home by Redline, who have got nearly 5 seconds, or around 5 seconds on the rest in front of them. Though it's a positive place for those two to be in. Battles further back in the field, including this one for 21st with Antoine Lacherie for Advanced Motorsports at the front. Miguel San Martin and Lewis Woods in behind, and I think there's a lap car involved here as well.
Yeah, Arnage is in 31st.
Okay, yes, correct. The 100 Arnage car just hanging on to the back of these guys, or hanging in the middle of them, I should say, getting in the way. Well, it depends which way you look at it, I suppose. Trying to get out of the way by overtaking and passing everybody, I think, and might be able to do that indeed. They do seem to have decent pace, but I think the 16 team might want them to get out of the way pretty soon. Let's see.
Yeah, Arnage competition, the 100, 4 laps down right now on your leaders, and they're also not too far away from the next car in line, 30th. They are just going into Eau Rouge Radillon right now. That is Impulse Racing at 68. So Arnage, they are not too far behind for position.
Down the hill for Eau Rouge and Radillon again. Will Arnage be able to get out the way now? Will Advanced Motorsports let them do that? Because they'd quite like this bit of a buffer between them and 22nd place to remain, and it is going to remain, and there'll be a bit of a flash of the light from the 16 Mercedes, and a bit of a predicament here as well for everybody, because the lap car involved, it makes this battle all the more complicated. Will there be a move down here towards Bruxelles? Maybe no. And so this is in the awkward place, because to be fair to Arnage, it does seem that they have the pace to at the very least stay with these guys around them. Maybe they are faster as well, but they're right in the middle of this battle right now, and they'll be absolutely being screamed at by those around them to get out of the way.
Yeah, but you know how it is. iRacing does not use European blue flags. We use the American multi-class flags, and so they are in total rights to not get out of the way here because they're, quite frankly, not really that much slower, or even slower at all. So, yeah, to be honest, I wouldn't expect them either to really jump out of the way because they have the speed to stay in here. They're not being overtaken by the 16. There's not even an attempt from the 16 to overtake the Arnage Competition 100. So, yeah, they're in total right to stay where they are, and some parts of the course jumping away from the 16, especially in the fast turns. Puhorn, like we saw, they definitely have the better drive right now than the two cars behind them.
Yeah, and by the way, I do agree with those blue flags and that they are the right way to go about things. But I'm just saying, yeah, probably frustrating for those around them at the moment, especially I'd imagine Lewis Woods actually, who does probably have the pace to be 30 seconds up the road by this point. But with that long stop previously for their 5th one of the day, it's put them now with these guys and given them a bit of work to do now for the remainder of the day. Out of La Source they will go on this occasion. The 16 nowhere near as close on this occasion. That's currently being driven by Miguel San Martin, and Lewis Woods may fancy his chances here. Up over the top at Radion. All of them absolutely on the limit. Porsche might be about to be overtaken here though. Arnage seem to be by far the closest cars to the one in front. They will pull to the left-hand side as we look at it. There'll be a bit of a lift-off from Advanced Motorsports. That will now be rectified, and now that bit of a buffer, an advantage that they previously held, that's now gone away, and we've got a real battle now for this 21st position without the lap car interruption.
Yeah, and I would even say this lap car now that is seemingly faster than the Advanced Motorsports car. It's actually a good thing for them, because now whenever the 16 Mercedes Courante Ferguson would try to go for a move, the 06 would still have to drive off the Arnage Competition 100. So in all reality, it is maybe even better right now to have that car front rather than behind, because yes, now you're susceptible to attacks, but in where it really counts, those portions of the track, you have that safety net of staying in the draft while the cars behind you who need to try to get out of your draft will also lose the draft of the car ahead of the 06. So they're gonna run into a pretty hard wall that is called non-dirty air.
Gonna be a shock to the system as we approach 18.5 hours remaining. Maybe that will be a bit of a shock for some. Approaching a quarter of a way through the Falken Tyre Spa 24-hour for 2023 here on iRacing. It's been one of the closest races in recent memory in terms of 24-hour racing. We've never seen anything quite like this. Team Redline lead ahead of Team PGZ by just half a second, with another 5 seconds back to 3rd and 4th. And the crazy way we're viewing this race, Stefan, is that we're viewing that 5-second gap as a big one. But with nearly 6 hours, if we were talking about a 6-hour race, we'd be saying, wow, this is really close. But because of the way this has gone, we're just not saying that.
Yeah, it is just incredible, isn't it? 5 seconds of a gap here, 18.5 hours to go, and it's a big gap. But we have to say, Rainer Tauber, he is making steps forward, because that gap was already 5.5 seconds. It is now 5.2, 5.0 seconds. So he is closing once again into our two leaders of the BMW Redline and Team PGZ. So yeah, let's see how all of this develops, as well as Team PGZ. They have just a tiny little bit lost time, nothing to worry about. They're 3/10 behind, so they're not going to lose that lead battle anytime soon.
That's Jupp de Ligt, by the way, just up in front of these two. Not involved in their actual battle here for 3rd place. But of course, Jupp was a big part of Urano's challenge for the Daytona 24 hours more than half a year ago now already. Fortunately, he was involved in an incident at some point approaching midnight in Europe, and dropped back quite considerably as a result of that. They did drop a lap down at the time and never regained the front again. Williams Esports went on to win that race. And they've got Williams Esports right behind them right now with Team BMW back there as well. A near 3-wide moment, very briefly, as Carl Janssen tried to head down the inside of Rainer Talvar. It didn't happen for him. He stays behind, and I think he's realised that Talvar might actually be quicker here because, as you said earlier, the gap seems to be coming down a little bit quicker or a little bit more when Talvar's in front of these two rather than when Janssen is.
Yes, and I mean, they have now closed down to 4.8 seconds just with the draft that Rainer Talvar had down the Camel Straight. So they're really doing some great job there in the Team BMW back car and Rainer Talvar. Also, I don't remember right now, I have to look that up, but I think Carl Janssen was earlier in pit lane than Rainer Talvar.
Yeah, true.
So even there, the 55 would want to stay behind just simply because in the draft they can save the fuel and maybe catch up the laps that they have lost thus far on the pit lane. And yeah, there it goes. It's 2 laps longer that Carl Janssen and Williams Esports are in this stint already than the 7 of Rainer Talvar.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. Carl Janssen came in 2 laps earlier than Talvar. Actually, it was 1 lap at the 4th stop of the race, so that's that gap has extended even further in terms of difference in strategy there. The darkness has very much befallen Spa-Francorchamps now. It's approaching 10:30, I think, in Sim at the moment, which is a little bit later than it is in Europe. It's almost bang on 10:30 right now. A little bit earlier than that in Europe right now, so it doesn't quite match up here today. But there are standard virtual time, I'm being told to call it.
Or technically, wouldn't it be summer virtual time?
I guess so. Do the clocks go back in the virtual world? I'm not entirely sure.
Virtual daylight time.
Yeah, does virtual time have daylight savings? I'm not entirely sure.
We have to interview Arjuna about that.
Yes, maybe he'll have the answers if indeed there is one to that. But yeah, virtual standard time, 10:30, and the darkness has very much come across this circuit now, and it's headlight time for everyone. Not that Carl Janssen is particularly using them right now. He's right behind Talvar, just illuminating the rear end of that BMW, and not a whole lot else. With still a good half an hour to go until he comes into the pit lane. Let's go on board with the Mercedes and see what he's doing, see how he's placing the car. And you could pick any lap, really, and go on board with one of these drivers. They'd be doing exactly the same thing. It's as if they're tied to train tracks around the circuit with how consistent they are and how precise they are at placing the car.
Yeah, you could replace them with the old AI models that some early games have, where they're literally driving on rails, and it probably would look quite the same, just probably a little bit slower than what they're doing right now. So yeah, it is incredible. I mean, it just comes down with quote unquote how much time sim racers have, because they just can't pour in hours into perfecting that line, and it's all basically just comes down to muscle memory for these guys. It's nothing more in reality. If you break it down, it's all about muscle memory, that they always turn in just exactly at the same time and stuff like that. It is fascinating on a whole different level than what they already physically are capable of doing time-wise, and then being so precise as well, with being so incredibly fast.
Absolutely. The level at the top of the field this year is absolutely unbelievable, even without the presence of a certain 2-time F1 world champion who we have had in the past. I believe was part of the winning team actually in 2021. He does drive for Redline, of course, does Max Verstappen, and Gianni Vecchio was definitely a member of that Redline team, because I remember interviewing him after the race, I'm pretty sure. So he was involved. Whether Max Verstappen was or not, I don't quite remember, but it was certainly Team Redline who were up there and who were winning on that particular day. If they were to win here, by the way, they would become the the second ever team to win 3 editions of the Spa 24. Coanda have won on 3 occasions, never 2 in a row, but they have won on 3 occasions. Redline have got 2. Looking for a 3rd this year. Although there will be some dispute, Stefan, whether the win in 2018 for Pure Racing Team will count towards the Team Redline tally, because some of the ideas and people kind of merge there between those two teams.
if you don't want to take the 2018 edition, you can take the 2015 edition, when we still had prototypes racing in the Spot 24, where 4Racer Quana Sim Sport won the 2015 edition for the GT3 class. So you could take that Quana win, and then they'd have most definitely 3 wins with 2022. And 2020, where they won with Josh Rogers, who I think won it twice. Yeah, he won it twice, and definitely has won it 3 times. You can take it 4 times with Pure Racing. But one thing I wanted to say real quick is Max Verstappen won the 2019 edition when he raced with Lando Norris, Max Benecke, Maximilian Wenig. 2021 was Max Benecke, Patrick Holtzmann, and Jonas Wallmeier who won for Red.
Wow, how has my memory got so bad? Is what I'm wondering. Because yeah, that's not how I remembered it at all. But fair enough, I'll take that on. That was Williams Esports Academy, by the way, going through on Team PGZ there for 12th place. Santeri Martikainen overtaking Molan Dutzek there for that position in towards Lecombe, and it seems to have been a good idea, really, because Martikainen seems that a little bit quicker than Team PGZ at the moment, and he's just continuing to drive away ever so slightly. Williams needs a bit of work to do, though. That's which dropped them back just that little bit as we go back to 6th place, and the unfortunate moment here from RaceSpotTV, who continue to lose that time. Patrick is now in 6th place, and looks like he's going to be very quickly here with the Urano Porsche very close behind. Up over the top of the hill to Eau Rouge and Radion here. Will this be the chance for the Porsche? It's not always the strongest in a straight line, but if they've set this one up well, Urano, then they should be able to get through here in towards Lecombe if they want to. Doesn't look like they do for the moment. They will stay behind and remain in 7th place for the minute.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe he has a chance. The run looked quite good through Radillon, especially over the top of it, but just maybe had a little bit of a slide because Urano lost that drive. Could also just be that, I mean, it is a Porsche versus a Ferrari, the fastest car in a straight line versus I think the Porsche is still the slowest car in a straight line. Don't quote me on that. Haven't tested it that much between those two. So yeah, it is always going to be difficult anyway to overtake Ferrari 488. So yeah, he would have had the run, but maybe just had a little bit of a slide as he was a little bit further away from the 488 than he liked for a dive bomb. It would have been a very tricky dive bomb at the very least.
It likely would have been. So waiting for a better opportunity, and probably the best idea. Still 20 minutes remaining until they have to make a pit stop, and that goes for really anybody apart from Williams Esports. Shield Blast, I think, is the one that pits a little bit earlier in 5th place there. Pits a little bit earlier than the rest. He's currently got Reino Sarica at the wheel. He's on his 23rd lap of this stint already. So yeah, we'll be in pretty soon, but should have enough laps in the tank and enough remaining in the race to manage this race still on 23 stops. Some of the other teams may be eyeing up 22, thinking especially about the 001 team with what Sven Haase was able to do earlier on. 28 laps of a stint not so long ago was absolutely remarkable from them in the opening moments of this race, but that's feels a long way away now for the best running Ferrari in the field. It's all about BMW and Mercedes, it seems. At the front, it's 2 apiece inside the top 4 for the moment, with another Mercedes in the 5th position. Unfortunately, Ferrari and Porsche just beginning to slip back to 12 and 13 seconds away at this stage in the race after remaining so close early on.
Yeah, very much so, and I was just looking through our top 5 teams right now and seeing if, you know, some of the teams have a driver right now in the backhand who hasn't driven as yet so far, which would most definitely indicate that either they're reserved for tomorrow for a lot of the time there, when the 2 drivers right now driving most of it are going to be tired, or they have a designated, as we love to call it in motorsports, the graveyard shift driver. And a few teams have that. Especially the 114 has a driver that hasn't raced it. That would be Leandro Anderuti, who hasn't been in the car yet. Gonna be interesting how all of that is gonna play out when that fresh driver is gonna come in for their first stint. Obviously, pace-wise, we're in top split. We don't really expect basically any time difference between those drivers that are gonna come in fresh versus those that are already maybe a little bit tired, just because of how good these drivers are trained for the Spot 24. So, yeah, it is just tactically very interesting to look at those things and try to somehow figure out when they're really going to be put in, because you can sometimes read off of it a little bit how much a particular driver has driven thus far already in the race.
Yeah, speaking of graveyard shift, Stefan, you were saying in our chat a couple of moments ago that is down to you, and you'll still be driving in about 8 hours' time.
Yeah, I was hoping you wouldn't point that out, but yes, I will have to drive from 11 a.m. to 5 a.m. the graveyard shift for my team as well, which will be my first stint on top of it, so it should be very interesting. Thankfully, though, we're alternating every hour, because otherwise I would definitely burn out too quickly. But honestly, I love driving in the night. There's something so great about driving, and especially when you can overtake someone, which we might see here. Nope, that is a bump draft. Williams does not want to take the lead here in this battle for third place.
Right. I'm wondering about... You're going to definitely see the sunrise there, aren't you? I'm wondering if I am going to, because virtual standard time is about 3 hours in front of BST at the moment, if you want to put virtual standard time as an actual time zone in the world. I'm wondering by the time it's 3 a.m. in the UK, whether 6 a.m. in Sim. Yeah, that's going to be... possible sunrise time.
It's going to be close, yeah?
Yeah, you're definitely going to see it by the time you're out of the car, I would imagine. Or maybe still in it. But yes, I will have a bit of driving to do over the course of the night. But unfortunately, I don't like it quite as much as you, by the sounds of it. I just struggle to see where I'm going and find it a bit frustrating. But anyway, I'll be looking forward to the morning. I think when that rolls around. I wonder how common it is, though, Stefan, in your experience, and you think it is for these teams to have dedicated drivers to do it, because I've got to say that's not a thing we're doing on our team. We're just sort of throwing it together and seeing who can stay awake. I wonder how common it will be, especially when it's not so obvious when you've got everyone in the same time zone.
Yeah, I mean, normally we would have an Australian doing the graveyard shift for us, but sadly he is a little bit occupied otherwise Sunday morning, so we Europeans have to take it over from him, sadly. But it's normally the way I've done in the many years. I mean, even I am already over 10 years in sim racing, which is crazy to think about. In all the endurance years, we've always had someone, when there was driver swaps, obviously, to have someone designated who's going to be coming in for the graveyard shift, and then also do a stint or two Sunday morning as well, as we have 5th place Patrick Heinrich, Moreno Sirica going into pit lane. So that's a, once again, early stop for them, but it is scheduled, because that was 25 laps, if I can quickly calculate that in my head. So just a standard fuel stop for them, no issues, 4 new tires and a full tank of perfect virtual racing fuel. Yeah, no, as said, normally you would have a designated graveyard shift driver, simply because you want to have someone fresh come into the car, maybe even slept or had a nap before coming onto it, so that their mind even is fresh.
Yeah, I've got to say, our graveyard driver, if you would say that, has started our car, so that's really not been happening. So there we are. It's been a strange one, I guess, but there we are. We're just seeing how things go as we go along. For these guys, of course, I expect to see, by the way, a few more driver changes actually at the next pit stops, maybe after another couple of hours in the cars. We're not too far away from that, just under a quarter of an hour until we get to the first quarter of this race already. It's the Falken Tyre Spa 24 hours here on iRacing in 2023. And it's Team Redline leading from Team PGZ. Still absolutely nose to tail between the two of them. Bit of flickering on the rear end of that Mercedes as they pick their way through the darkness at the moment, through Blanchimont. And as of right now, no lap traffic to negotiate. The next car to put a lap down will be 25th, the Pure Sims Esports car, still about a quarter of a minute in front of these guys. And so, as you can see here, it's a good chance to go on board with Alex Dunn and see just what he can see here. And it's just a case of following, really. This is all Alex Dunn has done, really, for his entire stint here. Just sit behind Team Redline. That's all he has to do.
Follow the leader. It's as simple as that indeed, and he does a great job. Others might struggle with that sometimes because you can't always see exactly where you brake, where you turn in, but he is doing a phenomenal job and obviously saving quite a lot of fuel as well.
Certainly is. There's a bit of a bump draft on the straight. Actually surprised that he's doing that instead of just favouring the throttle there, but fair enough. I guess they want to push on a little bit and they want to keep this 5-second advantage. I think what we were seeing a little bit just after the 20 to go, Mark Steffo, was these two pushing away from the rest, and they were really trying to put the pace on to get a bit of a gap. Now that they've got that, they're more holding this 4.5-5-second advantage rather than trying to make it any bigger.
Yeah, the interesting thing is, it's just like the last stint again, and I haven't really been able to keep up too much because I've had to crew chief my own team a little bit in our split. But from what I have been able to tell is that it always is that they make their gap in the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 laps of the stint, and actually that gap comes very slowly back into them again. But overall, over the stint, they still gain like 3/4 so it is very, very interesting how that is for Team PGZ and Team Redline versus the rest of the field, how they're able to make such a huge amount of time in the pit stop in the next few laps. But the rest of the stint is just a tiny fraction slower, so that they are losing that time again, but still keep that advantage growing over the course of the race.
Yeah. So still 18 hours, 10 minutes remaining here. Of course, it's another iRacing special event and another great chance for loads of people on the iRacing service to get involved with this particular event, as Urano Esports, by the way, make their way in front of Grid and Go in towards the bus stop chicane. I think that was maybe even a bit earlier than that. The Porsche now into the top 5. But yeah, as I mentioned, it's a great chance for even you at home to get involved. Maybe you won't be in top split, but you will be in a split of the Spa 24. And I've got to say, speaking from personal experience, it really doesn't take you very long at all to get the necessary classifications and requirements, and it doesn't cost you very much money either to get the necessary requirements and the class divisions and everything you need to compete in this event. I got my iRacing membership back again approximately a month ago, less than actually, and I started from absolutely scratch, from rookie, got up into the class that was needed, did the races that were needed, and technically, if you want to do iRacing as cheaply as possible, you would only have to buy one GT3 and the Spa track, which would really not cost you very much at all. So by the time that Spa rolls around next year, maybe you want to get involved with the Daytona 24-hour, maybe you want to do Petit Le Mans next, or later on this year, that's coming up in a couple of months' time. Make sure you get involved in on iRacing. It's not very difficult to do, and you can get involved with one of these iRacing special events and have a lot of fun, as thousands of people are doing here this weekend. Team Redline lead Team PGZ around, as we saw, and we go back to Team BMW Bank and Williams Esports once again here for third place as they continue at this gap. But I guess the positive for them is that they are continuing to put time into fifth place.
Yeah, they most definitely will like that. Gap is now nearly a full 10 seconds instead of full second. It's nearly full 10 seconds between Williams and Urano, so That is very good news for them, because they just can continue whatever they're doing. Yes, they might be ever so slightly losing first and second, but let's be honest, it is still 18 hours nearly to go, so that means that it's 18 hours where small missteps can happen, mishaps can happen. I mean, just one a lapper who is slightly slower and doesn't really want to get out of the way because they're chasing down someone else, and they would lose massive amounts of time because they would have to slow down for the leaders. That could already be the deciding factor, and all of a sudden we're not talking about a two-way fight for first, but a four-way fight for first, because the 755 join it all of a sudden. So yeah, we'll just have to stay patient, and they'll have to stay even more patient, because we all know, we probably have all been in that kind of seat where you're slowly decreasing the gap, but it's so slow that it's basically stationary, and you're just going crazy over the little amount of time that you're gaining on them. It always seems like forever that it's gonna happen.
And maybe even the number 2 as well, the other Williams esports car can get involved. If we're talking about this leading battle growing to a 4-car battle, maybe it would grow to 5 as well, because that other Williams esports car is pitted very, very early, of course, but they are still in the fight. I wonder what that is going to do to their strategy here, Stefan, over the course of the race, the fact that they've stopped so early. I think they will be able to gain enough time to make only 23 stops, excuse me, in the race. But even so, it does mean that their final stop will be pretty early. Maybe puts them under a bit of pressure, fuel-saving wise, for the race as well. Because yeah, they are pitting pretty early in the cycles.
Yeah, I mean the question is, how much are the other teams saving by being those laps longer out? Sorry, are they going to be able to save an extra stint, or are they just going to save a few laps in the same amount of stints that they're going to have to drive? In which case, they would only need to be closing in the time that they lose refueling their car. So it is gonna be a very tight-knit battle either way, or maybe the 55 comes on strong with fuel saving in the last portion of the race, and they have a grand plan that nobody can see yet, and it's gonna be awesome and epic, and all of a sudden we're talking about a 20-second lead for them. It's endurance racing, it's esports endurance racing, let's be honest about it, which is probably even more complicated than already your box standard real-life endurance racing.
It's taken us less than 6 hours to get the conspiracy theory out already, so we're pleased about that. 18 hours and 5 remaining. Just to remind you all at home that we're only 5 minutes away now from switching to part 2 here on YouTube, so get ready if you're joining us on YouTube at the moment here on RaceSpotTV. But if you're watching us on Twitch, then sit back and relax, and don't touch anything, because we'll be continuing on right the way through. But yes, if you're on YouTube, make sure you get ready to switch over to part 2, which will be starting in about 5 minutes time. Because we've still got a very long way to go here. 18 hours remaining at Spa, and we've joined the battle for 7th place now as Team Redline are slowly gaining places. Daniel Alves Lorenco is the next one to be put into the rearview mirror. That's for the Mercedes Urano car rather than the Porsche that's up in 5th place with Vlad Kivichev. Then there's the Bila Racing Team 450 in the Ferrari as well, looking for that position. It's pretty congested in the midfield, actually, from 7th place down to 11th or so, all around that region. It's pretty close here.
Yeah, they're doing a super job staying this close to the 70 right now. It's a 3-way battle. Let's see what those two can provide, because Bila, they're looking a little bit racy for the 8th place right now. Maybe we're gonna have a switch position between those two again sometime soon, because look at that, Bila looking a little bit to the inside there, the 450 on the 92.
Looking very strong at this end of the stint is the Ferrari at the moment. Having a look even in towards Campus, maybe. Have to stay behind to get the run out of Stavolo. Make sure you keep those right-hand side tyres on the curb at all times through this part, which can remain a bit of a challenge, especially towards the end of the stint. But now the run up towards Blanchimont could provide the chance for the Ferrari to go through. Will there be a move here in towards the bus stop chicane. It's the biggest braking zone on the circuit. The Ferrari looks to the inside, or not quite going for it there. Thought the Urano Mercedes was just going to give that to them actually, but no. And it doesn't matter in the end anyway, because Billa Racing are in the pit lane, and those pit stops are very much underway now. That was close in terms of speeding, but they make it in just in time. So Billa Racing pit from 9th place, and they'll hope to jump Urano in the pit stops, I think, because it would have been a bit of difficulty trying to pass them on the circuit. They might as well try and do it in the pit lane.
Yeah, exactly. Always easier to make the pass in the pit lane than on the track, because you always are susceptible to counterattacks by your opponent if you're just sliding a little bit wide out of the turn or don't have that good of an exit and they have a better exit. So yeah, much prefer obviously as a team to make those passes in the pit lane and then having to make them on the track.
Out through No Name corner for the battle for 3rd place. Team BMW Bank versus Williams Esports here. Through Puon as well, as more pit stops commence further down the order. We're on lap 154 now for the leaders. Johnny Vecchio still ahead of Alex Dunn in one of the closer 24-hour races we have ever seen. It's, I mean, as we were saying earlier on, Stefan, if this was a 6-hour race, we would be marvelling at the fact we've got such a battle going on right now, and the way that this race is going, because it's quite unbelievable, really, just how close this is.
Yeah, very much so. There's a Porsche with just one headlight. Haven't seen that ever before. But that is the new damage model, or maybe just a tiny spec. Anyway, yeah, it is super cool that we have such a great battles throughout the whole field, basically. 6 hours into this race of a 24-hour race, we still have lots to talk about. So I am thoroughly loving these Spa 24 hours thus far.
It's been absolutely fantastic so far as we look at from the air at that battle for P1 in towards turn 1 between Team Redline and Team PGZ. Alex Dunn's view is quite a remarkable one to see the leaders just up in front of him. They do have a few laps remaining until their pit stop, so I think we're going to go on board with Alex Dunn here as we head towards the end of the first quarter of this race. We'll be switching over to part 2 here on RaceSpotTV's YouTube very, very shortly. So make sure you get ready for that switch, because it will be coming up right about now. We're going on board, though, with Alex Dunn for a bit of RaceSpotTV fan immersion over the next couple of moments. And when we return, Joey Tebben will join Stefan Slacker for the next hour or so.